Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Fire Games. I'm your host Nick. ENCTR is the team, and Tyrogue is the Pokemon we are shiny hunting for tonight. I'll show you what it looks like. Pretty much this right here. We're going to get it going. We're not going to choose to nickname it. Go right here, do a quick check, and reset. So yeah, we're going to get after it. On the last stream, we did get the shiny Ho-Oh, so we did make that possible. So we're looking for some big things on this stream. Let me go ahead and connect to the chat here, and thank y'all for joining in. And let's have a happy hunting. Let's go here, and then this is where I hit the back button. Whoops, did we already select the Pokemon? Alright, I'll get in the rhythm here in a minute. So yeah, I'm very excited about this one. On the last one, we did catch the Ho-Oh and name it Fox after Dumbledore's Phoenix. I think I have it in the party here somewhere. Aha. Oh, yes, there's Fox, the shiny Ho-Oh from the last stream. And I did manage to evolve the Eevee into a shiny Umbreon. That is our Umbridge. This is our Harry Potter names we are working with here. So, we do have a few. Oh, also I picked up the Basilisk. I did have the shiny Gyarados in the PC, so got it in the party just for now because I needed someone to learn Whirlpool. There's so many different moves. There's Waterfall, there's Whirlpool, there's Surf. So I got a Dragonair, shiny Dragonair, Draco. That's our HM. I mean, look, he's got Dig, Flash, Surf, Strength. I mean, he's just pretty much a utility horse. And then that's our non-shiny Tyrogue. So we're gonna get after it. Let's see what we're working with here. Let me pop over to the chat. Jay, what's going on, dude? Thank you for popping in. Thank you for popping in, man. Glad to see you. Hope you're doing well. We did, I don't know if you noticed there, we did get the shiny Ho-Oh on the last stream. And I want to know how, I'm changing it. So no more J-Roy. JR9. Think I got bad eyesight. My chat's a little far away from me. Awesome. So yeah, I want to know how that Charmander hunt is going. You gotta let me know on that. I know you were at, I think, 8,600 last time. I know you're a little over odds. But you can still come in J-Roy. Awesome, awesome. Love that. So yeah, dude, happy to see you. Thank you for popping in. You know, I had considered doing the Lapras hunt, but I want to do that on Friday, and this is why. Because Lapras only appears in the game on Friday. So, yeah, Friday night, I might go on about 30 minutes earlier. And what's cool about that is it would actually give us, like, a time limit. Like, we would have to get it like, within 2 hours, or it's just not going to pop up anymore. And we'd have to hunt something different. So it might be like our Friday hunt for Lapras or something. I kind of like that idea. At 8,800, haven't been doing much, but charging Switch and gonna hunt soon. Awesome, and good luck on that, dude. We're gonna get that thing tonight. I feel it. I feel it in the air. That's awesome. Love that. And have you decided on a nickname for it or anything like that? I mean, I know a lot of people don't nickname Pokemon. I typically don't unless it's a shiny. And sometimes depending on the game, I may not even nickname it. Like if it's Pokemon Go, there's so many shinies, you know, Pokemon Go. I mean, I don't nickname them all. But, so yep, got a shiny Quagsire, shiny Dragonair, shiny Gyarados, shiny Ho-Oh from the last stream, and the shiny Umbreon. Yes, Jay, we did make it happen. I don't even think I did that on a live stream. I think I did that just kind of like during a playthrough. Oh yeah, because I accidentally evolved it to an Espeon, so I had to like restart the game because it was during the day. Rookie mistake. Rookie mistake. So I'll figure it out later. I think you're gonna come up with a brilliant nickname for it. Shiny Charmander is a good one. It's a really good one. And so, you know, something else I was thinking, since I can crank up the speed on here so fast, and I have Pokemon Red, the cartridge, and I have the, you know, the GB Flash to, you know, put it on the PC, I should do some kind of like speed run on Pokemon Red for one stream. And just see if I can't like beat Pokemon Red in one stream. Like, you know, prepared to do like a 7-8 hour stream and just get after it. You know what I'm saying? Straight get after it. Because I know Pokemon Red pretty well. It's probably what I know best. So I think that might be a pretty fun stream. I've never tried to like speedrun Pokemon Red, but I don't know. After seeing Art Gemologist, shout out to Encounter Team by the way, and all the creators over there. He speedruns Nightmare on Elm Street, and I want to say he's top 15 ranked as far as a speedrun. Top 15, yep. So it's kind of inspired me to do, I don't know, maybe a speed run of Pokemon Red. I think I could probably do it pretty quick, especially if I crank up the speed like 4 times as fast or something. I don't know. Might just be fun. I mean, that'd pretty much be the only reason I would need to. It'd be fun. Engleman, welcome in, welcome in. The 912. That was my area code back when I lived in South Georgia. So welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, we do just shiny hunting on this channel pretty much. A lot of nonsense like that. I will show you, since you popped in, you may not have seen it earlier. I do have a few shiny Pokemon with us. Let's see what we got right here. No shiny, but we got a shiny Quagsire, shiny Dragonair. I cannot get that thing to a shiny Dragonite soon enough. I think it's level, I can't really tell with where I got the screen cut right here. I think it's like level 32. Oh, it says level up to 36, so it's level 35. Shiny Gyarados, shiny Ho-Oh, it's from the last one, and shiny Umbreon. That's my baby. He's a little over leveled, but I love it. So yeah, we're going to try and get this shiny Tyrogue, and I don't know what I'm going to evolve it into. Shiny Hitmonlee, shiny Hitmonchan, or shiny Hitmontop. Let me know what y'all think is the better option. Now here's how you do it. In case you're wondering, your attack stat, if the attack stat is more than the defense stat, then it becomes a Hitmonlee. But if the defense stat, believe it or not, is above the attack stat, if the defense is higher, then it becomes a Hitmonchan, you know, the punchy Pokemon. But if it's even, it becomes a Hitmontop. Now, just because of that factor would make me want to get a Hitmontop. However, I've just loved Hitmonlee so much, like, since I was a kid, you know. So, I kind of really just want a shiny Hitmonlee. The flip side of that is the shiny sprite for Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, Hitmontop, are beautiful. It's gorgeous. Let's see here. So where are you at now? Ice Cave? No, this is actually Mt Mortar. It's in the Johto region still, but it's, how do I say this? It's more of in between Mahogany Town and Ecruteak City, I think it is. I know you go to Mahogany Town and go west. So it's kind of like on that route. Maybe Route 42, that's the name of it. It's just north of Route 42, and there's actually 3 different entrances you can get to. What is that? Mt Mortar, whatever you want to call it. And it was tricky. It actually took me a good probably 30 minutes. I'm not gonna lie. I hate to admit that. And y'all saw on stream when I did a playthrough. You know, I'm not horrible with puzzles. I mean, I kind of made it through the ice path pretty quick. The ice gem puzzles. I feel like I didn't struggle too much on them. Maybe there's one little section, but anyway. No, it took me a minute to figure out how to get all the way back here. And that's part of the, you know, the gift of getting the Tyrogue is, you know, this is the Karate King, I think, from the Johto region. He's over here training. And because you made it like all the way back here, like on the 4th floor, you know, it's like he pretty much rewards you with a shiny Pokemon. Shiny, or he will reward me with a shiny. You just don't know it yet. But yeah, he rewards you with the Tyrogue. Here we go. I'm surprised it didn't have a nickname since it came from another trainer, but we'll take it and we'll give it a great nickname. Let's see. Doing good there. Pop, pop. And what do we got? Nothing. Alright, we'll keep it trucking. So let's see. And big bucks, no Amy's. Sorry. Can't get that lucky. Our record is Regice. Regice was 1 reset. So I don't think we're going to break that record, truly. I mean, it could be years before we break that record. To get it in 1 reset. But then Regice that was one heck of a hunt. Because we found the shiny Regice. The first one, we found pretty, not Regice, Regirock. We found Regirock, I would say relatively quickly. Not as quick as Regice. But we found it. I couldn't catch it. Then, you know, spent a few hours. Found another shiny Regirock. Couldn't catch it. My team was so underleveled. It popped out like 30 Ultra Balls, and then it started to struggle, and then yeah, so that's how that went. So then finally, 5 hours after losing the second shiny Regirock, we found the 3rd shiny Regirock and finally got it. And I was a little worried we were going to have a situation like that on the last stream with the shiny Ho-Oh. Because when we found it, I kind of realized, you know, like, even though it's only level 40, most of my team is like level 30. So it was doing some damage pretty quick. And it popped out of probably a good 15 Ultra Balls before it finally behaved. But I wasn't really trying to level it down because it knows recover. I felt like I was just wasting time with that. I put it to sleep and just kept throwing Ultra Balls. I mean, it had full health. But we made it happen. Shiny luck and Pokey luck was on our side for that one. Let's see. Big bucks, no whammies. Alright, we're going to get this thing. Let's see. But yeah, I started going real fast on the Ho-Oh hunt. And then, well, you know, we found it. Sean, welcome in. Welcome in. And did you get 8 badges? I fell asleep last stream, sorry. And yeah, so I did get the 8th badge just to be able to advance a little bit in the game to be able to get to Lapras Guild. Maybe not Lapras, but to definitely get to Tyrogue, to get past the waterfalls. So I haven't went through Victory Road, beat the Elite Four, nothing like that yet. So I can't get to Lugia. Let's see. But big welcome in to you, Sean. Hope you're doing well. Thank you for popping in as well. Yeah, I think you were here maybe, possibly for the Ho-Oh. If not, I'm going to show you what we're working with here. Not a shiny Tyrogue, unfortunately, but we got a shiny Quagsire, Dragonair, Gyarados, and there it is. It's a beautiful sprite, because it typically had more of a red, like where you see the orange, like the yellowish orange mustard color. That's where it was red, and then where it's red now, that's where it was green. So there's a very hard contrast actually. And that's the shiny what used to be a shiny Eevee. I evolved that. I didn't do that on live stream, but we made it happen. And it is severely over leveled. So yeah, welcome in, y'all. Appreciate y'all popping in. Let's see what we got going on over here. No Tyrogue. So yeah, this might be a little bit of a difficult hunt, but you know, I haven't seen anyone do this kind of hunt. You know, everyone does the legendary hunts, the starter hunts. I feel like this is a pretty cool, interesting, maybe niche Pokemon, you could say, but I think it's pretty cool. I like Tyrogue. I got no problem with it. If I'm being honest, I kind of forget about Tyrogue. So, get after that Char. Oh yeah, he said he's letting the switch charge up, and then he's gonna tackle that thing. I'll wrangle it in. So yeah, hope y'all are having a phenomenal hump day, or hump night, as it is now the sun gone down. Let's see here. Well, depending on where you're at, you still might have a few more hours of sunlight. Alright, let's see. What are we working with? Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Let's see. Tyrogue. Alright, if it's not shiny, I'm gonna give it right back to you, dog. He said, yep. Daylight. It's kind of weird to think that, like, the other, like, part of the world, like, pretty much the whole day ahead of us, like, at all times. Like, whenever we lived our day, they've already lived their day, and they're sleeping, they're waking up to the next day, practically. That's how that goes. Like, they're in the future. Like, people in, like, Japan. And, sure does seem that way sometimes. When I watch the videos, like, on Japan, like, it's kind of, but their culture, I will give it props to one thing. They're very family oriented, and it's just the whole culture of just, you know, not worrying about, you know, dropping your wallet and losing it, because truly someone's going to try and get that back to you. I mean, that's just how they operate over there. It would be a dishonor to their family if they didn't try to make an effort to get that back to you. So I just love that kind of, you know, just good character people over there. Pretty much essentially what I'm trying to get at. So let's see, what do we got here? Nothing. Alright, we're gonna keep it trucking. I feel like I'm a little bit of an entitled shiny hunter. Like, I feel like it should always be coming very soon. I can tell I'm not very patient either. Star Spark, welcome in, welcome in. Or should I say, welcome back, welcome back. In case you weren't here for the end of the shiny Ho-Oh hunt, I will kind of show off the shiny Ho-Oh real fast. That is Fox. We named it after Dumbledore's Phoenix. So yeah, I hope you're having a good night. I know this is kind of weird, interesting, like, Pokemon to hunt, but I feel like, I don't know, I just feel like it was a cool one. An interesting one, I think one that a lot of people forget or maybe not even know, that truly you can get a free Tyrogue from the Karate King if you go all the way to the back of Mt Mortar and you defeat him for making it all the way back there. He'll give you a free one. Just gotta make sure you got a free slot in your party. So it's something like, I probably knew that as a kid, but I forgot until recently. So it looks so cool. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm pretty fond of it myself. I like it a lot. Yeah, pretty cool shiny hunt. Oh, thank you. Yeah, and so what I'm looking for is pretty much a blue sprite. He's turned, actually where he looks like bronze, his body will be more like gray and his shorts should be blue, if I'm not mistaken. So it should be actually like the hardest contrast. So I can actually kind of breeze with this hunt. I can kind of like even like look at the camera and well, if I don't get distracted, and you know, kind of like briefly like look at it out of the corner of my eye and kind of tell if it's a shiny or not. So I believe that saves like a good like half a second here and there, which makes this hunt even faster. If I had a shiny Tyrogue, I would let it evolve randomly, so I would be surprised with what it turns into. You know, that's a really cool idea. Actually, I do like that a lot. Let the chips lie where they may. Because yeah, I did say earlier how, you know, if the attack stat's higher, you get a Hitmonlee, but the defense stat is higher than the attack stat, then you get a Hitmonchan. Or if it's even, you get the Hitmontop. So, it would be a big surprise to get the Hitmontop. Yeah, glad to see you agree. I've seen a Gen 2 shiny Tyrogue before. It looks cool. Oh, you said I've seen a Gen 2 shiny Tyrogue before. It looks cool. Sweet. Okay, yeah, that's what I kind of like thought too. I was like, you know, it's one of those more forgotten Pokemon, but I mean, you can't say it's not a cool Pokemon. It's a little baby fighter, you know, it's cool. It's super cool. Yeah, forgotten too. Yeah, I bet he's got a chip on his shoulder. I want this Pokemon. And actually, I kind of want to level it up too. I know it's only level 10, but you can kind of go through here and kind of see, like, you know, you got different stats popping up everywhere, so kind of the confirmation that we're doing it right. Yeah, I know it's determined by the stats. I don't know if y'all have heard my idea as far as like what I want to do. If I do decide to do a shiny unknown hunt, there's only 2 letters in the unknown alphabet, if you will, that can be shiny, and that's I and V, because, you know, it's determined off the IVs of the Pokemon, which I think is funny. I don't know if that's why they did that, but I'm pretty sure. So with the whole Harry Potter names, I was thinking, for I am Lord, and then for V, Voldemort. Just like, you know, whole Tom Riddle's name like spells I am Lord Voldemort. Kind of thought that'd be a fun, like, little cryptic nickname for unknown, especially for like the nature of just how unknown is, you know, the mysteriousness in it. Felt like that'd be a good nickname if I had both of those shinies. But then I started thinking about it more. I don't think that's going to be a very practical hunt. Because, you know, I don't think my odds are still going to be 1 in 8,000 if I shiny hunt unknown. I feel like I'm still going to be looking for just a specific, you know, one of the 2 letters to pop up. And then, you know, that could put me at like less than 5% odds or something like that to find the Pokemon that I need, and then let alone to find the shiny. Yeah, I don't know. But can you get more than 1 unknown shiny forms in the games after this one? That's a good question. I don't know about that. It's a really good question. Sorry, I'm gonna flip this cushion. There we go. So what's the next hunt after this? So I'm thinking, so on Friday, only on Friday actually, I found out, does Lapras appear in this game. So I kind of thought it might be a cool idea. I typically go on at 10:30, right? 10:30 at night. I might go on at 10 o'clock this coming Friday. And trying to hunt for Lapras. And the funny thing about that is that would give us a 2-hour window to get the Lapras, or we don't get it. You know what I mean? So that kind of like gives a little bit of urgency. Like, we got to get the shiny. Like, I'm going to go fast with it. So I kind of think that, I don't know. And if we don't get it, we'll go shiny hunt something different, and we'll come back to it next Friday. I think that might be a fun, like, little Friday hunt. Like, we're going to get the Lapras this Friday. And actually play it, kind of like how the game wanted us to play it. Kind of. I might honor that. I mean, who knows? Might check into it. Oh yeah, the Friday Lapras spawn sounds like a good shiny hunt. Awesome. Oh yeah, Invader going for Lapras 2 and fire red leaf green. Sweet. I think I remember Invader saying something like that. Let's see here. Tyrogue. Nice. Yeah, I can't wait for this. It's going to be a beautiful shiny sprite. I mean, they typically always are, but this is going to be no exception. Yeah, the urgency that makes you more focused and efficient and come back to it next Friday. Sounds like a great shiny hunt. Thank you. Thank you. That was the confirmation I was needing. So, yeah, we'll definitely do Lapras this Friday. Because, I mean, it'll be available. And it'll be funny, too, because, like, right at 12 o'clock, I guess, it's like, it just stopped popping up. Then we'll have to come back next Friday. That would be funny. I like that. And, we'll do something different. We might even pop it to Gen 3, like, shiny hunt a starter on Gen 3 or something. Or a legendary. Or there's a bunch of cool Pokemon in this game that we still haven't shiny hunted. There's a few. So Lugia, pretty much all I gotta do is defeat. I gotta go through Victory Road. Kanto, what is going on, my man? Y'all, in case y'all didn't know, Kanto XP does have a phenomenal channel as well, and he has a lot of value on his channel. Very educational Pokemon content, and he is streaming in Gen 1 Pokemon shiny hunting for a Charmander. It is a very tedious process to shiny hunt on Gen 1, in case you did not know, but Kanto XP has the guts for it. And it is a very interesting stream, very intriguing stream. I highly recommend watching it. So, glad you're in here. And another member of ENCTR team, Alexander the Bard. Hope you are doing great. Thank you for popping in. Sorry I've not been catching more of your streams, but I have enjoyed the ones that I have been popping in. So y'all need to keep up the grind, keep up the good work. So proud to be part of ENCTR team. Y'all are doing incredible, absolutely incredible. And so yeah, I'll kind of show y'all what we're twerking with real fast. We got the shiny Quagsire. That's our Neville. We do Harry Potter nicknames. Dragonair. Draco, and it is a shiny Dragonair, actually. I mean, believe it or not, even though it's not pink. I've been bamboozled. We got the shiny Gyarados. That is the Basilic. We got the shiny Ho-Oh from the last stream. That is Fox, named after Dumbledore's Phoenix. And then I got one more. Yes, there it is, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, your Umbreon. Freaking gorgeous. So yeah, I'll just take a moment just to look at that. And we'll get back to the hunt here. We got no shiny Tyrogue. Eevee evolved. Yeah, so what's funny is I was actually like just playing through a little bit during the day, and it started to evolve, and I was so happy. I was like, yes, finally getting the Umbreon. And it evolved, it was like bright green everywhere. Bright green everywhere. I was like, oh man, that's an Espeon. Oh crap. No. So I had to like restart the game. I had already played for like 30 minutes. So I had to go back, replay that 30 minutes because I didn't save. But we already named it Umbridge. We're getting the Umbreon, you know what I'm saying? There was no working around that. So, yeah, I had one of those moments. We've all had one of those moments where it's just like we come across something in Pokemon we did that, you know, we're just like, nope, 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 nope. We're turning the game off. We'll fix that. We'll fix that. Accidental Espeon. You're determined for the Umbreon? Yeah. Yeah, I evolved the wrong Pokemon. So I was like, man. So I waited till night. I wanted to do it on live stream, but typically, you know, we start off shiny hunting. If we find the shiny, then we'll do a little playthrough. I just didn't want to wait. If y'all watched the playthrough stream, where we did a little bit of playthrough here on Gen 2, y'all know that this Eevee is super over leveled. Because we kept trying to get the friendship up. I mean, he took down 3 gym leaders, ate like 3 rare candies, some protein, some carbos. He got 2 haircuts. I know at least 1 on stream, because you can only do 1 per day. But yeah, I mean, this, because you got to get the friendship stat up, and this Eevee did not want to be friends with me. Apparently, it just did not. I wasn't letting him faint. We just weren't on good terms. But we finally got it. Yeah, I've been there to turn the game off to fix it. Oh yeah, and see, you gotta love that about Pokemon. You know, just like, you know what? Life is always great in Pokemon, because if it ain't going your way, you can just reset. We'll start this day over. We gotta love that. We could all use that in life. You're like, you know what? I would do a hard reset on this day. Not a soft reset, a hard reset. Let's see. Boom, boom. Nothing. Lurking. Nice looking stream. Thank you. I appreciate it. I feel like such a country boy streamer because I'm so new to it and I have no overlays. Just recently, like some of my first streams, I started like 2-3 months ago. Well, you know, pretty much nothing back here for a background. Trying to get music back into my stream, actually. That's another story, but yeah, I'm just trying to be more engaging with chat, be more of a streamer. It's all very new to me, so I appreciate all the support and all the love, because I'll be honest, you know, I don't really halfway know what I'm doing sometimes, but I do love Pokemon. I like to share that with the world, and if y'all enjoy it, it's all worth it to me. I have fun doing this, so it's always glad to hear that other people get joy at, you know, the content, whether it's the conversations in the chat or finding the shiny itself. You know, I just love that. Jason, welcome in, welcome in. How are you doing? Thank you for popping in and saying hi. We are getting a shiny Tyrogue today. Hopefully now. Well, we'll keep chopping at the tree. This tree can fall any minute. So yeah, Kanto, cannot wait till you start shiny hunting again on for Charmander. I'm ready for it. This Friday. Because I have it on my phone while I'm streaming. I love it. Because, you know, I'm not going to be able to, like, sleep at night. If you find the shiny Charmander, I'm not in your stream. In case y'all didn't know, he's shiny hunting Charmander in Gen 1, so it is a big deal. And Jay has been shiny hunting, soft resetting on his Switch, a shiny Charmander in Fire Red and Leaf Green, and he is well over odds on that thing, so, you know, hopefully we can send our shiny luck to Jay and Kanto. I don't need the shiny luck. We're going to get it, you know. That's the attitude. We're going to make our own shiny luck around here. As you can tell with the 6 screens and the amount of speed that I'm one of the least patient shiny hunters, but hey, I have fun with it. I want y'all to have fun with it. Got my Adamant's Guts Makahita. Yes, that's a good one. I know you're telling me that you were looking for the specific, you know, nature, you know, combo. But yeah, big congrats on that. I love that. I might have told you about the shiny Makahita that I ran into in Victory Road, and then I forgot about Whirlwind and used Whirlwind and got away from me. Wasn't much I could do about that. And that's when I immediately went and did a shiny Lilip hunt on the next stream. I was like, no, we're getting that Pokemon with the ability Suction Cups. And we'll fix that. Because even if, like, you know, you encounter it and he's not like the first Pokemon in your party, you can at least switch him in, and then that way, you know, of course, the wild Pokemon's going to attack first, but you can always switch in a Pokemon real fast. Oof, shiny hunting Charmanders in Gen 1 Kanto and Gen 3 Kanto. Sounds like a bumpy ride. But yeah, shiny hunting in Gen 1, I didn't even think was possible. But because, you know, there's no shiny sprite. However, it can be a shiny. It's within the stats. And so big shout out to Kanto for even letting me know that. You know, I might have like heard that through the grapevine or read that somewhere, but surely not even believed it. And so if you don't believe it, you can see it with your own eyes. I mean, for a Poke nerd like me, it is a beautiful sight to see a shiny hunting a Charmander. I freaking love it. It's a very tedious process. Better him than me. It's been a bumpy ride, he said. Buckle your seatbelts. Vaseline. Never mind. I'm not an announcer. I'll say get your popcorn. Fasten your seatbelts. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. I haven't been to a theme park in a long time. When was the last time I went? I think I went to Epic Universe in Orlando. And I lied, that was only a couple months ago. And I said before, it was a little disappointing just because half the rides were broken down. So I didn't feel like I did not get the true experience of what I should have. But I will say, a couple months before that, I was at Dollywood. And all that was pretty good. We love some Dollywood. And people in Tennessee, I mean, they worship Dolly Parton, just in case y'all didn't know that. Even though the odds of getting an adamant nature is 1 in 25, it took me 48 Makihita. I believe it, yeah. I was using one of the ability changing moves to make sure I only caught it if it had guts. Something to keep in mind while you're shiny hunting. If you expect disappointment, you're rarely disappointed. I like that. I've always been a kind of person going in a situation, keep my expectations low, especially for a vacation. I've learned like that's always like a really good idea. If you ever go on vacation, keep your expectations low, so whatever happens feels great. But if you expect to have like a really great time, or maybe it's like a movie, putting a movie up on a pedestal, I've learned will actually completely ruin a movie for me. So that's very true, Star. Oh yes, very, very true. So I'm going to do a poll actually pretty soon of what we should nickname this shiny Tyrogue. So interested to know what kind of nicknames y'all suggest. Because, you know, we got the Harry Potter theme going on. So we got Neville, we got Draco, we got two characters. Got more of a creature here with Basilisk, Fox, Umbridge. So there's another character. So, you know, we can go with characters or creatures from the Harry Potter world. You don't have to be that. It'd be something crazy. It could be just Slytherin, you know, which I guess is a person. But where I thought about one is Durmstrang, the wizarding school from, like, you know, Bulgaria, that region. That had Victor Crumb. You know, I think that might be a cool Pokemon name. Durmstrang. I don't know. Might be a cool one for Tyrogue. I'm just kind of snowballing ideas, you know. Kind of spitballing them. Whatever term you want. But it took a... oh, yeah. Espanol. No. Kido. That's okay. Bueno. Yeah, mi español. Ooh. I've been trying to learn Dutch though a little bit on the Duolingo. I'm getting there. Been at it for a few months. Everybody's like, why Dutch? And I'm like, well, the reason for Dutch is, I don't know. I just wanted to learn a second language. And Dutch is pretty easy. And I do have interest in Amsterdam, maybe going there one day. It's like a very beautiful city, like pretty much like the Venice of the North. There's so many canals in the city. I would definitely like not rent a car and just get a bicycle and really experience the town on a bicycle. And that's pretty much the only town in the world I could ever say like I would want to experience on a bicycle is Amsterdam. But I mean that's kind of the thing. I ended up using an adamant rocks with the ability to synchronize. Apparently that boosts adamant rate at 50% instead of the usual. Well, that's a pretty big jump to 50%. Synchronize, yeah. Yeah, I gotta remember that. That's smooth. That's smooth. Smooth thinking. I like that. You know, we've had a lot of smart people pop in the stream in the past like few weeks, or just in the last week. So, for example, there's a guy that pops in pretty regularly named Michael. Michael is an absolute genius. You can tell by just one paragraph that the man is smart. Then you got Ivy tutoring something. Oh, crap. You like the corner wall light in your room? Thanks, Star. I appreciate that. Yeah, I didn't really, like I said, I'm kind of very new at this. I know it's not a great excuse for like just being kind of a basic streamer, but I feel like it gets the job done. I feel like it doesn't take away too much like attention, but sometimes like I get it. I like seeing streamers with an extravagant background because it gives you something to look at. I get that. So I try to. I don't know. I'll probably put up something eventually, like kind of behind my head. I was thinking about like a big, like Japanese painting of like a Gyarados and like a Magikarp. If that makes sense. Now I can finally go to Slateport City. Finally go to Slateport. But yeah, we've had some really smart people in the stream, like the Ivy League. Like they've got like 5,000 subscribers, and I was looking at some of their videos. Super smart, like it's literally a Harvard graduate. And I appreciate them. They actually spend a lot of time in the stream, so hope to see them pop back up in here. They were enjoying the content, but yeah, the point is, we have a lot of smart people in the chat. So I love all my viewers. There's some smart cookies. Yeah, a picture of Magikarp and Gyarados and all would be good. Thank you. Especially if they was like shiny too. And there's a lot of artists around here. I wonder if I can get like a local artist, and maybe that's actually a really good idea. See if I can't get a local artist. To paint like a shiny Gyarados and a shiny Magikarp, and do it like that traditional like Japanese like style, how you see like the traditional Japanese like tattoos with the waves. And I really don't know the name of that too much, but I just think it looks super cool. I think it makes a super cool painting, because y'all know what I'm talking about. It looks like the dragons like out in the water and stuff like that, but make it a Gyarados and maybe a Magikarp in the water too. I have it maybe kind of long rectangular like, and go across the wall there. I feel like that would pretty much be all I need from like my background like setup. I'd be happy with that. More than happy. Let's see here. Big bucks, no whammies. Ooh, 6 whammies. But thank you, Star. I think it's a pretty great idea too. Let's see here. So yeah, we still got to come up with a nickname for this shiny Tyrogue when we do get it. Not if we get it, when we get it. Oh, wonder if y'all heard that on the mic. Oh, pretty good neck crack. Let's see here. So pretty much the only name I can come up with so far for Tyrogue to stay in the theme of the Harry Potter universe is Jason Nice. Not if, when. Pretty good mindset, right? Thank you. I heard somewhere along the way, there's two kinds of men, kinds that give their best try, and the men that get the job done. The difference is sometimes you give your best try and it's not good enough. So you turn around and you give another effort. And you give another effort until you get the job done. That's what we do around here. We get the job done. And I believe mentality can take you a long ways. A wrestling coach told me, wasn't one of my favorite wrestling coaches, but he's one of the smartest things he said was, wrestling is only 10% physical. It's 90% mental. And I believe that hardcore. It's all what's between the ears. How bad do you want it? How bad do you train? You know, the same with a lot of sports, even football. You know, it's not about how good that team was on that day. It's like, you know, how hard did they practice Monday through Friday? That's what sets it off. That's why I feel like I would be good. I don't gamble, like sports gambling, but I feel like I would be good at gambling on college football just because it's actually pretty predictable. I mean, you're talking about some 18-year-old to 21-year-old kids. Let's be honest. There's still some youngins. They don't always make the best decisions on and off the field. So after a big win, a team is more likely to be off guard. Like, you know, for example, my Georgia Bulldogs just took down Alabama. The very next week, I bet you that next week of practice, they didn't go hard. The week of playing Alabama, they went harder than they ever have in their life. Or at least should have. But I feel like they kind of slack up. While the other team, I mean, you're circled on the calendar. You're a target. So that's why you can predict that they may not cover the spread on that. That's more of a trap game and could potentially lose that game. Did you watch the Ronda Rousey fight? No, my mom told me about it, though. She said Ronda got that girl pretty quickly, like 13 seconds or something. I was like, oh, Ronda is back. It's like pre-Holly Holmes Ronda. So, yeah, Holly Holmes really humbled Ronda Rousey. But, you know, thanks for bringing that up because it's a very relative topic, kind of like what I was saying. Like, because Ronda Rousey, you know, at one point, you know, the media pretty much, and it wasn't just the media. I mean, she earned, you know, through the UFC, superstardom. But as we all know, superstardom, or I guess we truly don't know, but superstardom can truly change you, I'm sure. And just your day to day, and that's it. You know, that's what makes you great. Is your day to day. How much do you get out of your 24 hours? And what do you do with it? She was probably training hard, you know what I mean? With a chip on your shoulder, and all of a sudden you become a superstar. I bet you're not in that gym as much, and that's just facts. That's bottom line. And that's a game changer, in my opinion, at the end of the day. And not to take anything away from Holly Holmes, because Holly Holmes, I mean, phenomenal fighter. It's just, she didn't even look like Ronda Rousey when she fought her back in the day. It was a complete difference. So kind of, you know, relative on the topic, you know, after a big win, it's very easy. So it's easy for me to like kind of predict, like, you know, in college football anyway, it's pretty easy. You can see it coming a mile away. But then sometimes you never know in college football. That's kind of the thing, like things like you just wouldn't see coming, they happen. Things that shouldn't happen. Like, Appalachian State going to Michigan and beating Michigan in the Big House. Like, that's what happens when you take a team and you don't give them the respect that they truly deserve. Because App State was a gritty team back in 2008 when they beat Michigan. That was a gritty team with, what's it, Amari Edwards or something like that. Yeah, that was a bad team. You'll get the blue pants Tyrogue eventually. I hope so. So yeah, thank you for helping me change topic there. We need to get a nickname for this guy. So I'm gonna do a poll soon. I just need some names to kind of like put in the poll. Pretty much all I have right now is Durmstrang. That's the other Wizarding school that's out in Bulgaria. And they do specialize in like martial arts, I do believe, or some kind of hand-to-hand combat, as well as like in their training at their school. So that would be kind of fitting for a Tyrogue, Durmstrang, or even like Victor Crumb, something like that. What was it like trying to catch the shiny Ho-Oh? Oh, you don't even want to know. I was visibly sweating bullets. It was insane because I think I only had 24 Ultra Balls. We got down to at least maybe 11, or I don't know. We got down to not many Ultra Balls at all. I only had one Pokemon. I think I had 2 Pokemon left, and one of them was almost done. I only had like 1 revive and like one max revive. I already used one of those, so we're getting down to the wire. You know what I mean? It was getting down to like, because we've already spent at this point maybe close to 10 minutes trying to catch it, and it ain't caught yet. It's popped out of every ball. So it built some pretty good anticipation. Actually, I felt like it ended the stream like with a bang, because we of course did catch it. So that was nice. And speak of the old devil, there's Fox, named after Dumbledore's Phoenix. Got a beautiful sprite there. Our Spicy McChicken. Still got him. Oh yes, at least it was interesting. Yeah, I try to at least try and keep, content somewhat interesting. As far as like, the Lapras hunt, I think that's gonna be a really cool idea. So thank you for that, Star. I feel like I like to do things a little different, but hey. If y'all don't have a YouTube channel, I highly recommend doing it. It's been a great outlet for me. 29th of this month, hey, 9 more days. I will be 10 months sober. So I'm very proud of that. And starting a YouTube channel, hey, don't get me wrong, it's work. I mean, you can put as much work into it as you want. Kind of like how I fell in love with wrestling was, it wasn't one of those things like with a sports team, right, where you could just subconsciously like put it off on the quarterback, or put it off on the goalie, like, our goalie sucks, of course we're going to lose. No, I mean, when you lose in wrestling, you got to take full responsibility right there in front of everybody wearing tights, essentially. And is that a good job, bro? Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, very proud of the sobriety. Very proud of that. But starting a YouTube channel, is a lot of work. It's as much work as you want to put into it. And you get out of life what you put into it. So it is work putting, editing thumbnails, but I fell in love with editing. I love making thumbnails, making shorts. I wish my shorts would hit the short stream, but hey, at least the live stream's been doing good. The last stream was my first time going vertical, like doing a vertical format stream, and typically my streams end at 40 to 80 views. Like my record was like 140, and that's after months of streaming. Yeah, I went vertical, and what do you know it, folks? Freaking ended the last stream with like 349 views, which I just kind of thought was like astronomical, and got 11 new subscribers from it. So I was like, well, hot Dolly Pardon, we're going vertical, folks. So that's another confirmation to not only you need to start a YouTube channel, start streaming vertically. If you need any help, I will be more than happy to answer any questions. Something in Omega Ruby happened this morning that made me nervous. I was playing the game normally when I crashed. The bottom screen told me to shut off the 3DS, so I did. Interesting. I wonder if yeah, so I'm not actually too technologically advanced. Like I'm not very tech savvy. So yeah, and I honestly, I've played Game Boys, like, you know, these little Game Boy Colors, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy SPs, but I haven't owned a DS and played a DS nowhere near the amount of time I know a Game Boy. And when I turned it back on and opened the game, it said the data was corrupted. I closed the game again. What? And reopened it again and was about to delete my save data, but for some reason chose not to. Tried going into it and I was like, normally somehow it worked perfectly. The corrupted data somehow fixed itself. It does sound awful. That would like, absolutely scare me, especially like, you know, when you got shinies on there and stuff. It's like, hey, we got a lot of stuff we work for, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, I would be sweating bullets on that. I would get a heart attack if that happened on one of my precious save files. Yes. It's like one of my nightmare scenarios is like something on my PC like happens and then all of a sudden, like, you know, I've lost all the shinies, not just from this Gen 2 save file, but then from like Gen 3 where we have like 20 something shinies. I think so, like I said, we'll do this shiny Lapras on the next stream, because I mean I've been really wanting to do that. I would like to possibly throw in Lugia next week, but also next week at some point I would like to stream maybe on Gen 3 again. I haven't streamed on Gen 3 in probably getting close to a month now. So yeah, I'll kind of pop back over there and maybe, I don't know, do something. I don't care if we shiny hunt a starter or shiny hunt a legendary. So I'll just kind of, I don't know, if y'all have something y'all would like to see me hunt in Gen 3. I do have Pokemon Ruby, so any kind of Pokemon we can't get from there, let's try it. Let's give it a go. I don't care if it's a 2% encounter of a Chimecho at the summit of Mount Pyre. Y'all want it? Let me know. That does make big weight to me. Let's see here. Yeah, Gen 3 is fun. Yeah, it's hard for me to choose. Like someone put a gun to my head and said, what's your favorite generation of Pokemon? Gen 1, 2, or 3? I'm going to be like, bro, you're going to have to give me a second. You're going to have to freaking give me a second on this. Because it's tough. I could maybe make a case for Gen 2 being my favorite just because it's got such a great night aesthetic. They took that away in Gen 3. You can get 16 gym badges, which they never brought that back. But as far as like the look, like, you gotta admit, Gen 3's got that. It's got that aura. But something about Gen 2 is just a little slightly more nostalgic to me. Oh crap. Did you ever catch shiny Digit? Yeah, so I did. We didn't truly go full-blown shiny hunting for it, but I did go hunting in that area, and that's how we got the shiny Drowsy, and we evolved it to a shiny Hypno. That is our Dudley. And let's see. Alright, bro, I gotta catch some Z's. Have a good stream, brother. Keep it up. Encounter team represent. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Night chat. Good night, Kanto. Yes. Good night, Kanto. Hope you have a good night, brother. I appreciate you popping in, man. Always enjoy your streams as well, in case you are watching live or after the broadcast. Kanto XP has a phenomenal channel over there. He has a lot of value on his channel. I absolutely, genuinely love it. I'm not just saying that because he's my boy. Never even met the dude. But he's one of my favorite PokeTubers. One of my favorite streamers. I highly recommend checking out Kanto XP's channel. A member of Encounter Team, and while I'm at it, shout out to all the members of Encounter Team. Poke OBG, One Bro Gaming, I've been binge watching his content. He's been playing Pokemon Decay, which is a fan-made game, but a phenomenal version of one. And he's been playing another game called I think it's This Is My Pokemon Gym, and you pretty much you make it your own Pokemon gym. And I've heard about this before. I've just never played it. And he has a poison type gym. You know, you kind of go through and defend your gym and kind of do things and like build up the city. So I've been enjoying that content, those streams as well. And Alexander the Bard, phenomenal streamer as well. Really enjoy his content. Last stream I saw, I think I saw him playing some Sims, if I'm not mistaken. And then you got you know, like I said, Kanto XP, and last but not least, Art Gemologist, who is top 15 ranked for speedrunning on Nightmare on Elm Street, and he plays Pokemon. He has a lot of Pokemon content over there as well. So really proud to be a part of ENCTR team. There's so many good creators. I feel like we all have, you know, like really good strengths in certain areas. I mean, Kanto, I mean, he has got such a like a unique like niche as far as like Gen hunting and Gen 1. So really love what he's doing. PokeOBG, I mean, he's one of the best editors. I mean, he is phenomenal at that. And like I said, Art Gemologist, for top 15 ranked for speedrunning. So I should be thanking my lucky stars to even be halfway considered to be included on an ENCTR team. So very thankful. Shout out. Let's get this shiny Tyrogue, y'all. We're looking for the blue pants. Little fight boy blue pants. For Sword, I think it scanned the data before going into the game, then told me there was no corrupt data. Huh. You know, I did some research on, I'm not sure how much you know about this, Jason. I was doing some research on Pokerus. I think Pokerus is one of the dumbest ideas ever. Now, apparently there's some benefit in Pokerus, but I've always thought of it to be no good because you can't take your Pokemon to the center. Apparently you can get rid of it. I've always hated Pokerus. I've always hated it. But there's a 1 in 21,000 chance that you can get, if you battle a Pokemon with Pokerus, that you'll get it, and then in a 1 to 4 day period it can spread to your Pokemon. So, you know, our shiny chance is 1 in 8,000, but a Pokerus chance is 1 in 21,000. That's crazy to me. And that's all that like super scared me as a kid. Like when I take my Pokemon to the center, they're like, sorry, we can't heal your Pokemon, it's got Pokerus. Like that makes you like want to rage quit. Invader, what is going on? What is going on, Invader? Yes. Thank you for recognizing that this is kind of like maybe a little bit more of a niche hunt, but still, like, you know, if you're a Poke nerd like me, it's pretty cool. And here's some kind of the other Pokemon that we got going on in the team. That's from the last stream. Shiny Ho-Oh, that is our fox named after Dumbledore's Phoenix. Which reminds me, I need to make a poll for what we're going to name this. And there is the love of my life, Umbridge. Never thought I would say that. But, yeah. I like to just take like extra few seconds just to look at it. But, yeah. So, welcome in, Invader. I'm always lurking. I appreciate that. That's awesome. The amount of love and support I get from this channel, I had no idea, y'all. I mean, I thoroughly enjoyed, like I said earlier, I accidentally fell in love with editing. I already love Pokemon. I love sharing, you know. I don't know if y'all ever seen that movie Into the Wild, but at the end of it, he like reads this quote in this book like, right before he dies. He's like, and it says, happiness is only real when shared. You know, finding a shiny, I mean, it's such a happy moment, but it's like, I love being able to share it with other people, because I enjoy this content myself. I love finding a shiny, like, when I'm on someone else's stream, and or I say I find a shiny, they find a shiny, but it's still like I found a shiny. I think Pokerus increases stats gained by leveling up. Yes, so I did read that like pretty much if your Pokemon has Pokerus, it will beef up like twice as fast as typical. But I guess you can't take it to the Pokemon Center. So I guess you would just have to use revives and stuff like that. I don't even know if that works. I can't remember having a Pokemon with Pokerus since I was a kid. I just remember like being devastated because I couldn't heal it at the Pokemon Center. Um, let's see here. Boom. And it's still lurking. Right, stream too. Oh, sweet. Hey, Jay, would you please? I know I said this every stream, but would you please say Nick gave a big shout out and let him know that I'm very sorry for missing his streams. We do stream at the same time. We go on right at 10:30 on the dot, but I do want to make it into one of his streams. Yeah, it seems like what's funny too is like not only do we stream at the exact same time, we stream it like the exact same days, coincidentally, and I've been wanting to make it in Ribo's stream so bad. I've made it in like 2. But yeah, he's been shiny hunting. Ribo 100, y'all. Amazing YouTuber, amazing streamer. He's shiny hunting on, I want to say Fire Red or Leaf Green, one of those two. And he's got a shiny Charmander already named, I forget what it's named, but he's got a shiny Beedrill as well, and he's got a shiny Eradicate. And he's shiny hunting right now for Magikarp. Which, you know, the fishing aspect of things makes things even more tedious. Like if shiny hunting ain't hard enough. I think that's one thing, you know, with the amount of screens that I have, there's no way to do a multi-screen like fishing hunt. I've never seen anyone do that because I just don't think there's any kind of practical, like I don't think it can be done. Oh, no way. You pretty much, if you're going to shiny hunt fishing, it's got to be done with one screen. Because if you hit X at one time, like to pull in the Pokemon, you're knock on the next screen, it was just going to be a waste. I said sorry for missing your streams though. You super busy and sending you shiny luck. Awesome. I'm sending it right back at him. Deflect. Yeah, he's putting in some work for that Magikarp. So for real, I mean, no, I'm giving him all my shiny luck. We did take 5.5 hours on that last stream to find the shiny Ho-Oh, which like with the speed that we were going, with 6 screens, someone did the math for me and they said I hit probably about 24,000 encounters. So we went not over odds, not double over odds. We went about triple over odds before we found that friggin' shiny Ho-Oh. But you know, in the grand scheme of things, it's like I cannot complain about shiny hunting for 5.5 hours to find the shiny. So I'm not. I just can't. Morally, just can't do that. Yeah, he's fishing instead of paying for the golden carp true dedication for the shiny hunt. I'd rather fish. I freaking hate resetting now. You know, it could be a little therapeutic, kind of think of it. You know, shiny hunting, but fishing. Especially if, you know, you're doing one screen, because you're fishing. I mean, it's something. It's a little victory. You can have like a, you know, a little appreciation of, oh, you know, I'm just fishing virtually. Here, we're just in this ugly cave. But yeah, I don't know if y'all heard what I said earlier about how long it took me to get back here in this cave. This is Mt Mortar in the Johto region. It's a little west of Mahogany Town, but a lot of people bypass it. It's like it's not even mandatory. It's an optional area, this whole cave, and it's got 4 levels to it. It's freaking it's a labyrinth, whatever you want to call it. It's pretty much like a maze, and if you get all the way through it, yeah, this dude Karate King, he's all the way in the back, and that's why you even get a free Tyrogue in the first place. It's because you deserve something if you make it all the way back here. Therapeutic, like real fishing. Yeah, I can visualize it. I can transcendentally take myself there. It's one of the biggest words I've used in a while. I think I used it correctly. Let's see here. Still no shiny. But yeah, Jay, you want to get that a shiny Charmander. So let me ask you, Jay. After Shiny Charmander, what are you hunting next? If you're going to do a hunt next. Kind of keep that as like a shiny only save file. The trick to is to keep yourself entertained. Hence, why I enjoy watching other PokeTubers while they shiny hunt. It's a good point. I love, like, you know, my viewers are so engaging that, like, I go hours on stream, and there's very rarely any time where I'm just like, just kind of, because there's always someone saying something. I appreciate that so much. Y'all have no idea. Y'all are the true legendaries, the true shinies. Y'all think you'll evolve Tyrogue? Yeah. So someone brought up the idea of letting it be, and I'm a big believer in that. Sometimes just things that are out of your control, or even if they are, you know, it's like, how much does it matter? Sometimes if you're struggling with a decision, just let it be. Let the chips fall where they may. And this is a perfect example of that. You know, it's like, what do I want? Shiny Hitmonlee, shiny Hitmonchan, or a shiny Hitmontop? Truth be told, I'm happy with any of them. So that's actually a phenomenal idea. I kind of just like that mentality. We level it up, and I don't even check the stats, period. Because that's the way it goes. If the attack stat is higher than the defense, so here, on the few rolls that we see here, I see attack and defense on this bottom left, so he would be the same. Bottom right is a 14-13, so that would be a Hitmonlee. The one above it would be a Hitmonlee. The one above that would be a Hitmonlee. The one above that would be a Hitmonlee. If it evolved right then, and it'll evolve to level 20. But it looks like pretty much all these would, if it stayed on par, it would all be Hitmonlees, with the exception of the bottom left. It would end up being a Hitmontop, it looks like. So it looks like it's kind of rare to find one that with a defense higher than the attack. I just kind of noticed that. I might kind of check another round right here. Just kind of see what we're twerking with. Okay, never mind, because I see this, the first one I looked at, middle right, you got the defense higher than the attack. So that one, if it kept on with that same pace, that would evolve into a Hitmonchan. So that's pretty cool. Looking at some of the others. Oh, and top left too. That would be a Hitmonchan. So cool. Looks like we got some pretty good rolls there as far as, like, you know, the diversity of the stats of, you know, attack being higher than defense or defense higher than attack. So actually, I really like seeing that, because there was a few that was equal as well. Not as many, but that would be our what was I saying? Not even look at stats. I mean, it shows you whenever you level up. But just let it be. I'm okay with that. No Hitmontop. Are you saying you don't want Hitmontop, or you do want Hitmontop? Because, like I said, I'd be happy with any of them. If I truly had to choose, I do like Hitmonlee, just because, like, it's one of my more nostalgic Pokemon. One of those kind of, I've, you know, just loved since a kid. Like, but shiny Hitmonchan with its blue gloves, like, ooh. And I think the sprite for shiny Hitmontop is purple in this game. So we love some purple. Purple drink, purple grapes, purple sprite. There we go. Butterfree and Viridian. Okay. Butterfree and Viridian. I like that. So are you, like, meaning, like, you know, I guess you would mean, like, shiny hunt for a Caterpie, which is a really good hunt. I love that. And then I'll level it up. I'm happy with all three options. My favorite is Hitmontop, though. Gotcha. Okay. Looks like we got to vote for Hitmontop. And I need to make a poll. I've said it like 5 times now. I need to make a poll for nicknames. So y'all hit me with your best shot. Like I said, Durmstrang is one of them. Like I said, we're keeping the Harry Potter nickname, and the thought behind Durmstrang is it's the wizarding school in Bulgaria, and they do, if I remember correctly, reading in the fourth book, that they do specialize somewhat in hand-to-hand combat, and you can kind of see like in the fourth movie, Goblet of Fire, that they kind of like do some kind of like what's like that rugby style dance. I forget the name of it, but yeah, they're more that raw kind of like physical, tough type school. So I feel like Tyrogue might have actually been fitting there, but the world of Harry Potter, between the characters, the creatures, just the whole world itself, the names are endless. There's so many possibilities of what we can name a Pokemon with a Harry Potter theme. My next Omega Ruby team member will be Aeron from deeper in Granite Cave after getting the Mach Bite, or Swablu from Route 114. Awesome. Is it Route 114 or Route 119? That's like south, like over there, like top left of the map. Yeah, Hitmontop, cool. Yeah, Hitmontop is really cool, Jay. But over there, the top, is it like Route 119 or Route 114? I forget. And it's like right before you get to I cannot think of the name of it. Meteor Falls, that's it. That route, you can get a Zangoose, I think, if you're playing Ruby like I was, because I was shiny hunting over there, and I found a shiny Nuzleaf, and it was beautiful. I had no idea it was so gorgeous. So there's a lot of cool Pokemon in that area. I know that's where Swablu pops up. So I can't remember if I'm thinking of the same route or if 114 is a different route. 114, I think, is that route north of Rustboro City, which eventually does cut you up to kind of like the same part of the map, up to, I think it's 119, what it turns into. But there's a lot of good Pokemon on that side of the map. Yeah, I get my numbers mixed up on it sometimes. Shiny Nuzleaf. That vibrant orange is eye-catching. Yes, absolutely. It's gorgeous. It's got that orange and the brown. That's like a Cleveland brown. And I was just stunned. It made one of my better shorts, actually. Just because not only was like the shiny cool, but my reaction was, I mean, they're always genuine, I mean, of course, but it's just like, I was genuinely like, what? That's what it looks like? Holy crap. I was floored. I was ecstatic. I mean, I couldn't say anything. The closest I'd been to being that excited about a shiny was probably finding my first shiny streaming a few months ago in an old Pokemon game, Gen 3 Pokemon Ruby. We found shiny Trico. I was so happy about that. I named it Fred. The theme on that playthrough, I'm not sure y'all know this, but the theme on the Pokemon Ruby playthrough was to name the Pokemon, start with F and be 4 letters. And we got about 20 or 25 shinies on that save file, all within the same theme. To the point where it actually got kind of hard to nickname a Pokemon. Nova, what is going on? Thank you for popping back in. Yes, we are shiny hunting Tyrogue, and so we're been tossing back and forth like what to evolve it into. You know, if the attack stats higher than the defense, you get a Hitmonlee, and if it's the defense higher, you get the Hitmonchan, or if it's even, you get the Hitmontop. So we've just been kind of debating lately, you know, what would be best. You know, we've got a lot of people thinking a Hitmontop might be the play to go. I'm not fighting it. I like it. So how have you been doing? Oh, Jay, how's your hunt going? Oh yeah, Jay, we gotta get that Charmander tonight. And did the word Nuzlocke come from Nuzleaf or Um, Route 114 is near Fallowboard Town. Thank you, Jason. Um, you know, I think I asked that on like a couple streams ago. I was like, who is this Nuzlocke person? Because that's gonna be one tough Pokemon dude. And I think it's the name of a person. Like it sounds German. Poke Shadow, what is going on? Welcome in, welcome in. I will kind of show off the shinies that we've got so far. What we've got, well, let's see if we've got a shiny here. No shiny there, but got a shiny Quagsire, which is a beautiful pink shiny Wooper. That is our Neville, staying with the Harry Potter theme nickname. Shiny Dragonair, that is our Draco. I think Jay nicknamed that one, so another big shout out to Jay. We got shiny Gyarados. We got the Basilisk. We got this from the last stream, shiny Ho-Oh. That is our Fox. I love showing this guy off like every 30 minutes. Why not? Oh, and that is our Umbridge, our shiny Umbreon. So that is probably my pride and joy at the moment as far as the shinies on this save file. I love that guy. Just got home from work and I'm exhausted. You deserve some rest, Nova. You deserve some rest after being sick. Like now you got to go back to work. I'm sure it's rough too if you spend like a little time away from work. I don't know if you worked while being sick, but for me, if I'm ever like sick or if I go on vacation for a long time or take a little bit of a break, come back to work, like it's rough. Just to kind of get back and just physically, like, well, I guess what I do, I serve bartend, so it's like you're on your feet for possibly 12 hours straight. So if you take a little break from that, when you jump right back into it, it's like physically it's like, oh wow, I'm becoming very, very old very fast. It's like every year goes by faster than the last year. I noticed that when I was like 9 years old, but and it hasn't slowed down. I'm 33. I think there's an accelerator on time. I think it's like a gas pedal, and someone's just going. So yeah, appreciate you spending time out of your day in the stream, Nova. Over 40 hours and I had a lot to do today. Just one of those days I'm exhausted the moment I wake up. I feel that. I mean, that's where the grind starts, right there. That first step. Like, gotta do it to it. Another one. But proud of you though. Proud of all my viewers. All my viewers are so friggin' amazing. I wish I could give you a shiny here. Let's get it. I got faith. We're gonna get this thing tonight. And Jay's getting a shiny Charmander tonight. So we're in for one really good streaming night, folks. Am I ready? SpongeBob ready. Alright. How long have you been hunting now? Not quite an hour and a half. So, yeah, I gotta put a little bit more work into it. Which actually, with the amount of screens, as fast as we're going, essentially, we could have already hit odds. Kind of a little tough to say. I'm gonna turn on my fan real fast. I'm gonna start sweating in here even more. Here we go. Boom. So yeah, I think we're gonna get this guy in a pretty reasonable amount of time. There's no way this thing takes as long as Ho-Oh. That math was accurate but crazy. Crazy but accurate. About 24,000. Sounds about right. But I still can't complain. Game Boy Card, he didn't get that shiny Latios till 47,000 resets. It had me Google. I was like, what is the record worst shiny odd hunt? And some dude screaming back in 2017 in China went close to 250,000 encounters before he got his shiny Magikarp or something like that. And apparently that's the world record, and that's the one record I hope I never break. I don't think I could. At what point does a man break? That would have been it for me. 250,000. Could you imagine trying to shiny hunt for something and it takes 250,000 encounters for you to finally find it, just for you to like not be able to catch it, like it runs away or something like that? Yeah, it is crazy. But that would be my luck, like what happened on the Reggies. Some of the other legendaries didn't mess. I think I did lose a Reggie, a shiny Rayquaza, but we found another one in a reasonable amount of time, so it wasn't all that bad. It wasn't all that traumatic. I haven't really had an issue with Groudon. We've caught 2 shiny Groudons, but the Reggies, they kind of gave me some. They gave me some fits. I had to find a total of 2 shiny Regice because I lost one of those. I lost 2 shiny Regirocks, so we had to find freaking 3 of those total. And Reggie still, I think, actually didn't put up too much of a fight, luckily. Jason, yeah. 250,000. Or close to it. It was like, 240,000, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying 250,000 just to be kind of like round with it. But, yeah, y'all can Google it, fact check me, because I don't know if I went through chat or if I went through Google, but yeah, I kind of asked what is the record shiny hunt of all time, and that was the one I got. They gave me a few different scenarios of like different streamers and like their kind of tough hunts. And Game Boy Cardi has a good one. His 47,000. I mean, I think he needs to register that because it's at least ranked. It's one of the worst friggin' odds of all time. What are you hoping to evolve Tyrogue into? So, I'm swinging back and forth between everything. I was wanting shiny Hitmonlee. But then I started looking at the shiny sprites and comparing them. And I like shiny Hitmonchan best. But, now, I've kind of started streaming and kind of talking with people in the chat. And, I'm hearing, Hitmon top is the favorite. It's not bad, it's kind of also more of the challenge to make sure your stats are even as you level them up. So it's a little bit more challenging as well, so I like that as well. And like I said, at the end of the day, I'm not going to be upset with any shiny that I get. Someone mentioned, don't even look, just let it evolve however it may. And I have went through a few times and like kind of looked at the stats. And kind of see which ones are which ones are higher than that. See, like top right, if that stayed the course, it would evolve to a Hitmontop. The top left would be a Hitmonlee. It looks like the one underneath it would be a Hitmonchan. So it looks like we got some pretty even rolls on it. So it looks like it's maybe potentially pretty close to an even chance, maybe a slight less chance that it'd be a Hitmontop, but it's kind of like the idea. So I haven't really set in stone to answer your question. I just don't know. Well, good luck everyone on their hunts. Time for my break. Have to head to bed cause of work. Invader, thank you for popping in. I really appreciate that, man. Always appreciate the company, the conversations, and hope you get the rest and enjoy work tomorrow. A legendary day at work, I might add. Got any nicknames ready for him? Nope. And so I'm thinking about making a poll, and y'all can kind of spitball some ideas. Like I said, we have the Harry Potter themed nickname, the shiny Quagsire Neville, shiny Dragonair Draco, shiny Gyarados' Basilisk. A shiny Ho-Oh from the last stream, Fox, named after the Dumbledore's Phoenix, and Umbridge for Umbreon. That was just too fitting. We also have a shiny Raticate named Scabbers. We have a shiny Sudowoodo named Whomping, after the Whomping Willow. I found a shiny Spinarak, which is beautiful. So I'm sure y'all know, y'all are visualizing Spinarak in your head right now, and you've got this image of a green and black Pokemon. No, in this game he's just dark purple. He's just like this very dark purple, and that's his regular sprite. And then the shiny is actually like a neon bright purple. It was freaking amazing. The Spinarak, and we named that Aragog, and I evolved it to a shiny Gyarados. And he said, I just googled it and it said J-Long Games. Yes, that was it. I said Chinese. I saw J-Long and I was like, some Chinese dude. And yeah, so I said 250,000 just to be around with it, but that's pretty freaking close to 250,000 resets. Yeah, that's wild, y'all, for a Ralts. So I was wondering, like, if that was just like total encounters. Like, you didn't encounter that many Ralts. Surely that was just a total, because your chances for that Ralts are pretty low. So I'm wondering if they encountered 500,000 Pokemon to get that. Because if that's the case, I could potentially, on some hunts, if I'm looking for a specific Pokemon, I might be able to break that record with some of my luck. Y'all can be like, yo, I was on that stream. I broke the world record for the worst shiny hunter ever. Like I said, that's one record I hope I never break. But that kind of is also my sign to, like, maybe keep a counter. And I'll keep it, like, you know, maybe like right in this area. Or maybe right in this area. We'll keep the counters of like how many. And like every time I do a soft reset, it'll add 6. Pretty easy. Imagine he saw Wally get a shiny before that. That would hurt. I know, right? You just give up and immediately go on the playthrough, and then Wally gets a shiny at Raw. It's like, what? Jay, I want to know if you didn't hunt for the Golden Lizard tomorrow. Oh yeah, he told me, I know it's like 86 or 87,000 resets he's at. So he was charging his Switch. I'm very confident we'll get the shiny Charmander tonight. I'm very, very confident. I hope Ribo gets his shiny Magikarp as well. And let's see here. And I don't know if you know this, Jason, but I did actually do a stream maybe about a month ago, I would say, give or takes, trying to help Wally find a shiny Ralts. And I did. I spent a good hour of the stream shiny hunting like this, but for Wally, just for me not to even be able to catch it. And then I had read something like somewhere, and someone in the chat confirmed it, that even if you help Wally catch the shiny Ralts, it won't stay a shiny. You can play it later, and when you run into him at the end of Victory Road, his Gardevoir will not be a shiny. And I was like, are you kidding me? That'd be like part of the whole fun is the peace of mind knowing that Wally made it through his old playthrough with a shiny. I did something good. But it's just like, what? He swapped it in for a non-shiny? Is that what you're telling me? Because that's what it's going to look like after I spend all that time shiny hunting him a friggin' shiny Ralts, and he's going to turn around and pop back up with a non-shiny? Like, I'm not going to notice? I was like, yeah. So after that first hour, I gave up, and we went and found a shiny Wurmple out in the grass for me, not for Wally. I thought I liked that kid. How about Nymphadora for names? Ooh, beautiful name, Nymphadora. I'm sure a girl having Nymphadora as a name would probably hate it, but just like Nymphadora did in the movie. Speaking of that, I'm at that chapter in the book. Well, no spoil. Big spoiler here for Harry Potter. Nymphadora has a baby. Well, yeah, I just got to that part in the chapter. So that's pretty cool. I literally just read that before stream. Let's see. Let's go here. Bada bing, bada boom. And given it has 3 different evolutions, but it might be better for Ditto. Now that I think about it, yeah, it would be. It would have been a good one for Eevee, as well. I think I've seen people who had Wally have a shiny Zigzagoon and catch shiny Ralts. Huh. Yeah, so the reason why I haven't done a shiny hunt in Granite Cave on my Gen 3, because we've pretty much just shiny hunted on every route during a stream on Gen 3 for my first 2 months of streaming. This past month, we've pretty much have done Gen 2. But we've shiny hunted everywhere in Gen 3, I feel like. But I skipped Granite Cave. And the reason for that is I've seen so many like videos as well of people doing a shiny hunt in Granite Cave, and you know you can't fault anyone for that because it's some of the best shinies in the game, and especially early game like that. Aeron, depending on which game you play, you could have Sableye or Mauville. Zubat's not a bad one because in Gen 3, you know, you can get the Crobat, which is a friggin' weapon as far as speed. I don't know if y'all know this, but there's not many Pokemon that are faster than Crobat. Off the top of my head, I can't think of any Pokemon that has better speed than Crobat. Maybe Electrode or a Jolteon. I'm gonna grab me a drink real quick. Right back. Alright. Shady's back. Alright. Let's see here. What do we got? Let's see. Pokemon, Tyrogue, nothing. Alright, we'll get it though. Flitwick might be a good one, given the fact that he's a dueling champion. Ooh. And it kind of fits the Tyrogue line. Flitwick. Because, yeah, it could be good for, like, any of them that evolves into as well. Because, you know, you got to kind of think, you know, with whatever you name it, you know, it's going to evolve into something. So, yeah. Alright, so we got, I'm keeping track in my head. I said Durmstrang. I don't even know how to really spell that. We got Flitwick. That's another good one. I felt like I had the hiccups coming on. Thank God I don't. I was on somebody's stream and they got the hiccups and I was dying laughing. Oh, I think it was Shiny Boy Advance. Which, unfortunately, he took about like 5 months off from streaming. I love Shiny Boy Advance. He's one of my favorite PokeTubers. He took 5 months off from streaming, and he came back and did a stream like 2 weeks ago. I was so excited. And then he hasn't streamed again since. So, wish him luck over there. Hope he can get back to a little bit more of a consistent schedule, because, like I said, he's one of my favorite. Like, you know, you ain't got to stream all the time, but I miss you, brother. But he did a 2 weeks ago. He did a a little challenge. I donated a little bit in a stream, and he did the hot sauce shot challenge, and he got the hiccups from it. I was dying laughing. I thought that was so funny because he could not stop. It got to the point where he just muted the mic, but then he still wouldn't go away. It was great. Tyrogue. All right, big bucks, no whammies. I just googled it, and apparently 32 Pokemon have equal or higher speed than Crobat. Really? Interesting, because I thought Crobat would have been like #1. Because it's fast as lightning. But I guess there would be a lot of lightning type Pokemons. Like I said, Jolteon's got some amazing speed. It's like freaking Goku fast. And then I know Electrode, he can boot scoot Boogie. Or Whomping Willow. They always had problems in that tree every time it came near. But so yeah, we named the shiny Sudowoodo Whomping. It didn't have enough room for Whomping Willow in the name. But yeah, we named the shiny Sudowoodo Whomping. Which you gotta admit, you know, with Sudowoodo being the tree, that was a pretty good fit there too. It wasn't my recommendation. I think that was Jay as well. Jay recommends some phenomenal names. Let's see. And I forget who recommended Dementor. But Dementor, our shiny Ghastly, that's now a shiny Haunter. That's one of my favorite nicknames too for our shinies. We got the shiny Drowsy, which is a beautiful like purplish pink sprite. And it's really pink when it evolved into a Hypno. That's Dudley. Regieleki is the fastest. Really? Thank you for letting me know that. I love little fun Pokemon facts like this. Like, I should make shorts about that. Like, you know, just fun little Pokemon facts like that. Right friggin' there. That's ideas. Problem is, I'm not an expert editor like PokeOBG. Big shout out to him. I mean, he's great at editing. I think that's what he does full time, and he does it for other YouTubers and their editing. So, proud to have him part of the ENCTR team. Big shout out to him. We are looking to grow the ENCTR team as well. And if you are looking to join ENCTR team, I don't say this often, but if you're looking to join, contact Kanto XP. Like I said, he's got a Poke channel over there as well, some great content, very educational, along more lines of, like, you know, giving you value and facts with Pokemon. And he streams Gen 1 Shiny Hunt and Charmander, so you know, you just gotta admit that's pretty cool too. Let's see, what have we got? So yeah, thank you for letting me know that again. Followed by Deoxys Speed and Ninjask. I wouldn't have thought Ninjask was that fast, to be honest. I never knew that. So I always thought like Shed Ninja like wasn't even like worth anything, so like Ninjask wasn't even like that much better of the pick. That's the way I've looked at it in my head. But apparently Ninjask is the play. And Deoxys, I mean, I could see that. Probably is faster than Latios. I love the memes like that. It's like and it's like a comparison meme, and it's like literal jet Pokemon, and it shows like a speed stat of like 90, and then it shows like big fat cat speed stat 110 or something, you know. That makes great content too. Yeah, I know, Invader had to shower. Gotcha. Kuyo was on. A big shout out to Kuyo, by the way. I know y'all know Kuyo. He's always up in here. He asked me to play Fortnite with him. Asked his brother to play Fortnite, and let me tell y'all, Kuyo lied to me. Because I was like, yeah, I'm mid. And he was like, yeah, we're pretty mid too. Nah, dude. We won our first match, and it wasn't credit to me. We got close to winning the second match, but then we won our third match. And I was like, we are 2 out of 3 on this, y'all. We are a squad up. Because, like, I've never played Fortnite, you know? I mean, I do every once in a while, but there was a while there where I used to binge play it. I guess I went through a period of, like, where I get really competitive with it, but you haven't played it in a while. And we did really good. So Kuyo and his brothers were friggin' lights out. Both Mega and Alakazam and Mega Beedrill are faster than Crobat. Really? Yeah, that surprised me. I always thought of Crobat as like one of the fastest Pokemon. I don't know where I got that. Which, don't get me wrong, I have like 1,000 Pokemon. To be top 32 is top 33. Pretty decent, but still for some reason I thought it was like one of the fastest. Like, top 5. So, so thank you for enlightening me on that, Jason. So yeah, you wouldn't think Mega Alakazam should be that fast. Beedrill I could maybe see, kind of like with the same like idea of like, you know, Ninjask being so fast as a fast B. But like I said, Jolteon, Electrode. I guess Electrode just rolls really fast or something. Everything's downhill. Iron Bundle is pretty fast too. I'm interested to see which of the Gen 3, excuse me, not Gen 3, but Gen 10 starters, of the 3 Gen 10 starters, what their final evolution is going to look like. Because that might have to play a factor into my ultimate decision. Right now, I'm leaning toward Gekwa. You know, so our decisions are the Angry Bird Brawt, the Fire Pomeranian Ponbon, or something like that. And then, you know, you got the little water lizard Gekwa. I'm leaning more toward Gekwa just because in speed turn Pokemon games, or who knows, I mean, speed is deadly. Speed kills. And it's a lizard. Lizards equal fast. So, I'm going with Gekwa. I think it's going to have a really good speed stat. And I think that's what's going to make it a little bit of a hoss. I'm projecting that Ponbon, the little Fire Pomeranian, whatever it evolves into, I kind of hope it would stay on all 4s. You know, Litten is one of my favorite Pokemon, but friggin' Incineroar, like, I don't know, I feel like they overdid it. I feel like it would have been a lot cooler to keep it as like a Panther-style Pokemon, Litten, in its fully evolved form. Especially the shiny, where it's like a white and red stripe. I'll friggin' love a shiny Litten. So yeah, I hope Ponbon like stays on all 4. And I see it having a very high attack stat. And I want to know like what their secondary like typing is going to be like. Is, you know, is Ponbon, if I'm saying that right, if it's going to be a Fire Fairy type, or I came up with a theory. I think that's a bad theory, but it could end up having like a steel collar because it's a dog, you know. End up having like a big old steel spike collar or something in its final evolution, and then be a fire steel type. But it'll be something, or who knows? It could just keep fire type. I'm likely picking Bright. And, you know, I don't think there's any bad decision in it. And especially grass types. I'm been a grass homer since I was freaking 9 years old, I feel like. So, it's always a cool play. Shuckle, Munkslax, Payu Kumuku. I think I might have said that right. Are the slowest Pokemon. Really? Interesting. I would have thought maybe, you know, Muck. Muck's probably got to be in there. Or a Grimer. But maybe not. Slakith, you know, what evolves into Vigoroth and all that. I figured that would be a pretty slow Pokemon because it's pretty much a sloth. But yeah, I can see Munkslax being. And that kind of confirms my disdain toward Shuckle. I mean, Shuckle's a cool looking Pokemon, and I mean, I loved Shuckle the moment I seen it when I first played this game when I was a kid. But the reason why I don't like Shuckle is because that very Shuckle, I level that thing up to freaking level 40. Because when I was growing up, I didn't have access to internet. It was just pretty much a guessing show for me. And I was certain that Shuckle was going to evolve into something really cool, and it never evolved. And ever since then, I don't know if I was 10, 11 years old, but I've not forgotten that. And as you know, Shuckle is no beast. It's almost like Tropius. Tropius was a big waste of time. If you ever look at Tropius stats from Gen 3, that like grass dinosaur Pokemon, freaking waste of space in your party. And it's such a bamboozlement because you would think a big grass dinosaur would have at least a good stat somewhere, defense, something, attack. I don't know. No, it's got nothing. I hope it's all glamorous like Ninetales. You're probably right on that, Jay. Because it's a Pomeranian, like you just kind of think like the nature, if you will, of Pomeranian, like kind of like pretty prissy kind of. It's gonna be a glamorous, like Fergie said. GLAMNOROUS. Yeah, we're flying first class, baby. It's one of the best songs out there. I also can't help but thinking about like some kind of, what was it, Grand Theft Auto 5 or something like that? One of the Grand Theft Auto games. LOL. Those three are tied with a speed stat of 5. Oh my. A speed stat of friggin' 3? Or a 5? That's abysmal. That's unacceptable. We gotta get that out of here. Yeah, that is horrible. Ooh. Yeah, so that just kind of confirms my why Shuckle is just like, I knew too, like I was playing as a kid, I was like, this Pokemon's like crap, but you know, in the back of my head I was like, well, so is Magikarp, but when Magikarp evolves it's something cool at least, you know, so give it time. And Eevee, I noticed Eevee's stats for actually my shiny Eevee that I caught on this game, its stats honestly were kind of crap compared to the rest of the Pokemon when I was in comparison. But when it evolved to shiny Umbreon, I can show y'all actually right now. It's probably got the best stats on the team. So this is the Tyrogue. That is not shiny. That is the shiny Neville, or shiny Quagsire. So you can see 59, 60. So we're 50 is about a good average there. 60s is a good average on our Dragonair for stat, with a high of 77 on the attack. Gyarados has a really good special defense, looks like, really high special attacks. Its stats are kind of all over the place. I might average that at 60. Ho-Oh, the legendary, at level 40. Special defense level 136, attack at 121. But look at freaking Umbreon here. Defense of 133, special defense of 152. Yeah, its defense got freaking really good, really fast. And that bumped up. What's your time overlay between resets? I think I would count it like 8 seconds. But yeah, let me actually try to 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7. So about 7, 8 Mississippi by the time I check and reset. Which I know the shiny here is going to be very obvious. Not only is he going to get blue shorts, where he's like bronze colored, he should have more of a gray body, if I'm not mistaken. And then have like blue shorts, blue shoes. So he should be a really hard contrast though. It's like I shouldn't have to spend much time. Even if it saves a quarter second here, like after a few hours, you know, we'll get a few more chances in there. Oh, you're trying to do the math, aren't you, Nova? You're trying to do the math. I love this. 6 screens, 7 seconds per. I'm gonna guess. Yeah, we've probably already hit our shiny odds. I'm gonna guess our shiny odds were probably close to 2 hours. I'm gonna guess an hour 47 minutes. Um, so I would say somewhere. He said, "Yup." Nova said, "Yep, you know it. You already know. We gotta figure out where am I at because I'm too lazy to put up a counter myself." So I appreciate you being diligent on the mathematical side of things, Nova. What I do, I'll put it in chat GBT. I'll be like, chat, listen to me. I got 6 screens. The odd to find the shiny is 1 in 8,000. We get encounters every 7 seconds. I'll like do the math for me. Because I'm not saying I'm horrible at math. I mean, I can break down a mathematical formula, but taking the word problem and then creating the mathematical formula is a little difficult for me. I mean, I can do it. I gotta think. What's the real challenge? I don't know if y'all have ever tried to do this, but it's one of the best things to do if you ever want to like improve your mind, improve your psyche. Like, try to multiply two-digit intervals in your head. So, for example, just pick 2 random numbers, but make sure they have 2 intervals, like 24 or 86. You know, like 2 digits, and multiply them in your head without writing it down. Because it took me some practice to be able to multiply that in my head and not write it down. But I eventually got to the point where I could do that, and I haven't done that in years. I probably wouldn't be able to do it because it takes some astonishing mental focus. Because I've got to visualize it. I mean, I can add it easy in my head, but to multiply two-digit numbers, it's a fun little exercise. But like I said, it's one of the best things you can do to like improve your psyche, because like you're working all kinds of parts of your brain on that. Like the visualization on it, the mathematical side of things, the memory side of things to remember what you wrote down up here in your head. Yeah, it's a good little process. It's fun too. And once when you finally get it, like get 2 random numbers and you finally do the math in your head, multiply them, and you check the answer and you're right. Like that's a big uplifting moment. It's a big win. It's a big high to ride. So yeah, at this point we are just over 2 hours on the stream. So I say we are hitting our odds. This tree should fall any minute. Boom, boom. Huh. Well, hopefully we get it soon. Kuyo, what's going on? Guess who's back? I gave you a shout out earlier. I was telling him in the chat, I was like, y'all know Kuyo. Kuyo's always up in here. Asked me to play some Fortnite with him and his bros, and I tell y'all right now, Kuyo lied to me. Kuyo lied. He said he was mid. Kuyo's not mid, y'all. He's good at Fortnite. Him and his bros absolutely murked it. Like I said, we won that first game. I don't think we won the second one, but we got a victory royale on that third one too. Oops. So cool wins we got. Oh yeah, see, illustrate my point. Yes. And that first win we got, we actually, like, the whole team, like, put in work. Like, everybody, like, put in work. Like, was getting high eliminations. I think we all got, like, pretty close to, like, the 10 kills, 10 eliminations, whatever. But then it seemed like on the last one that we won, or maybe it was the last game that we played, and we may not have won, but I remember, yeah, maybe that was it. I remember looking at, like, who all had, like, how many eliminations, and there was somebody that carried our team. I forget who it was, but yeah, I had fun. It was nice. I want to do that again sometime. Because like I was saying, I hardly ever played Fortnite, and I do. It's better to play with somebody. So, yeah, I couldn't get my mic to work. I remember you helmet in Mash. Yeah, that's who it was. In Mash, in S Smash or in Smash. Yes. But yeah, they were really good. And you're good too, Kuyo. I mean, everybody in that lobby, I felt like was better than me. I was trying to hold my own though. It was like there were so many times where I was playing Overwatch, if you will, where pretty much like, y'all are looting the house, and I'm on guard. Like I'm literally just outside the house, like keeping watch. And for the first game we played, I thought my mic worked for literally the entire game, because I thought like y'all just could hear me, but y'all couldn't talk back. So the whole time I'm like, oh, they're over here, they're over here. I'm freaking over here screaming the entire game, and they're like, you came on, you're like, hey Nick, can you turn on your mic? I'm like, oh, ho, 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 ho. But we still won, even without me like being able to talk. Like we couldn't even communicate to each other, but we still won that 2 games. I know. So that's awesome. So yeah, welcome back up in here, Kuyo. We look for this shiny Tyrogue. I don't know if you remember the shiny Ho-Oh, but there's the shiny Ho-Oh, and here is our shiny Umbreon. I got to evolve that bad boy. I think I might have did that last night, actually. So yeah, he's still very new to me as well. So these are the 2 newest additions to the team. And yeah, we're going to... Ooh, that was a good neck pop right there. We're going to get a shiny Tyrogue. I don't know if I want to evolve it to shiny Hitmonlee, shiny Hitmonchan, Hitmontop. I don't know. That Umbreon is so good. Oh, I know, right? Yes. It's amazing. That black and blue combination. Ooh. It's like if I can have a pet Pokemon, Umbreon's got a good chance of getting adopted. If I can own a real Pokemon. Which is always a good question. Like, what Pokemon would you have? Would you want? Because you got to say something practical. You can't say Charmander or Charizard when you live in the middle of the forest. I mean, you're gonna burn the place down. If you live in the desert, that'd be a great place for a fire Pokemon. If you live near the ocean, obviously a water Pokemon would be great. I'm still trying to get my hands on a Dratini. I don't know where I'm gonna put it. Okay, so if we go off 7 seconds at 2 hours, it's. However, if you're at 8 seconds, it'll be okay. So if you're constantly hitting at 7 seconds, I would go based off the first amount. And I think the average probably would be a little less because I take time, like, kind of read the chat for a few seconds. So the average might drop down to even closer to like maybe 9 or 10. And sometimes that actually makes a little bit more sense when, like, we consistently, we find the shiny like hours into the stream, but we do find it at least. But as you see, it's like, and you were here last time on the last hunt with Ho-Oh, and you saw that to like 4 or 5 seconds, and we went, I felt like I was doing pretty good there because it's not as tedious. Here I have to click X to encounter him, and then I hit circle so I don't nickname him on accident, and then I go here, go down, go up, so it's a little bit more of a tedious process. That's why it takes a little bit longer. So it was almost twice as fast to hunt the Ho-Oh, and that still took 5.5 hours. But I believe, especially if I stay somewhat focused, locked in, clocked in, we'll get it in a relatively quick time. I'm sure of it. And I'm going to be really happy about this one too. Boom, boom. Alright, let's see what we got. Nothing there. So thank you for doing the math on that for me, Nova. I really appreciate that. So it kind of gives me an idea that, we should be getting close to odds anyway. So we haven't hit odds, but we're getting close. And, It's been a while since we found one before odds, I would say, actually. I'm trying to think, when was the last time we got lucky on a hunt? Because Eevee wasn't lucky. Eevee was the worst friggin' hunt ever. And then after that, you know, we did Ho-Oh. That took a pretty... he was trying to break a record at 5.5 hours. But, you know, lots of the shinies, especially Gen 3, we found those an hour, hour and a half. I got lucky on so many of those hunts. So I guess that kind of shiny luck is kind of coming back to me a little bit here in Gen 2. I'm wanting, you know, just kind of get a little bit of shiny luck, you know. I think I sent all my shiny luck to Jay. That's what I did. I sent all my shiny luck to Jay and Rybo. That's okay, though. They deserve it. They really do. Yo, Nick, can you turn up the mic volume? Yo, yeah. Thank you for reminding me of that, Kuya. I meant to turn it up a little bit more earlier. Because before I go streaming, I've noticed that I kind of forget to turn up my mic sometimes. So I'll at least turn it up halfway or go ahead and turn it up when I'm like setting everything up so I don't forget. And so I at least turn it up a little bit, but I didn't turn it up all the way where I needed to. So that should be a little bit better there. Yeah. Especially if I get a little bit more in front of the mic. Might help too. There we go. Thanks, Nick. I'm at 88.11. Just got back at it. Awesome. Awesome, Jay. Glad to hear that, man. You getting that thing tonight. I believe. Y'all need to send some shiny luck over to Jay's way. Shiny hunting for that shiny Charmander. We love a good shiny Charmander. Not just because it becomes a shiny Charizard, which is super cool within itself, but shiny Charmander looks more like what Charmander should look like. I'm sure y'all have noticed that with so many shiny sprites, and it's like most of the time it's more fitting. Very rarely am I like, it should have been left the same way. Very rarely. And also, I can't think of an example. I'm disappointed in like some evolution lines like Teddy Ursa. You know, it has like this beautiful like green, lime green color, and then if you evolve it all the way past the Ursaring to like Ursaluna or whatever it's called, it goes back to brown. Or Psyduck. Psyduck's another perfect example. The shiny sprite for Psyduck is like bright blue, you know, a beautiful baby blue. And then you evolve it to Golduck and it goes back to like just an orange, basic, royal blue kind of color. It's kind of boring compared to like what shiny Golduck is. Shiny Golduck is freaking... I mean, shiny Psyduck. Shiny Psyduck is amazing. Okay. Nothing there. But yeah, I believe in you, Jay. You got this. Tyrogue. Alright. We'll keep it trucking. Like I said, you know, if you keep chopping the wood, the tree will fall. Let's see. So, I don't know if y'all heard earlier, but on the next hunt, I do want to do Lapras. We won't be able to do it tonight because Lapras only shows up on Friday. So on Friday night, so if we find the shiny Tyrogue, we'll do some kind of other shiny hunt. But on the next stream, we're going to start off doing Lapras. And because I start streaming at 10:30, I'm going to go on at 10 o'clock on Friday night. And that'll give us 2 hours to find the shiny. If not, we'll have to come back to it the next Friday. And we'll finish the stream up shiny hunting for something different. I'll like pretty much already have something, you know, lined up ready to go. Kind of like how I do tonight. Let's see. Nothing there. Alright, we're going to get this thing, y'all. I do believe. Alright, we got this. And so I've got 2 good nicknames so far. Maybe 3. I might have forgot one. So someone recommended Flitwick. Flitwick is a good nickname. We also have a Durmstrang. Durmstrang could be one. Maybe Victor Crumb. You know. Hold on. I haven't really put too much thought into it after I came up with Durmstrang. Thanks, guys. Hope so. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. You're going to get it. I'm sending all my shiny luck to you, Jay, so you better get it. I'm just kidding. But I think I have sent all my shiny luck to you, so that's how I'm confident. I know. You're getting the shiny. You're getting the shiny. Or if Raibo gets his shiny Magikarp. Someone might have told me, is he shiny hunting for Magikarp tonight? I think so. Sometimes he plays other games or Pocopia. But he does shiny hunt for Magikarp as well. I can imagine, you know. I mean, I can't imagine. Sometimes, you know, you just gotta take a break from shiny hunting. Yep, he is. Awesome. Cool. And I would pop in his stream, but it's like I can't really engage too much and then be on my stream, and just ain't figured out a good way to do that. But no, he's a great streamer, great PokeTuber. Thank you a lot for recommending him to me, Jay. Well, I love some good PokeTubers. Let's see. So yeah, I might make a poll real fast of what we're gonna name this shiny. If y'all have any other nicknames, let me know. I'll create a poll and say, what should we name the shiny? And then we could go with Flitwick, Harry Potter theme. So we got Flitwick. What else did I say? Durmstrang. Is it Durmstrang or Durmstrang? It is Durmstrang. Alright. Clock it out. Durmstrang. Add option. Alright, so I need one more recommendation. Does anyone have a recommendation for what we could name this shiny when we do find it? I guess it'd help if I pulled it up. What it looked like. Here we go. Pokemon Tyrogue. I mean, I'm trying to think myself, but you know, Harry Potter's not very martial artsy. But that was a good point to bring up Flitwick to be like a dueling specialist. Dobby. There goes Jay with that recommendation. Friggin' Dobby. I love this. And a 1 and a 2. Alright. I think we did it there. Started to pull off. Alright, let's check, see what we got. It'd be cool if we got it right here. Oh, I can see the results. It's all over the place. So yeah, I'll give it, see what time is it now, 12:45. We'll give it 15 minutes and we'll see what the results are right at 1 o'clock. And then we'll kind of have that set in stone of what we should name it. I voted Dobby. Awesome, Jay. Awesome. I love that. Freaking love that. Dobby is a good one. I did think of Dobby when I first thought about Tyrogue. I can't believe I didn't remember that. But then it would still be fitting like for anything else, like Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Hitmontop. Dobby's still a good one. Because Dobby was a fighter. It's funny if you read the books. And you probably wouldn't know it unless you read the books, but you know Dobby has a wife. So yeah, there's a lot of scenes from the book that I'll hopefully get to see like in the upcoming series, like when they go to Headless Nick's like ghost party, like his birthday or his death day party. That's what it is. Because I don't remember that being in the movie. Could have been, but I don't remember that one. Was that in Chamber of the Secrets? Y'all remember the movie? If the Death Day party was in that? Because when I was reading the book, I was like, I don't remember that in the movie at all. But yeah, Nearly Headless Nick, he's the Gryffindor house ghost. And he invites Harry, Hermione, and Ron to go to his death day party. So instead, you know, living people have birthdays. Dead people have death days that they celebrate the day they died. A ghost, anyway. That's how they celebrate. Kind of funny. Let's see. Alright, we're going to get this thing. Let's see, let's see. Alright, I'm going to crank up the speed with it a little bit. Let's see. Alright. Let's go. Let's see. Pokemon, Tyrogue. Nope. I'm gonna check these results. I'm pretty close. Like I said, I'll give the poll at 1 o'clock. It's 12:48 here. So, we will see. We will see. But yeah, I kind of like the idea of making a poll. I did that, I think, for the first time on the last stream. Made a poll for the nickname, and I was wanting Fox to win it, and Fox won anyway, so I like that. Yeah, I really don't have any kind of lean to preference either way on this one. Nice. All right, I got a feeling it's coming soon. Because we might be getting pretty close to odds. We're at 2.5 hours in. So I believe. Something in my eye. There we go. It's still in my eye. Right there, I think I got it. Nope. Alright, let's see. Tyrogue. No nickname for you, not right now. Nope. Alright, like I said, I'm going to try and dial in a little bit more. Sometimes, believe it or not, it does take me a good hour or two into the stream before I get like a really fast rhythm and kind of just like can maintain a good conversation, be very engaging, and haul tail on this. It's like a lot of multitasking, but I feel like I'm dialed in with it now. So let's get this shiny. I am ready for it. Ooh. You know, like I say, it's going to be a pretty hard contrast, so I shouldn't have to spend too much time. You know, it's all the time I need to check it. Not right there. A good half a second, and we're good. That was fast. But I mean, I trust myself on that. I've yet to make that mistake where I see a shiny and soft reset on it. Oh, so I should be at 77. Ooh, okay, so then we're getting real close to odds. So close. We can taste it. All right. Big bucks, big bucks. That's your current count? Okay. Thank you. So that's not too bad. This kind of rate. So I know, like, true shiny hunters spend months looking for a shiny. Yeah, it takes us only 2.5 hours to get this close to odds. Hey, I'm all about that. That sounds reasonable for me. Reasonable. And then if you have some hunts like Eevee and Ho-Oh, coincidentally in my last 2 hunts, I want to take 5 and 7, 11. It was 11 hours for Eevee actually. And the only way we actually found Eevee is I did 21 screens. I did it long form. I didn't do vertical. I think it was one of my last horizontal streams. But yeah, we did 21 screens. I didn't even have a face cam. I just did 21 different save files. I was like, I'm not even asking. I was like, I'm gonna find this. Let's see here. And that's because we spent 7 hours on one stream looking for the Eevee and didn't find it. And it's rare that we don't find the shiny that we're looking for on the stream. As you can see, when we go 2.5 hours just to pretty much hit odds, and I'll stream for 7 hours if I need to, 8. I think 7, a little over 7 is my record. I've done a few 7-hour streams, but it's kind of hard for me to push past that and hit that 8 mark, because at that point it's just like, you know, I might get so tired after 7 hours. I feel like, you know, I'm not even entertaining myself at that point. But yeah, that was good. One even though didn't get it. Oh, he's talking about the Eevee stream. Gotcha. Yeah, I had fun with it, and you know, I think Rybo even said this. Sometimes it's not the destination, it's the journey. And he was absolutely right on that. I mean, because the last stream I did, the Shiny Ho-Oh, that was one of my favorite streams I've ever done. There were so many new people that popped in. It was one of my better streams I've ever done as well. If not my very best stream. It was my first vertical stream. A lot of new people, a lot of smart people that I met. So many great viewers I have. Jay, you're out there at the top of the list too, buddy. Nova as well, Kuyo. I mean, I appreciate y'all so much. Really do. So yeah, I enjoyed that Eevee hunt too. I just didn't want to go a whole nother 7 hours because I was afraid. And you know, had we not went 21 screens, because we had 21 screens going at supersonic speed, and it's still oh, of course, you're welcome, Jay. It still took us an hour and a half with that many screens. So I couldn't imagine how many streams I would have friggin' done before we found the shiny Eevee. It's not that. So that's why I go to 21 screens. It's not giving up. It's just being very aggressive. Oh, we got the blue hearts. Like the hearts there on my end, they look light blue and dark blue, like the shiny Psyduck and the shiny Golduck. That's what I thought when I first saw them. Let's see. Shiny Tyrogue, come to me. I summon thee. Yeah, that never works, but all we need to do is work one time. Emulator? Yes. So what we do, Brian, welcome in, by the way. I'll take a cartridge. It can be this one, or it can be a gold. And pretty much back up the ROM, back up the save file. I use MGBA emulator, and I have 6 different save files because I'll go to my files to duplicate the ROM and the save file. And then I crank the FPS from 60 to 240, and that's the whole recipe. That's how you get the home cooked meal. Shiny, shiny, I summon thee. Yes. So yeah, welcome in, Brian. And thank you for the boost of shiny luck, Nova. I desperately need it. So yeah, still oh yeah, in 3 minutes. Of course. In 3 minutes we're going to end the poll. I'm going to end it right at 1 o'clock, and we're going to see what we're going to name this bad boy when we find it. Not, oh crap. Not if we find it, when we find it. Not an if, but a when. I haven't seen who's in the lead yet. Oh, I see. Oh, someone's got 40%. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pokemon, Tyrogue. Alright. I feel a shiny coming soon. Alright, we got 2 minutes. I'm going to end the poll. There we go. Let's see. Big bucks, no whammies. Stopped on 6 whammies. Name. M Iron Fist. Oh, sorry, I didn't explain myself, Brian. Oh, Iron Fist. Is that a Harry Potter reference? Because someone, I thought, mentioned that earlier. I feel like I missed something. I'm only on the last book. But we do have Neville, Draco, Basilisk, Fox. That was found on the last stream. The Shiny Ho-Oh. That's the name of Dumbledore's Phoenix. And Umbridge for the Shiny Umbreon. So that's our shiny team that we are working with currently. So yeah, we're looking for a Harry Potter themed nickname. But I will agree with you. Iron Fist is a phenomenal name for a Tyrogue. Especially if we evolve it into Hitmonchan. But yeah, I've always liked Hitmonlee. If I had to pick between all 3 of the Pokemon, I might be a slight more lean toward Hitmonlee, just because of the nostalgic feel, but I feel like a lot of people are wanting to see Hitmon top, actually. He does. I mean, I can't be upset with any shiny sprite. I think one of the best looking one is Hitmonchan. I love that shiny sprite with the blue gloves. I just love that look. But Hitmontop is purple, so we all love a purple Pokemon. Well, at least I do. And the bright pink ones, like a Wooper. Actually, I really like Mudkip too. It's a great shiny. Alright, so I think it's 1 o'clock, so I think I'm going to end the stream. Oh, not end the stream, end the poll, I mean. Let's see here. Let's see. How do I even do that? Okay. Uh-oh, folks. Looks like we have, Flitwick. They got 2 votes, or excuse me, Flitwick with 20%, Durmstrang at 20, Davi with 20, but Crumb with 40%. Oh well, we had 5 votes. Well, we'll go with Crumb. Let's see, Pokemon. Boom. I like Crumb. Crumb's a good one. And it's fitting for Hitmonchan, Hitmontop, Hitmonlee. It'd be fitting for any of them, so I like that. There's no bad answer to any of the names or any of the Pokemon that it evolves into as well. I should make another poll of, we might do that here in an hour or two, of what should we evolve it into? Hitmonlee, Hitmontop, or Hitmonchan? Alright, boom, boom. And big bucks, no whams. Alright, I might take a quick 3-minute break, use the restroom. I'll be right back. Alright, Shady back. Alright, let's get this thing. Let's see if we can get it right here. I've always wanted to come back from a break and just immediately get it. Alright, let's see here. A nickname. I'll keep chopping wood and this tree will fall. So I'm trying to think of what should we do. You're going to get it, I believe. I believe so. I believe. Thank you, Jay. I'm trying to think, what should we hunt after this? Maybe I shouldn't count my chickens before they hatch. Maybe I should just focus on getting the shiny Tyrogue. However, you know, you can't help me but, you know, think ahead a little bit. What could we do the shiny hunt after this? Because, you know, we're gonna find this thing soon. We all feel it coming. We're gonna wait till Friday to hunt the Lapras, because he only pops up on Friday. I mean, we could hunt in this cave, but you got like Geodude, you know, Zubat. There's a bunch of different caves. You're looking more for that niche Pokemon to pop up, like that 5% encounter or whatever, you know. But Ice Cave is actually a really good possibility, and it's not even far from here either. Because there's a lot of good Pokemon we can get in a Ice Cave. Because this is Pokemon Gold, I don't think we have Delibird. But you can get Swinub. I believe, you know, the Zubat. I think some other ones up in there. And there's another cave I was in. If you swim around, you can find Goldeen. If you walk around, or actually, no, I think it's this cave I'm actually in right now. Oh, actually, I want to see. What do we have pop up? So we got a Machop. It wouldn't be crazy if a shiny popped up right there. So a Machop, Rattata, and a Zubat. So we already have a shiny Raticate now, named Scabbers. Let's see what else we get to pop up around here. Zubat. Okay, yeah. So this looks like it would be a huge waste of a hunt, unless I really want a shiny Zubat or a shiny Rattata, and I really don't want a shiny Rattata. Because yeah, as you can see, that's pretty much all we're gonna get is Zubat and Rattata. I'll do it one more time. I'll soft reset. I'm just trying to see if there's anything else that would pop up interesting. Not really. So yeah, I think Ice Cave would give us a little bit more of like at least 5 or 6 different Pokemon to choose from. So trying to think of another. Victory Road, you know, Victory Road, like within itself, you know, there's Onix, I think Graveler. They're just gonna be some really tough Pokemon. But we can do it. Jay knows that I've got to go back at some point and shiny hunt for a Hoot, so I can get a Hedwig. And there was somewhere, oh, actually, I know exactly where it's at. I don't know the name of the route, but it's pretty much, if y'all can envision, like where Sudowoodo is. Once when you defeat the Sudowoodo, catch it, whatever, right beyond him, that route, right before you get to Ekritique City, you can find a Growlithe, maybe a Meowth. Okay, I don't know about the Meowth. But you can find some really cool Pokemon in that route. And Hoot's one of them too. So that'd be an idea. It's not far from here either. So yeah, I wouldn't mind that. Trying to think what else. So, gotta get another haircut soon. Jeez, I'm getting old. You can see this friggin' like starting to get, what is that? The widow something. Receding hairline. That's what I call it. So yeah, I was watching some of the other ENCTR team members, watching some of their streams, and dude, Archimologist, he's really good at that Nightmare on Elm Street game from, like, you know, the OG Nintendo. He streams that, and like, you know, he's, I think, 15th ranked as far as like speed running on it. I thought that'd be a really cool idea to get really good at a game and like be able to speedrun it really fast, but how much time that would take to be like ranked in the world as far as speedrunning. Like, that's crazy. That blows my mind. But it kind of gave me the idea of maybe to do one stream Kind of like how I took, Pokemon Gold and Pokemon Ruby in the GB Flash. Well, what's stopping me from putting Pokemon Ruby or Pokemon Red in there, and we just do a stream, I'll just have it one screen, and with this kind of speed, and we try and speed run Pokemon Red and beat the game in one night. Because if there's one game I know best, it's Grand Theft Auto San Andreas and Pokemon Red. That'd be cool. Awesome. Stats. Alright, we're gonna get it. We've got this. Here we go. Tyrogue. Starting to get that entitled point. Once in a while I feel like I get past like the point in the stream like where we're past odds, I start feeling like I'm entitled. Like, where's the shiny? I've put in the work for it. Where are you? I'm expecting it like any moment, like when your friend's late and you're at the door looking out the window like, where are you? But yeah, when we finally found the shiny Ho-Oh, after 5.5 hours, me being the rookie that I am, even though I'm not a rookie, I might just be an idiot, I only took 24 Ultra Balls, and my team is absolutely super under-leveled. As you can see, like, I've beasted them up a little bit since the last stream, but see, 26, 35, 30, Fox was the one we caught, level 40. Umbridge was pretty over-leveled, but didn't have great stats as an Eevee. And so yeah, it wasn't an easy catch. I was starting to sweat a little bit when it came to catching it, because I was, and I said before, before I started the stream, I popped up 6 Ho-Ohs, not shiny, but I tried to go through and catch each one of them. And I caught 4 of the 6. 2 of them got away from me. I couldn't do it. With the team and the amount of Pokeballs or Ultra Balls that I had. So, yeah, luckily we actually caught the shiny. Because after spending 5.5 hours for it, I was like, ugh. We're at 9-4. Wow. Thank you, Nova. We're getting this. We're getting this. It's coming soon. I'm dialed in. I'm clocked in, locked in. Let's go. Let's do this. Find our crumb. Looking for a crumb. That's funny. Just looking for a crumb. Alright. How do you know you keeping track? I think so. Yeah. I'll have to hire Nova as my counter. That's amazing. But yeah, we're getting there. Putting in the work for it. Boom. I believe we will get it soon. And just to give y'all an update on the uncle, I did go see the family today, and my uncle did finally get released from the hospital after, I think 18 days he spent in there after his car wreck. But, yeah, I actually saw him get up and walk around today a little bit. I didn't think he'll be able to do that so quickly, but I mean, he's got a walker and stuff like that and can't go very far, but, so yeah, actually great news. Making progress. He seems to be in good spirits, which is kind of like my biggest concern after, after I realized that, he's going to make it, he's going to live. Just when you got a broke friggin' sternum, arm, shattered hip, shattered leg, shattered back, neck fractured, back fractured as well. So, I was kind of envisioning him months before you were even close to walking. So, really proud of him to, with a broken body, essentially, to actually get up and walk. So, kind of shared that news with y'all a few weeks ago when it happened. So, and Jay, I think you remember as well. So yeah, great news, man. Yes. So yep, all is good in the hood. Like I told him, you know, if the good times can't last, the bad times can't last either. Gotta go eat. Kuyo, go get you some grub. Go get you some grub. Hope you enjoy that, man. Hope you enjoy that. Man, I had so much fun playing Fortnite with Kuyo. That was fun, I'm telling y'all. Kuyo and his brothers are good. Let's see. Yeah, I think around the time started watching you. Yeah, I think so. You kind of popped in the streams right when I started Gen 2 hunts. I'm not sure if you've seen any of my Gen 3 hunts, actually. I've kind of been having bad times, but your streaming helps. Next thing. Jay, I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Like, like, words don't describe, like, how good that feels to actually know that, you know, you actually do something that can matter. That does matter. That, you know, that means a lot. So thank you for sharing that, Jay. That really does mean a lot. Like, absolutely, thank you so much. And if there's anything you ever need to talk about, feel free to message, get my email, get in the Discord. If you don't want to talk about it in here, got you. Wish was more often. I think I've seen you in chats before I watched you too. Oh, really? You know, I believe it. You know, Kuyo, I see him in so many other chats. It's funny. It's like really hilarious because it'd be like a bunch of different streamers. I'm like Kuyo, and every single time he'll be like Nick. I'm like Kuyo, and then the streamer would be like, y'all know each other? Oh, small world. It really is a small world. But you know, the Pokemon community, not just a big community, it's a freaking great community. The amount of love and support that the Pokemon community has is incredible. And I've said this before, it still kind of blows my mind that Pokemon's the #1 selling franchise in the world. I mean, it's beat out Hello Kitty, Marvel, DC, Harry Potter. There's nothing bigger and selling better than Pokemon historically. So that's just kind of confirmation it's not going anywhere. And I had a little less confidence than I do now that starting a Pokemon channel, or, you know, starting a channel with a Pokemon niche, you know, would actually, you kidding me? It's one of the best niches to have, Pokemon, in my opinion. So many people love it, from all ages. It's not going anywhere. I said this before. It's like, you know, so many families come in, you see all these kids and they're repping Pokemon. Like, I love to see that. That's just confirmation in it. It ain't going nowhere. And it's a worldwide thing. So many people across the world love Pokemon. Not just here in Japan, but in Europe as well. All over the world. Boom. But yeah, like I said, the bad times can't last. Or excuse me, if the good times can't last, the bad times can't last either. That's the good way to look at things. You got to. I'm typically full of like lots of cheesy inspirational quotes. I'm drawing some blanks right now. Doop. Yeah, I hope so. Oh yeah. Yep, if the good times can't last, neither can the bad. And the comeback is always better than the setback. So we love that. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you, Jay. Like, so much. Like, you're one of my most loyal viewers. I mean, I love all my viewers, but I mean, if it was a competition, I mean, you put in a lot of time and effort being engaging in the chat, and like, as a content creator, like, words can not express how thankful I am to have a great viewer, and someone I don't even really consider a viewer anymore. I consider you a friend, so there's that. I have lots of viewers that I just feel like just are so amazing. Starting this channel, the full circle back of the conversation I probably started like an hour ago. If you are thinking about starting a YouTube channel, you can do it. If y'all have any questions about anything, whether you're making shorts or how to live stream, I'm always very open and honest about, you know, there's no transparency. Like, you might have seen, I'm sure you've seen in some of my streams where I will just do a whole like capture of my monitor, and I'll go in my files, I'll start deleting the save files that don't have the new shiny, duplicate where we're trying to shiny hunt. I go through, I show it all. So I have no secrets to hide. You know, if anyone ever wants to do a YouTube channel, especially in a Pokemon niche, I mean, I'm super eager to help. Just throwing that out there, y'all. Because I know the struggle of, like, I'm not, like, when I tell you I'm not tech savvy, like, when I got the GB Flash, just talking about like, this thing right here, it took me 3 days to figure out how to get the ROM and the save file on the PC, because it was my first PC. I just got it too. Never really had my own personal computer. So it took me 3 days to get that figured out. You guys are so sweet. This is good, peeps. I think I put a post on Threads the other day, talking about my stream, and I was like, or no, someone was like, where's some good Pokemon content creators? And I was like, I stream on YouTube, Gen 2, and the people in my chats are great energy peeps. I worded it something like that. It's pretty close to verbatim. And I had y'all in mind. Great energy peeps. I mean it too. If I drank a Monster, I would probably have some more energy myself, actually. I'm kind of cutting back on that. I haven't had Monster in probably about a week, I guess. Getting close to that. So, trying to cut those back just a wee bit. Actually, that's cutting it back a lot from what I was doing. No, I'm not. Back when, you know, people like to use that on me, the whole, they'll ask for tea, and I'll be like, sweet tea or unsweet? And they'll be like, unsweet, I'm sweet enough. I hear that so much. Or walk up to a table and be like, hey guys, my name is Nick. And they'll be like, hi, my name is Michael. Just like on the commercial, like trying to get you to stop being, becoming your parents. It's like, he doesn't need to know that. You know, some really good conversation is elevator etiquette. Do y'all talk to the people in the elevator, or do y'all just, or not always, maybe, or you like me, just kind of read the vibe, like, go intuitively, like, do they want conversation? Would it diffuse the tension that we are in an enclosed space together? Maybe for a short period of time, but for that 7 seconds. Some people, like me, like, it's just a weird situation. I'm already an introvert. So I might talk just to kind of, you know, be casually friendly. But then you can tell that some people, you know, don't really talk. I won't say anything. Hey, I won't say anything either. You know, if they talk, I will. That's funny. I'll usually say hi, and then they say hi, how you doing? I'll continue the conversation. If not, quiet. It's a good strategy. A good strategy to approach the elevator etiquette. And also, it could also be a very situational thing. For example, elevator at the hospital. I've been on that a bunch of times this past month. The vibe there is a little different. You'll find more often than not, people are just not really in the mood to talk, especially when you're getting off at the third floor, the emergency room, the ER, or what am I trying to say, urgent care or whatever. People are typically not in a great mood. Not like it is in Vegas, for example. When you're on the elevator over there at like Caesar's Palace, it's a little bit of a different vibe than what I was experiencing down there. A little different. People a lot more likely to talk to you, which is always crazy being in Vegas, because I've been out there 3 different times, and every single time I meet someone on the elevator that's like from the next county over from where I'm at in Georgia. We're just like, small world. Can you give a nickname to Tyrogue? Nope. But as y'all know, I'm a huge Georgia Bulldog college football fan, and I'm typically repping Georgia Bulldogs somewhere, somehow. At the very least, I'll have my belt on. One dude yelled at me all the way across the Las Vegas airport, "Go Dogs!" at the top of his lungs, because I was wearing a Georgia Bulldogs backpack. That was awesome. That dude was a legend for doing that. And of course, I shouted it back. I was so accident prone as a kid that the nurse at the hospital knew me by name. Oh, that is funny. That is hilarious, actually, Nova. Need my name. Nova, back again. So, I was raised in a pretty blue-collar family, very southern family, so you hear things like, oh, just rub some dirt on it, you'll be fine. Well, as a kid, I had a hard time differentiating between, like, what's real, what's not. So, I would get hurt, and I would literally rub some dirt on it. And I did that for years before I realized that I could potentially get an infection that way. It's actually not what you're supposed to do, believe it or not. Like, that was one of the most mind-blowing, like, revelations I've ever had to come across. Like, I've been told my whole life, just rub some dirt on it. You just mean this whole time that was just a smart-ass comment? I lived my whole life by that. By that whole Ricky Bobby thing. Like, but Dad, what's all that stuff you told me about if you ain't first, you're last? He's like, oh, Ricky, I was high when I said that. It don't even make any sense if you ain't first, you're last. You can be second. You can be third. You can be fourth or fifth. So, yeah. I always rub some dirt on it. But, hindsight, I didn't die. So, maybe that needs to be taken into account. I've only broke one bone that I know of. That's been documented. Was when I was a kid. I tried to do a flip off a picnic table and landed on my arm. And I guess I was trying to be a Power Ranger or something. I don't know. I wasn't a Power Rangers at the time. I tried to do a flip off a picnic table and fell, broke my arm. So that's pretty much the only bone I've ever broken. I played football for years, wrestled for even longer, and I can tell you, for the 3 years that I played football versus the 5 years that I wrestled, I saw probably 10 times the amount of injuries that I saw in football than I did in wrestling. Wrestling, you don't really get hurt like that. Not to say you're not going to, but your chances of getting hurt, you just think about it, what football is. It's freaking big sized dudes running full speed into each other. Makes sense. You're gonna get hurt. One of the nurses literally said, "What did you do this time?" as they were grabbing my own little nameplate. That's funny. I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Nova. Whoops. We already picked a Pokemon. Let's see, what do we got? Not a shiny. Alright, we'll keep chopping at this tree. It's going to fall. Like, you know, we're going to be in mid-conversation. It's going to be one of those things you hear me stop talking. Yeah. And that's how you know. I might be a little slow to talk, but if I just completely stop talking, that's how you know. Like, you don't even have to be looking at the stream. If I just completely, like, just go dead silent in mid-sentence, you don't even have to be looking at the stream. Just know I found a shiny. So, I always try to stay chit-chatting a little bit about something. So I love y'all. Y'all are so engaging in the chat. I appreciate that so much. Like, sometimes I don't even care what's being said in the chat. Like, you can say, like, you look like an idiot. Like, you're pretty smart. You know, a lot of people have to get to know me to realize that, but you can tell by looks, huh? $9,864. Are we gonna hit 10K? What are you doing, Tyrogue? What are you doing to me? Thank you, Nova, for keeping track on that, by the way. I think we are gonna get this thing fairly soon. Let's see. I got a feeling it's gotta be coming soon. We only gotta get lucky one time. Oh man. Alright, we'll check on 4 screens. I always think that, like, that's the shiny. The one, like, the screens where I mess up like that. Holy crap. Alright, so what I do is I immediately hit X, you know, to start the conversation with the dude, but then you can immediately start hitting the back button so you don't have to name him. So that's pretty much the flow of the work, you know. As soon as I notice that we're in conversation, I start hitting back so I can avoid that part right there. Go here, boom, boom. Nothing. I still got a pretty good workflow on it. Ugh. Sorry, I ain't lost faith. No problem. It gives my brain time to relax, surprisingly. Awesome. I love that. But, hopefully I won't make you work for it too much. I think we're going to get this shiny soon. And the beauty about one of these hunts is there's no stress of once when we find the shiny, if we have to catch it. Which, I mean, probably makes better content. But it's the peace of mind knowing that, you know, we do get the shiny. Like, it's not just going to get lost. You got to redo it. And that is frustrating when I spend hours looking for a shiny like the Reggies. Like, they gave me fits in Gen 3. 888? Alright. You wouldn't know better, so me and Jay are in a race. But you got this, Jay. 8888. Something lucky about that. Shiny Charmander, you're going to get it before 10K. I know you're going to get it before 10K. I might go over 10K on this one, though. So I also read something, I think yesterday, online, where the mechanics for Pokemon, there's 64 different combinations. So I guess, or excuse me, 64,000 different combinations. I guess that's between, like, the stats, the different combinations of stats. And of the 64 different combinations, 64,000, there's only 8 of the 64,000 that make it to where the Pokemon could be a shiny. So that's how we essentially get our odds of 1 in 8,192. because it's more of like there's 64,000 different outcomes and only 8 of the 64,000. So truly, every time we get an encounter here, it's not like 1 in 8,000 odds. It's, well, it is on each screen. But another way to look at it is you're trying at 1 in 64,000 odds, and you have 8 that you're trying to get. You're trying to find 8 needles in a haystack of 24,000 hay. Another way to look at it. 64,000, excuse me. A friggin' lot. So that's another interesting perspective to look at it. It sounds a little bit more daunting. That there's 64,000 different. I mean, that's a freaking lot of different matches and combinations. So we're just looking for 50 away from 10K. No, no. Tyrogue, what are you doing to me? Alright, we're going to get this Tyrogue. Yeah, I was thinking like, okay, Eevee took a record amount of time. Ho-Oh took, the hunt after that, the last hunt, took 5.5 hours, which for me is a pretty long hunt. So I kind of thought, like, coming into this one, I was like, we're going to get lucky on this one. We're about to find this one in the first hour. Nope. Let's see. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, I'm going to pick up the speed a little bit. I can, it's just, it's a whole clicky situation with the PS5 controller. That's pretty much how. Ooh, I just broke 10K. Ah. Yeah, how you can keep track of Shiny Hunt app. But yeah, thank you for keeping track on that. That's amazing, Nova. Freaking amazing. Well, always remember that. It takes dedication. And there's a few different apps. And there's one that you can set up on your phone that faces your monitor that will count automatically. However, I'm just not using Shiny Tracker right now. Oh, that's smart. It's smooth. I like that. Alright, so yeah, we're about to crank up the speed on it. I'll heat this fire up. 1, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. I'm not good at counting Mississippi because sometimes I go fast Mississippi and sometimes I go slow Mississippi. So I don't think my seconds are consistent. For the most part. Yeah, I'll try it one last time. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi. 7.5, maybe 8. Boom, boom, boom. We got this. Alright, big bucks, big bucks. No whammies. Sometimes it's nice just to go up here and look at a shiny sprite for a minute. Yep, sure is beautiful. Alright. Let's keep it trucking. What do we got? Tyrogue. It is a pretty good gift, I will say, but this is like a 4-level cave. And to get all the way back here was, I'm telling you, it's crazy. Like, you got to come in this one part, swim around, go up the waterfall, enter to a next part of the cave, And then that's where the labyrinth really kicks in, because you gotta swim here, swim all the way across this side, come by here, snake back up, and like you're doing like 5 different snakes just on that one room in the map or in the cave. And then after that, once we get past that part, it's not too bad, because that's pretty much like literally a maze. But yeah, I mean, you still got even further to go before you get back to here. I mean, he's at the deepest part of Mt Mortar. So I don't know if it's considered the basement of it, like deep, like within the cave part, or at the top of the mountain. I do believe we'll get it soon. Alright, let's go. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, let's get this guy. I believe it's the positive energy. It's the manifestation. Manifest destiny, I mean. We're getting it. Pokemon, Tyrogue. Nice. Yes. That's what I believe in. I'm a very intuitive person. You know, some people believe in, like, you know, the Chinese zodiacs and astrology, stuff like that. I'm not big into that, but what I do like is numerology. And in the study of numerology, they have what they call life path numbers. So, and it has to go with your birthday. And it's like this whole, like, you know, you could probably Google like life path calculator, and you put in your birthday, and it's only going to be one. Your number can only be so many things. You can have 1, 2, 3, all the way to 9, 1 through 9, and each number means something different. Like, you know, 1 means like, could be like you're a good leader, something like that. 2 means like, you know, you could be a good teacher. I forget like which each one means and all that. Like number 4, my dad, he's a life path number 4. He's a builder, or that's like and he was kind of like, I'm not a number 4. He's like, that's so weird. He's like, I'm not a square. But like, as he explained, it makes more sense because he likes to be fundamentally grounded on things. So that's why he would be the builder of a life path number. And so, long story short, like I said, you can be 1 through 9. You'll get it at 9,000. I think so, Jay. I think Nova's right on that. I think you will get it at 9,000. I believe. Because I know you put in that work, Jay. Like, as long as I've been shiny hunting on Gen 2, you've been putting in that work. So I really want you to get it, man. You deserve it. No way you'll pass that. Oh, I totally forgot what I was just talking about. I know I was in mid-conversation. That's the ADHD. Let's see here. It's funny how I can like completely do this in the back of my mind sometimes, like, and carry on a conversation. Because it's, even though it's like click this, click that, click up, and click down. I've done it so many times in a row now. It's like muscle memory, you know. Have you ever like drove a car and like got home but you've been in like really deep thought the entire drive. So when you get home, you're just like, huh, who was driving? Me? I don't remember. I've been in the zone the entire time. Oh, I see what you're saying. You know way you'll pass that. Talking about like 9K. Yeah. Jay is getting that. Jay's getting that. It's going to be so worth it, though. I want you to show it off to everybody, too, Jay. Literally everybody. You go in the gas station, make sure the lady behind the counter sees the shiny Charmander. I would. If I got a shiny on it after soft resetting for it for a month. He said I will. Perfect. Well, you know, it's actually what I said was not too far fetched, because you know we all got that one gas station we go to. You know, like, and of course they know our names. We know their names for whatever reason. I guess because of the name tag, but and I just live in this little small town where everybody's a superstar. Everybody knows everybody already. Well, there's this new girl that got a job at the gas station down the street where I go to, and I come walking in the other day, and she's like, "Hey, Nick." I was like, "Hey, how are you?" Like, I have no idea who she is. You know, I'm just kind of rolling with it. But that's small town. She was kind of pretty, so it was kind of had me thinking. I was like, don't want to say anything too stupid. Like, what's your name? Like, when I should clearly know it or something. I don't know. Let's see here. All right. And you know, something I was thinking is with that Ho-Oh hunt, you know, we were getting encounters so friggin' quick. The fact that that thing took 5.5 hours, I mean, we really did hit 24,000 before we found that thing. Like, that is crazy. Shiny, shiny, I summon thee. Thank you, Nova. Nova giving us a storm of shiny luck. We need it. Let's see. I'm trying to pick up some speed, like with my clicking. Especially that I've kind of like, you know, like I said, I got the muscle memory down. I know what to click, when to click. Just trying to get faster at it now. Maybe shave a half a second off there, half a second off here. Should be good and groovy. Do. There we go. Alright, we're about to get this thing. Let's go. Boom, boom. You know what? Maybe it's the hat. Maybe we need the we need the Ash Ketchum hat. Sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. If we get it right here, I'll never take it off. Alright. That would have been my kind of luck, though. Put on the hat and then immediately get it. Then I have to put all my thanks into the hat. Maybe if I'm more specific. Ooh, good point. Shiny Tyrogue, I summon thee. Will the real shiny Tyrogue please stand up? I'll repeat. Will the real shiny Tyrogue please stand up? We're gonna have a problem here. That's how the Slim Shady music video starts off. Cause I'm Slim Shady, yes I'm the real Shady. All you other Slim Shadys are just imitating. So who's the real Slim Shady? Please stand up. Please stand up. Please stand up. I think one of my favorite parts in that rap is where he's like, Will Smith ain't got a cuss to sell records. And his raps to sell records. Well, I do, so him and you too. And I don't know if y'all have ever listened to any like Will Smith rap from like the 90s. It really is the cleanest, most respectful rap you've ever heard. Jay said LOL. But no, I know some Eminem. I've listened to so much Eminem, especially I had this one manager, this old job, and she loved Eminem so much. I mean, we would listen to it all the time while working, like with customers, closing up. Even before that, I mean, I've always listened to Eminem and liked a lot of his stuff. I like the freestyle guy, Harry Mack on YouTube. Oh, I need to check him out then. I found Teddy Swims on YouTube like back in like 2020, like near the whole like stream process. And now like Teddy Swims is everywhere. And I remember like trying to tell people about Teddy Swims like a long time ago, like maybe even 2019. Teddy Swims got an amazing voice. He used to do all these good covers. And now he's making big songs now. Now, what was that one song, Lose Control? That thing was friggin' blowing up for him. But what is that song? Kill Shot by Eminem. His MGK diss. I can pretty much rap every word to that song. Pretty much. Not that I hate on MGK that bad. I mean, it's just like you dissed on Eminem, like, oh, you had it coming. And I will admit, like, the song MGK put out might be a little bit catchier of a song. Like, I don't know. But as far as like rap, like if you really appreciate like, you know, rap, not hip hop, R&B, you know, if you, which I mean I do too, but rap, Eminem killed him. It was a murder. It was a flock of crows, I tell you. It was a murder. Someone said that on the last stream. They said a flock of crows is a murder. Like, that's one of the best things I've heard all day. I used to be able to do all of Rap God. Oh, that's sweet, Nova. Now look, I was gonna take it easy on you, not to hurt your feelings. I'm only going to get this one chance. Think of the music video, how it starts off. Something's wrong, I can feel it. It's not just a feeling I got. Like something's about to happen. But I don't know what. That just means what I think it means, and we're in trouble. Big trouble. If he's bananas, as you say, then I'm not taking any chances. I'm beginning to feel like a rap god, rap god. So yeah, I love some Eminem. Sometimes I'll watch music videos, especially with Eminem, because they're like hilarious. I'll tell you another rapper that's got really good music videos. This is DaBaby. I like DaBaby. Anyway, he's actually one of my more favorite rappers. But his music videos are always something else. Actually, just now I thought about that. There's a bunch of songs, music videos that I haven't seen by what's his face? DaBaby. Oh wow. I like DaBaby too. Yeah, Jay. DaBaby's good. Adam Charlotte. He didn't come from Atlanta. It took him some time. But yeah, he's good. His music video is funny. There's one I like. I think it said something, and it's like the whole like Firehouse music video. Super funny. He's just a hilarious dude. I know he'd be funny and hang out with in real life. He's got a sense of humor. Let's see. Bada bing, bada boom. I think that's part of what makes his rap so good. Makes the ball so hard. Is he's just funny with it. Like, it's hard and it's funny. What a great combo. I think that's one of the reasons why I like Pulp Fiction so much, because it's a gangster movie and it's a comedy. It's like, so I feel like that's a hard thing to mesh. There's two hard ingredients to cook with in the same pan, but what a dish, what a dish. My favorite rapper is Megan Thee Stallion. Really? I don't know a lot of Megan Thee Stallion, but what I do know, I mean, it goes hard. Always does. Oh man, whoops. What did I do here? Pokemon, oh, perfect. Tyrogue, stats. Let's go down to the correct one here. Alright. We're getting this shiny at some point. I'm not losing faith. But yeah, I think my favorite rapper while I was in high school, like 15 years ago, was Wiz Khalifa. And that was my first like big concert that I went to, the Masquerade. And just give you an idea, like, cause you know, like 2011, like Wiz was just starting to like, I wouldn't say it was just starting to come out, but it was starting to get big. Like Mac Miller, like they were starting to hit the scene. They were going hard with it. And I went to the Masquerade for his concert. Now at the Masquerade, in case y'all don't know, never been to Masquerade in Atlanta. It's a pretty big venue. They got Heaven, Hell, and Purgatory. So you know, typically you play on one of those. It was so big it had to be held outside, outside venue at the Masquerade, which I didn't even know they did that. And I'm saying everybody burning at this place. Everybody burning. I'm talking people in front of you, behind you, left, right, diagonally, adjacent. Everybody burning. Crazy concert. Crazy cool. Let's see, the only other concert I think I went to was a Rob Zombie concert at the Tabernacle, which like used to be like this old church, and now it's like this place where they have heavy metal bands play. So the Rob Zombie concert was me going with a friend. I actually wasn't that much into Rob Zombie. To be honest, like when I got invited to go, I never heard a Rob Zombie song. I started listening. It's not bad. I'll go. You said there's gonna be a mosh pit? Bet. Count me in. It was my first like experience with a mosh pit. And maybe it's because I was completely sober. I was like 20 years old or something. I see this mosh pit and I kind of like try to like jump in it. You know, it's just like people just everywhere. You know, just like bumping into you. Like you don't even really like have to be like fighting anyone. Like you can get kind of beat up like in a mosh pit. But I don't know. Maybe I'm a psycho. I just went walking straight through the mosh pit just to kind of see, like, you know, is someone going to try and pick a fight with me, or like, no, like that's not what a mosh pit is. It's just like it's actually more of like just a really drunk, like intoxicated, medicated people that are just in there, just like just swinging their arms, just like blindly, like no one like has any personal vindication, like vendetta out for you. It's just everyone in there acting like a psycho until they see like an actual psycho walking by, walking right through. But yeah, I walked right through. Like I said, I was sober, so I was just kind of like dodging stuff out of the way. I'm just casually just walked right back through it, and I expect, you know, when I started to do it, I was expecting, you know, to come out with a bloody nose, you know, and black eye, something. But no, like I said, I was apparently way too sober for the event, because I walked right through that mosh pit, walked right back out. My reflexes were on point. So it was fun though, because I didn't really get in there and like act a fool, like just start, close my eyes and just start swinging my fist everywhere. Yeah, I was way too sober to do that. And 10 months sober, so I don't see me doing it in the future now. Well, I've had my experience with a mosh pit. Walked right through one, walked right back through. My favorite Wiz songs are Roll Up and See You Again. Nice. I like pretty much, there's not any, it's hard for me to find a Wiz song that I don't like. Especially off the Rolling Papers album. That's a really, like, and it's so, like, unknown. It's so, like, I consider it underground because it ain't that mainstream stuff. It's, like, what's another one? Prince of the City, too. Like, he wasn't even famous when he came out with that one. I think he was in high school still when he made that album. Wiz did. He's got some really good songs, and what I love about Wiz is, like, you can almost, like, tell and hear the amount of, like, the effort and detail that he puts in his songs, and that's why I have so much appreciation for it, because I mean he puts a lot of love into making that music. Like, it's hard for me to explain. There's a lot that goes into a Wiz Khalifa song if you really listen to it, like in the instrumentals and his ability to keep a flow and switch a flow. I've always found phenomenal. So also one of the same things I like about DaBaby. Not just the substance of just being funny, but no, I mean it flows too good. And when Wiz Khalifa, when he's rapping and he gets in that flow with the rhythm, and like, it almost like has that Snoop Dogg smoothness to it. It's just like a shizzle my nizzle, it's smooth. It's smooth. Tyrogue, where are you? I summoned thee. Boom, boom, boom. Alright, we gotta get this thing, y'all. I'm gonna crank up the speed again. Here we go. Alright, let's get this. Ooh. Oh, Kuyo said I'm back. What's going on, Kuyo? What's going on? How was your dinner? Nova said I'm at 10.670. Thank you for the update. Wow. We are over 10K. Over 10.5K. Alright, then that just means we are due. We are due a shiny. Post office late on this one. I do believe. Yeah, thanks. And what did we settle with? Crumb. Yeah, we settled with Crumb for the nickname. I like that. I was torn between Crumb and Durmstrang anyway, because I felt like that was the closest kind of connection in Harry Potter to a martial arts. But I don't know if it was Nova or Jay or someone brought up Flitwick, and because of the dueling specialist, it's pretty smart. What are y'all's hunts? So Jay is shiny hunting Charmander and Leaf Green, I do believe, and Nova is actually keeping track of where I'm at, and Jay is at 89.19. Keep it trucking, Jay. Jay is over there putting in work right now. Let's see. And I'm trying to get faster with this, but it's almost twice as long to get the encounter than it was for Ho-Oh. So that kind of worries me a little bit, because 24 encounters on this Tyrogue would take a hot minute. But, you know, like I said, there's times where, like, you know, I might take a 3-minute break, or I might, you know, read a long paragraph in the chat. So, you know, it's not the entirety of the stream that I go at the same speed. But after a certain amount of hours, I do pick up the speed just naturally off of, you know, muscle memory. But also just because I get a little bit more anxious with it. I'm like, where's my shiny? Oh, Nick, who played better? Are you talking about Fortnite? Because like I said, who was it? ENCTR, you said it was? Me, Kuyo, or ENCTR. So ENCTR, the last game we played, ENCTR had like 10 kills or 10 eliminations. And it was like me, you, and Debercio. We all had like 2 on that last one. We didn't win our last one. But I saw ENCTR went off. And on our first win, we all had like 9 or 10 kills. So I was like, that's my team. That's my team. Shout out Kuyo. Kuyo lied to me. Said we're mid. Like, no. y'all are good. Y'all between good and great. Maybe closer to great. But yeah, on that first or second win we had, I remember looking at the stats and I was like, dang, we killing it. Like, there's one point, like, I think one of those victories we had, I don't think any of us, like, went down. Like, we all did so exceptional. Don't forget to stay hydrated, Nick. Everyone, too. Thank you. I do need good reminders on that. That's what friends are for. We look out for each other. Probably look like I'm sweating up in here. So whenever I put the hat on, I do start to sweat, maybe a little bit. Just a wee bit. But yeah, I should have got me a Gatorade whenever you're drinking Coca-Cola. Thought it was funny when Dave Chappelle was like, I've done commercials for Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Which one tastes better? Pepsi. Because they paid more. Well, that's funny. I like Coca-Cola just because it's got more of a bite to it. Like, you know, an ice cold Coke versus an ice cold Pepsi. I mean, Pepsi's got great flavor. But if you like the bite of the caffeine and like the whole crispiness of it, Coca-Cola, where it at. As of recently, I want to know what y'all's Gatorade flavor is. Like, what's y'all's Gatorade color? Like, you know, you want a Gatorade, you go in the stove. You know, at this point, like, we're not really thinking of flavors. We're thinking more color in our head. Red, blue, yellow, orange Gatorade. You know, those are always the main options. Now, if you got the light purple or the dark purple Gatorade, that's always been my main go-to Gatorade. It's the purple Gatorade, right? As of lately, a Glacier Freeze. Ooh, that is a good one. The light blue one. Good choice, Nova. As of lately, my favorite is the orange Gatorade. But my mom, she's on this kick of the lime cucumber Gatorade. You know, the lime green one? Yeah. Y'all, that is the most disgusting Gatorade you will ever try. Is the lime cucumber Gatorade. But it's popular. A lot of people love it. My mom included, but I rather drink water. But yeah, now I'm on the kick of the orange Gatorade. Crave orange Gatorade now. I think orange Gatorade. I think after a party, after a high school party, waking up, just having like cotton mouth and just finding a half-empty orange Gatorade bottle on the floor and just be like, thank God, I'm gonna live. Yellow Gatorade I feel like is best. Like if you're gonna have a meal, like a little sandwich lunch by the pool with some pruny fingers, yellow Gatorade. Football practice, Glacier Freeze. Or the red Gatorade. The red Gatorade always hit pretty good after football practice, wrestling practice, whatever. When you're just absolutely parched. It's for extreme thirsty. Or the blue Gatorade. That's a good one with the meal too. My dad likes them all. I don't know how he likes them all, but he does. Yeah, I pretty much like all Gatorade except for the lime cucumber one, the lime green one. That's the only one I draw a line. I'm like, nope. They've got so many different monster flavors out nowadays. I can't keep up, and I forget, like, after a while, of which ones I've tried, which ones I haven't, which one I like, which one I don't. I forgot, you know. So, now I don't switch those up anymore. I just always get the plain Jane green, just the plain monster, you know. Some gas stations I've seen around here started carrying the Monster Import. I don't know if y'all seen those, but it might be like a little bit taller of the can, maybe close to the same size, but it's got a twist top instead of like a can style. It's got a twist top where you can close it. It's called Monster Import. It's pretty much the same thing, but just in a different kind of can. But I'm convinced it tastes different. I like it. I also like those really big monsters. The freaking massive kind that's got the plastic seal on it and the cap that when you twist it, it goes like makes about blow your eardrum out. Then you take off the cap and you can see the smoke coming out of the monster. Yeah. Feel like being in a 5-gum commercial. Which I don't watch a lot of TV nowadays. I don't even know if they still make those kind of commercials, but those were legendary. The 5-gum commercial. Stimulate your senses. Well, then, you know, you had the I love all the insurance commercials. Believe it or not, insurance companies make some great commercials. Because, you know, you had State Farm. You know, back in the day, you had the Geico. Little gecko lizard with a British accent to sell you car insurance. And then, you know, you had the whole, it's so easy a caveman can do it. So that's how the Geico caveman became a thing. Never actually had energy drinks before. Oh, wow, Nova. What a saint. What a saint. It's not a good habit to start. I had actually, I'm 33 now, but when I was in high school, or maybe around 19-ish, I remember I was, you know, working, going to college. I mean, every 7 days a week I had to be somewhere, sometimes 2 places. And I started drinking a lot of Monster Energy drinks, and I had to cut back because my chest started hurting. Woo! What a beautiful, beautiful shiny. What a beautiful shiny. Holy moly. Freaking gorgeous, y'all. We found it. We did it. We did it. Let's go. Let's go. Kuyo, Nova, Jay. Y'all been here for a while waiting on this thing. I know y'all have. I know y'all have. Let's go. Beautiful. And we did decide on Crumb for the nickname, so we need to go get this bad boy nickname. Man, this doesn't seem worth it. A few different color pixels with 0 reaction. Mofo show. You already know, cuz. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Ah. Well, really ain't worth it is that 11-hour Eevee hunt. That wasn't worth it at all. But you got it at 9, or it's 10, 9, 4, 8. Exactly. Okay. Can't be mad at that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, it only took us not quite 4 hours, under 4 hours. So anybody that finds a shiny in under 4 hours, it can't complain. Cannot. So we love this. Friggin'. Well, let me close this out. It does got a good... Oh, there's that Umbreon. I just look at him every once in a while. It's a little bit over odds, but not much. Dang. I missed dang. Was getting something. Oh, no, you did not. Here, I'll go back. Yes, well, we did find it, though. Let's go. This one card is like... It was 0 reaction. A few different colored pixels, like... Wow, I bet you're a joy at the party. But yeah, I guess my reactions are probably getting a little bit more dull than what they used to be. I used to like throw my hat, like, yeah, we found a shiny. I'm pretty spoiled now. So let's go ahead and name this thing. So cool. Thank you, Kuyo. We're gonna go get this thing named up. Yeah, I cannot wait to get out of this cave. One of the most important parts of the night. Let's see here. What am I doing? Pokemon. Let's go to Neville. Let's use Dig. Let's get out of here. Let's skedaddle. And oh, I can just fly. Forgot. Because we caught the Ho-Oh on the last stream. It's my only shiny that I have that can actually fly. Where do we gotta go? Goldenrod? Let's do it. Where is it? It's You're used to the shinies? Yeah, I know. I am really spoiled. It's like I need to have a little bit more of a reaction sometimes to the shiny. Actually, believe it or not, like sort of like even the dude's a COD, and it's like, yeah, you kind of friggin' right, ain't you? But I think I found probably close to 40 different shinies now in the past like 2 or 3 months, which I always thought like I'd just never be able to find a shiny ever. But yeah, no, that was a good one. And once my shorts start hitting short stream again, I'll start taking that a little bit more serious. They're doing good on, like, you know, the Tiki Tac, the IG, but for whatever reason, I did something on the YouTube and became a bad boy. So, the winner from the poll was Crumb. Let's see here. Boom. Let's see Crumb again. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Alright, folks. I don't think we just decided who we were going to shiny hunt next. Let's see here. But yeah, we should shiny hunt someone. But who? I'm gonna take a 3-minute break. Let me know what y'all think in the chat. Who we should shiny hunt for next. If there's a specific Pokemon, if there's a specific route in Gen 2, I don't care if we want to look for a Miltank, Tentacool out in the ocean. We can do Goldeen. The Whirlpool Island's got some cool encounters, and here we can do a Machop as well. So give me some ideas. I'm gonna take 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Hedwig. Ooh, okay. Hey, we got to vote for Hedwig for right now. Hedwig's the leader. And like I said, I do know a good spot where we could possibly get a Hoot, you know, the Hedwig, Growlithe. I can't forget, there's another really cool one over Stantler. Alright, let's go. Ole do it. Hey, ole do it. Alright, so let's see. Go for Stantler. You name him Prongs. Oh, hold it. Let me pull up my chat real quick. That was a good one, Nova. That was a good one. I mean, that would be a perfect nickname for it, too. So, yeah, it's set in stone. We're going to that little patch of grass in that one little spot where I know where we can get a Growlithe, a Stantler, or a Hoot, or something else. I forgot. So, let's see here. Let me minimize this. Oh, and we need to look at the stats on this Tyrogue to see if it's going to be, if its stats are higher or lower on the attack or defense, or if it's even. if we level it up, what's it gonna be? It would be a Hitmonchan. That's pretty cool. If I didn't do anything to it. Or it could, who knows, depending on how it levels up, I don't really know. It could end up having equal stats when it gets to level 20. Either way, I think I might just let it fall where it may on that. Whoops. No. We're trying to save the game here, because we did finally name it Crumb. Alright. Then what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take 5 minutes to get us set up and ready. Shouldn't take even that long. Okay, I gotta remember that was file 4. So. Oh, and then I need to put us in this screen going to where we're gonna hunt. That'd be smart, wouldn't it? Go ahead and get us there. Here's the national park. I thought about doing like a stream where I do the bug catching contest and see if we can't find like one of those shiny bugs. So yeah, this is the spot of grass right here. You see Nidoran, okay, is an option. So yeah, pretty much we'll save right here. That is file 4. Alright. So shiny 4 is good. So I'm going to delete shiny 5 and shiny 6. Delete. Delete shiny 1 through 3. And be very careful about what I delete here. Delete. Alright. Rename. Shiny 1. Luckily we're not going to 21 like I did that one day. I ain't going to 6. Rename. Copy. Paste. Rename. Shiny 2. So essentially what I do is I renamed the save file and the ROM that we have the shiny on, shiny 1. I duplicate the ROM and I duplicate the save file, and I go through and I rename each one. This one, shiny 2. And we just repeat that process till we get to number 6. I know y'all can't see what I'm doing here, but copy, paste, copy, paste. And then I just rename it shiny 3, shiny 3. Oops. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Rename shiny 4. Rename shiny 4. Copy, paste. Copy, paste. Rename shiny 5. The ROM, and I go here and rename the save file. Rename shiny 5. Alright, just one more. Alright, we'll name this shiny 6. rename Shiny 6. Alright, let me make sure everything clears. Everything clear. Did a double check. Everything looks good. So when I go here, I'll go to my MGBA emulator, hit File, Load ROM. I wonder if it shows any of that. Probably not. Hit Shiny 1. Now I'll put us right here. So it's going to all look the same right now. Got File, Load ROM, Shiny 2. File, Load ROM, Shiny 3. File, Load ROM, Shiny 4. File, oh crap. Load ROM, Shiny 5. Should be on Shiny 6 now. File, Load ROM, Shiny 6. Alright. So they all look the same. So essentially what we do here is I'll take my PS5 controller, X. The top screen here, we don't need to do anything. Here I need to save. And it says 52. Now I've got to have them at least 1 minute off. But because we're going so fast, 1 minute is only 15 seconds. So I only need to wait about 15 seconds between each screen to save it. See, I'm already good on this screen to save. So I'm already halfway done. Should have probably moved him in a different spot, but that's cool too though. Save. Oh, gotta wait just another second on this one. Perfect. Alright, just got 2 more to go. Alright. Wait an extra second on that, but let's see what did I miss in the chat here. Maybe a perfect nickname too. And you go for Growl. You can go with Padfoot or even Fluffy or Fang. Oh, Fluffy! I forgot about Fluffy from the first movie. Wait a minute. Right after you save 2 of the screens linked up, right before you clicked off the screens, you're gonna show the regular Tyrogue. Clear that. Yeah, it's just because of the way I was doing that with the OBS captures. If I click out of one, then the other ones will because yeah, I started to like click out of 2 screens, so that's why like a whole one side had me like, you know, journeying up here. Whoops. Let me go here and hit the save. Alright, I just gotta save on this next one. It needs to say what, 58 or something. Actually, we're gonna do 56. Perfect. Alright, we're good. So this is where you'll see the reason why I did that. Because when I soft reset, let me go back to my OBS here. Hit click, click. So as you see, we're all showing the same time here. And I don't know which window is capturing which. So what we do here is we click on the window capture 1, click this one, looking for 48. Hey, what do you know? We're already on it. Shiny 2, I'm looking for 7252. Boom. 53. 4, we're looking for 54. For 5, for 57. This one should say 56. Alright. We're ready to hunt. double check, make sure everything's looking up to par. On my end, yep, I think we're good to go. And this is what it's going to look like. So yeah, we can get a Stantler, we can get a Nidoran, boy or girl, and I did not see, there's something else that pops up. Oh yeah, the Growlithe. So let's see, oh, there's some Growlithe right there. So yeah, we got a little bit more of a decent selection, and I like route hunting because it's actually pretty freaking quick. For these encounter rates, as you see, they pop up very fast, and you don't know what shiny you're going to get. You know, typically when you do a starter hunt or a legendary hunt, you know what shiny you're going to get, and it's going to be a good shiny, of course. But I like route hunting just for that element of surprise. If I'm being honest, I don't know exactly what these shiny sprites look like, so I'm hoping just to get familiar with it and just to notice. Ooh, yeah, I love that we're sending out shiny Umbreon too. Freaking love that. So, yeah, those are some really good nicknames you threw out there in Nova. Fluffy or Padfoot for Growlithe. Alright, let's see here. And Hedwig, I mean, Hedwig's just too easy for Hoot Hoot, but we've been trying for Hedwig ever since we started the Gen 2 Shiny Only save file. Got some pretty good rolls there for it. And, not sure how many of y'all know this, but Ash only had one shiny Pokemon, and it was a shiny Hoot Hoot or a shiny Noctowl. Can't remember if he caught the shiny Hoot Hoot and evolved to Noctowl, or if he caught it as the shiny Noctowl. But I know he had a shiny Noctowl. It's the only shiny he ever caught. It's like they're rare or something. Huh. So yeah, I believe we can find another shiny on the stream. Especially with this rate right here, like this is actually really good. Let's see here. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi. So about 5 to 6 seconds on that, depending on our encounter rates, if they're good or not. Now, if I find a shiny Nidoran, boy or girl, I might have to spend some time, like my next down period, to level it up and get a shiny Nidoqueen or shiny Nidoking. That has always been one of my favorite Pokemon to use. I mean, you can always get a Nidoran early game, especially Red or Fire Red, stuff like that. And it can actually be a very useful Pokemon late game. That's what I'm looking for when I'm catching a Pokemon, trying to add it to the team. If I'm not shiny hunting, like that. Is it going to be useful later in game? That's why it's not very practical to catch a Zigzagoon unless your plan is to make it an HM mule. Which is not a bad idea, but I remember playing the original Gen 1 games and finally finding like a Pikachu in Viridian Forest. Was it like a 1% encounter for that thing? As a kid, like, you didn't know, like, a lot of internet access, so you just knew what every encounter rate was going to be. You just kind of walk around the grass until you kind of really knew what was going to pop up, and then you found that 1% encounter. Like, what? And you spend 20-30 minutes looking for another Pikachu to pop up. So yeah, let's see. It looks like the most popular thing that's popping up is a tie between Nidoran and Hoot Hoot. It's a pretty good tie between the Nidoran, like boy and girl. But, and the encounters for Stantler and Growlithe, they're not horrible, but they're definitely lower. Definitely lower. Let's see here. Trying to also really familiarize myself with the regular sprites, so when the shiny sprite pops up, I can be like, oh, okay, that's a shiny. Oh, if you get a shiny Nidoran, you can name it Mooney because they evolved from a Moonstone. That's clever, Nova. That is clever. Thank you for that. Because I'd already, like, my mind had already went there, but I was like, I can't think. So that is a really good one. Because I always think of, like, whenever I'm trying to come up with, like, a shiny nickname for, like, some of these Pokemon, I always think, like, some of, like, the creatures. You know? But, there's so many characters that, like, because of their personality or, like, their Patronus charm or some kind of personality trait, like, some of the characters I didn't realize would be naming so many, like, shiny Pokemon after actual, like, characters instead of creatures. But, hey, it's fitting. Like, Neville, that was the first one I was like, huh. My mind always goes to, like, Grindylows or, like, Bowtruckles. Like, I thought Bowtruckle would surely be, Sudowoodo, because it kind of looks like a Bowtruckle. But I feel like Whomping was a pretty good one, too. Just as fitting. And big shout out to Jay. Jay nicknames a lot of my Pokemon because he comes up with great nicknames. Do, 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 do. There we go. Let's see here. But yeah, I'd be okay with any shiny from this patch. Like I said, the shiny Hoot Hoot would be maybe one of the most victorious, like, that I could get, just because I'm trying to look for it for so long. Nickname so far. Yes. See, that's confusing me when we got all these Nidoran, because I know that the Nidoran for the shiny Nidoran sprites are like pretty much flip-flop. Like, he should pretty much show up as hers light blue, and she should show up as like his like hot pink. Whoops, did a soft reset. That's not too bad. Whenever you're route hunting, it's really not a bad idea to soft reset every once in a while, because of the speed that I go when I do find a shiny. It could add like 4 hours or more to the save file because the speed, the clock's running really fast. So it's actually not a bad strategy, just a soft reset, like at least every 30-45 minutes, just so, because just if you go 1 hour and you don't soft reset, well, that adds 4 hours because of how fast I'm going. And if I go the whole stream 6 hours, I don't soft reset like I had to do in the what am I trying to say, the friggin' Safari Zone, because you can't save inside the Safari Zone, so there's gonna be no soft resetting for that hunt. So yeah, I went all 6 hours, didn't soft reset, and when we found multiple shinies. Yeah, I think I added like a good 20 hours to the save file. Like, you know, I didn't stream for 20 hours, but on the save files mine, I sure did. But we finished, we beat Pokemon Ruby with all shinies. Caught all the shiny legendaries I can with the exception of Latios. And I took, what, 140 hours? Is what it says on the, what am I trying to say? The save file, like whenever you load your game up. It's like 143 hours. And I think you can get up to like, what, 999. So worrying about my save hours on the file shouldn't be really a concern. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Did that. When you hear me say nice, that's just me just looking at the non-shiny Pokemon. They all seem to check out. They're not shiny. So Growlithe, Padfoot, or Fluffy, Fang. Of those three, I do like Fluffy. I think you put Fluffy, but I know you meant Fluffy. Fluffy's a really good one. So is Padfoot. So for me, it's a toss-up between Padfoot and Fluffy. And Fang, you know, that was the dog that Hagrid had. So yeah, that makes it a good one too. Or Gryffindor. Gryffindor might be a little fitting as well. Or Godric, after Godric Gryffindor. Fang and Fluffy I like too. Yeah, I mean they're all very fitting too. So that might have to be something, depending on the shiny that we get. I might have to make a poll at right there when we find the shiny, depending on what it is, and then we'll throw out the nicknames. Okay, so for Stantler, Prongs. Sorry, sometimes I don't finish reading the comment. I'll read like the first half. And then Hoot Hoot, Hedwig. Nidoran, male and female, Mooney. Not too shabby. I like it. I like it a lot. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's going to be... We're going to name the shiny one of those. I'm pretty sure. We just have to find it. I hope I don't get confused, like if this ends up going a while, and then I just kind of like, because you know the Nidorans, they're just pretty much swapped. So I feel like I gotta be a little bit more diligent in this hunt as far as like my checking goes, which is not a problem. Like, I'm kind of used to that with a lot of shiny like hunting in the routes. Actually, I hate to admit it, but I kind of prefer shiny hunting like this. Especially because of how I have my presets on this thing here. It's a weird, awkward way for me to have to hold my hands to do a soft reset because of the buttons. The X button is A. The back button is circle. And L3, R3, that's your start select. So if you push those all at the same time, that's how I soft reset. But I don't really have to soft reset every few seconds here, because it's such a weird angle for my hand to push down like that. It's like our carpal tunnel speed run. So with this way, you know, I can just kind of regularly play and keep the controller comfortably in my hand, and it doesn't hurt after a while. Which I don't mind soft resetting and doing the motion over and over, but on those streams you'll see me take a little bit more of a break. Like I might take a break like literally every hour, and you'll see, like when I say take a 3-minute break, like most of the time I really do mean a 3-minute break. It's just to have that little bit of a break from the constant same motion. Run. Alright, let's see here. So, y'all want to take a guess at which one we're going to get? Who probably would be a good guess. But if you guess Nidoran, you have to guess boy or girl. Hedwig. We think we're getting Hedwig, okay. I'm thinking boy Nidoran. Obviously, I think the best shiny probably to get is probably the Growlithe. It's probably going to be the most rare shiny. It's going to be the hardest one to get out of this batch. But Nidoran's great. So is Hedwig. If I'm being honest, I may not end up using Hedwig in the playthrough. Like leveling it up like to a beast Noctowl, but it'd be cool to have. And eventually I want to get to the point where I can give away shinies. Just give them away. I got too many. So if I ever gave away the shiny Hoot Hoot, Jay, I'm letting you know it's going to you. You're getting the Hedwig. And Nova, I'll give you one as well. Let's see. Nova, if you had a preference of a shiny Nidoran, of course, Jay, of course. My boy. Shiny Nidoran boy, shiny Nidoran girl, shiny Growlithe, or a shiny Stantler. What would you rather have? Who actually is a decent Pokemon when it becomes a Noctowl anyway. But like I said, I may not use it. Whoops. We'll see though, because we've already got a pretty good plethora of shinies. You know what? This is a good time to just kind of take a look at what we got. Shiny Ho-Oh. Nidoran male, because I prefer Nidoking's shiny over anything that's a gorgeous shiny. I have to agree with you, Nova. Yeah, I was starting to think, you know, that's my guess for the shiny that we get. It's the Nidoran boy. But, like, I'm at least starting to hope for it. Boom! Would you look at that? Would you look at that? We got the shiny Tyrogue. Let's go. That was funny. Someone popped in and was just like, I forgot what they said. They said something real smart ass. They're like, seems like not worth it to find something with a different colored pixel and not even have a zero reaction. I'm like, alright, back to your porridge, Grandpa. And as you notice, like, when someone tries to like diss me, like, whatever, dude. I'm like, you're not going to see me get really riled up. Because I think that's what a lot of people like that are like trying to troll someone. Like, for one, like, I feel bad for you because I have a pretty busy life and I can't find a time out of my day to troll someone if I wanted to in a live stream. And how sad that's got to be. Secondly, jealousy is a disease. Get well soon, right? I love how they reverse their colors between the male and female. Yet they didn't do that for Nidoqueen. Ooh. Yeah, I can't remember. I don't think I know what a shiny Nidoqueen looks like. I don't have on Pokemon Go or on any kind of game. Interesting. See, I gotta check that out. But yeah, I felt like when I started streaming, I had people in here like every other stream, maybe like every stream, like kind of come in and say like some kind of smart comment, like try and be a troll. But it's like, what I found is like if you give them attention, they love that. That's why they're here, I guess. They want attention. But that's so cool. That's cool. Attract attention on your own terms in a positive term. I've also like kind of like been slightly disappointed in the fact that I haven't had more trolls and more haters. You know, there's only one way to make everyone happy, and that's to do nothing, say nothing, be nothing. So, you know, you're going to make people upset. You're going to make people mad. You're going to make people jealous. You know, that's part of success. You know, so I always try to focus on me, look inward, and then truly get upset about a troll. I think one of my funniest comebacks I ever had to a troll in here was someone popped in my stream. I think I probably went like 7 seconds without saying something. I've been pretty much doing what I've been doing this whole time, pretty much chit-chatting, talking, yada yada. And I think I went 7 seconds and didn't say anything, and someone was like, boring stream. I was like, okay, Stu, or whatever the name was. I was like, how tall are you? 3 foot or 4 foot? Because I figure that's about the size of your average troll. And like surprisingly enough, he like changed his tune and was like, "Nah, dude, you're actually cool, man." That kind of circles me back to I'm almost disappointed I don't have more haters. Because I mean, I can almost see like and understand, like, you know, people like Kanto and Jay, you know, they go through soft resetting on a console, but you know, Jay's not a jealous little, you know, like some people. It's just facts. It's like, I'm not trying to diminish what anyone else does. Well, you know, I have fun doing this. And I know other people enjoy this content, not just the shiny hunt aspect of it, but, you know, the streaming aspect of it. James, what's going on? What's going on? Welcome in, James. Glad to see you again. I do want to kind of show you what we're twerking with over here. We got the shiny Umbreon. We finally got the shiny Eevee to evolve. So we got a beautiful shiny Umbreon. We got a shiny Ho-Oh. That was from the last stream. That's Fox, named after Dumbledore's Phoenix. It's all Harry Potter names. Basculus, the shiny Gyarados. That was kind of a gimme. It was a gimme. The shiny Dragonair, which, believe it or not, is a shiny. I've been very bamboozled myself. The shiny Quagsire, which, not to say it's an ugly sprite or anything, but the bright pink Wooper was a win. And then that's what we caught tonight. Pretty recently, within the past hour, we got our shiny Tyrogue, which could evolve to a Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, or a Hitmontop. But because the defense stat is higher than the attack stat, if that stays the same, by the time it hits level 20, it's going to evolve to a Hitmonchan, which I wouldn't be mad. So, let's see. Looks like we got no shiny here, so we'll just keep it trucking. Keep chopping wood till another tree falls. I love what I was friggin' talking about too. That we were talking about energy drinks, right? So I was talking about how when I was 18, I used to drink energy drinks all the freaking time, 18, 19, to the point to where my chest started to hurt. And it wasn't 1 second later that I got those words out of my mouth, we found the shiny. And so typically I make shorts off my reactions from like finding shinies. So I remember like when I found the shiny, like also in the back of my like head, I was like thinking, it's gonna make a horrible short talking about Monster energy drinks hurting my chest right beforehand, because typically, like, coincidentally, like, I'm at least talking about something like regarding Pokemon right before we like find the shiny, and I kind of like I clip that into the short, you know. So I just kind of thought about that after I found the shiny. I immediately was like, it's gonna be a horrible short. But my shorts haven't hit short stream in freaking almost a month. Which I can't say that I'm shadow banned, because my streams seem to be getting pushed. It's because you have the hat on. Oh yes, yes. And so whenever I have a hard time catching a shiny, we go Ash Ketchum style for real. Wow, you can see the sweat on my head. I'm gonna have to actually take the hat off for a minute. There we go. I got the air on, got the fan on, but it's summer in Georgia, and the heat don't play. Like, it's still hot from the day. But in the winter, where I live at, it's actually really great because this place is well insulated. In the winter, I'll walk around my house like tank top, gym shorts. You know, I'll go and step outside and be like, oh my god, a friggin' icebox out there. But my house stays pretty well insulated for that. Let's see. So it's pretty clear the Ho-Oh is popping up more than anything. But you know, more often than not, just because the more popular Pokemon, I mean, that's not always the shiny we get. It's typically don't even work that way. It's like the mid option. That's the one we'll find is the shiny, like the Stantler or something. And Jay knows. I think Jay actually, like one of the first streams he popped in, I just started shiny hunting here on Gen 2. And we had just probably found the shiny Chikorita. I started shiny hunting, you know, right there, pretty much right next to, what is it, Cherry Grove Town or something like that. And you know, Hoot's very popular in that grass, but we found a shiny Rattata, then we found another shiny Rattata, and then we found the shiny Spinarak, which had probably the worst odds to pop up. So, you know, pretty much the thumbnail I think I made was for the Hoot, because I assumed that I was going to find a Hoot in that grass. Well, I doze off a bit, so I guess that means it's time for me to go. Hi, Nova, I appreciate you popping in. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for keeping counter on that. Y'all, in case y'all didn't know, Nova was keeping counter for the shiny Tyrogue that we found. And in case you want to take a gander, we found the shiny Tyrogue tonight, named it Crumb. And according to Nova, I hit just under 11,000. It was over 10,500 encounters. So we were really excited about that. And that was from the last stream. That's our shiny Ho-Oh Fox. That's my baby. So yeah, again, thank you so much, Nova, for popping in and being engaging in the chat and sticking it through. So I'm glad we finally found the shiny for you, because when I have viewers in here and they stay for a while, and I almost feel bad like when we don't find the shiny, you know, because it's like I have nothing to offer other than maybe crack a dad joke here and there, get some dry humor, and find a shiny. Right? So yeah, thank you again, Nova. I appreciate you so much. Yeah, we're going to get a shiny, I do believe, at some point. What I love about this is, you know, you just keep chopping wood and the tree's going to fall. It could fall any second. It could fall the moment you start chopping. And with this kind of speed and this many screens, you can actually like start to feel good about shiny hunting. That's why I love doing it like this. Especially with the amount of shiny hunts that we do and the nature of the shiny hunts. Like the Regirock's perfect example of why I cannot shiny hunt on a console soft resetting, because not only would it take, you know, probably your average time to find a shiny, like a month. I don't always catch Pokemon. Like, you know, sometimes that's just the luck of the draw. You know what I mean? Like, you try to use hypnosis and he doesn't fall asleep and then he knocks out your Pokemon, so then your whole strategy goes out the window. My Pokemon are not over leveled, so that's another issue. So I've got a finite amount of time to catch the shiny. And then it was like a Ho-Oh, you know, Ho-Oh knows recover. That's why I completely abandoned, like I said, I had 6 Ho-Ohs, they were not shiny, you know, like this whole left side where all these Nidoran are. I went through that screen and I only caught 1 Ho-Oh. And then on the next side I went through and I caught all 3 of the Ho-Ohs. So essentially I caught 4 out of the 6 Ho-Ohs before we found the shiny. It's just a practice run. You know, I didn't keep him. I just so I just can't imagine doing that on a console. And then to lose a shiny like that. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. It's gotta hurt bad. There we go. Sometimes I see a bunch of different Nidoran and it's like I gotta give it a little extra look. And Jay is shiny hunting. Oh, 9,000 break time. Yeah, it is, bro. Yeah, it's gotta be break time for you. Smoke break. Where does this say? Safety meeting. In case y'all didn't know that. Someone ever says we're having a safety meeting. Safety first. Should probably go with him. Charmander. Yes, he's shiny hunting Charmander and Leaf Green, I do believe. He just hit 9,000. I'm proud of you, Jay. 9,000 soft resets is a hell of an accomplishment. Even if you don't find the shiny, I mean, you got that right there, 9,000 resets. You know, it sounds crazy, but you've put in the work for it, and you got it to show. You got something to show for it. 9,000 resets. Yeah, I guess that sounds like nothing to show for it, but you're getting there, Jay. I promise you, you're 9,000 resets closer to getting the shiny, is the best way I can put that. That's a lot. And your odds are only 8,000. So I think you're due. I think you're due. Let's see. So yeah, and James, I'm not sure if you know this, but we're gonna be shiny hunting Lapras on Friday because Lapras only appears on Friday. And so I typically start streaming at 10:30 p.m. Eastern time. I'm gonna actually go on at 10 o'clock, 30 minutes earlier, this Friday night, and that's gonna give us 2 hours to find the shiny Lapras. So it's gonna create a little bit of intensity, a little bit of a time frame. And if we don't find it, well, you know, we'll come back to it next Friday. I'll have us another hunt set up and ready to go after the Lapras. But yeah, I'm actually really excited about it. And something I haven't really done before, just by the nature of, you know, a Pokemon only showing up on one day. But yeah, the Lapras only appears on Friday. I think I remember that too as a kid, like really throwing me off, being like, maybe I knew it was there in one game in like Gold, so I went back in like Pokemon Silver. I was like, I could have sworn there's a Lapras here in this same spot, but it wasn't a Friday. And you know, it's one of those things as a kid with no internet. You know, you ain't gonna know till you find out for yourself. I think that's part of what made Pokemon so great. The lore of Pokemon, just the playground rumors, the whole freaking finding Mew under the truck. Just I don't know what kid started that bad rumor, but because the Mew's not under the truck. But yeah, just pretty much having to learn through the grapevine of Pokemon. Couldn't figure something out, just find someone that knew what you were talking about. Only one day a week. That's crazy. Yep. So, I mean, I stream Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays. As of right now, that's my stream schedule. And I typically go on at 10:30 Eastern time, and I'll stay on till, as of lately, 4:30. A good 6-hour stream. 5.5 actually has been probably close to my average. I've done a few 7-hour streams. When it gets to 8 hours, I feel like I'm just so like brain dead and tired that I'm not even. I know I'm not interesting. I know you can like probably visibly see how tired I get like after 8 hours of streaming. So it's hard for me to go a little bit longer than that, but I've said this before. If I ever go 7 hours on a stream, like you see a thumbnail of mine and it says stream 24 hours ago, lasted 7 hours, go ahead and assume I didn't find the shiny and I was just stubborn. Save you a click. But it was one of the streams. Who was it? Somebody did take a very long time in our Ho-Oh hunt, and that did take a 5.5 hour hunt, and we found it. Eevee, we went 7 hours looking for Eevee. I did not want to end that stream without the friggin' shiny Eevee after 7 hours. And then like the next day, like when I had some time off from work, I spent another 3 hours like here and there, like throughout the day, shiny hunting again for the Eevee. Still couldn't find it. So I put up 21 screens instead of 6 that we got working with here. I put up 21 screens and it still took us an hour and a half to find it. A very aggressive shiny attempt. I saw one of the funniest shiny reactions I've ever seen though the other day. I was watching a Game Boy Cardi, and he was I like this pull, all these Growlithe. But I don't know where he was shiny hunting or even what game he was playing. But he was looking for a specific shiny, and I remember him saying, if we get another shiny Ivysaur, I swear, I was on stream, he found another shiny Ivysaur, and he flipped. It was hilarious. He was so mad, he rage quit. I told him I've never seen anyone rage quit from finding a shiny. It was hilarious. But yeah, so I think the Lapras would be kind of a fun thing to do on Fridays. I've been wanting to do Lapras for a while, and maybe even go in and change the day of the week. But I was like, you know what? The more I started thinking about it, I think it would be kind of a cool thing. Just kind of, put it out there. Hey, Lapras is on a Friday, and I'm going to honor the fact that we're going to have to get it on a Friday. Because I stream on Fridays. Why not? Screw it. I didn't get to see what Pokemon you're hunting for tonight. I saw that you were alive and just jumped in. Oh, well, thank you for asking. So I did this off live stream yesterday. Evolved the Eevee to the shiny Umbreon. At first, I evolved it, and it said, Eevee's starting to evolve. I was like, yes! And then it was lime green. It was bright lime green. It was an Espeon. I did it during the day, so I don't wait at night. It's from the last stream, the Fox, Ho-Oh. Shiny Gyarados, my gimme. Shiny Dragonair that should be pink, but it's not. It is a shiny. I got robbed here when I evolved it. It was a beautiful pink Wooper. Shiny pink Wooper. And this is what we found. We were shiny hunting for Tyrogue in Mt Mortar. If you get all the way to the back of Mt Mortar in the Johto region and you defeat the Karate King, who is the dude from Kanto and Saffron City, I do believe, with the gym, you take down his Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee, and it gives you a Tyrogue. So if you have the way to do it is defeat him, have a full party, and then go back with an empty slot and shiny hunt for him. So that's pretty much what I did with that. I left and came back. Did you get shiny? Thank you, Pokemon. Okay, okay, yeah, you popped in a good time there, didn't you? Kind of go back. Whoops. Ooh, so that's my first time seeing his back sprite, actually. He's level 10. This is a good area. All he knows is tackle. Well, we'll just have to teach him something better. I don't know if I have any good HMs or TMs for a fighting type. Probably look through my bag. Oh, I got dynamic punch. I think I might be able to go to the I think it's in this game where I can like buy like fire punch or ice punch, thunder punch, stuff like that. Especially if it evolves into a Hitmonchan. Get some Mach Punch up in there. Yeah, Brian, welcome back in. Welcome back in. Hope you're having a good night. So, what are you looking for now? Pretty much just anything. I don't have any of these shinies. So, Jay's been here since I started streaming in Gen 2 about a month ago. It's about when he popped in the streams. He remembers that I was kind of looking for a Hoot Hoot. It had the best chance to pop up, but I found a shiny Rattata. Caught it. Went back to hunting. Found another shiny Rattata. Killed it. Then found a shiny Spinarak, which is gorgeous. It had a bright purple sprite. Spinarak in this game looks nothing like it should, actually, because when we think Spinarak, we think green with the black. No, it's actually dark purple in this game, and then the shiny is a bright purple. So we found the bright shiny purple Spinarak, and then I just kind of went on with the game at that point. We had a shiny Chikorita, shiny Rattata, and a shiny Spinarak. And then I think that what we got after that was the shiny Ghastly. That was cool, named Dementor. We love that, so that's a shiny Haunter now. Let's see here. Run. Let's see if it would be easier for us to do this. Huh. Interesting. What if we have some better encounter? Hey, I'm seeing a lot of is that a Spinarak? We went a few feet and now we got different Pokemon popping up. I might go back to where we were just at, because I thought we would be on the same route, but no, apparently now we got Spinarak popping up. Oh man, you kidding me? Now I gotta go back to where I was. I can just soft reset. That'd be probably the fastest thing to do. So yeah, it took away our Nidorans. And we don't mind a shiny Nidoran, boy or girl. So, yeah. To answer your question, pretty much just anything. Whatever we get. And I do like shiny hunting on a route where you get the surprise factor if you don't know what you're about to get as far as a shiny. When you shiny hunt a starter or a legendary, the trade-off is it will be a cool shiny. It's not going to be something lame, which I don't think there is a lame shiny. Unless you've already caught like 4 shiny Rattata. But, yeah, I'll be happy with any kind of shiny up in here. But yeah, the problem with this shiny starter hunt or a shiny legendary hunt, you know it's coming. Here, not only do I not know what's coming, I probably don't even know what it's going to look like. I barely have an idea of it. Like, I know Growlithe, and see, these Gen 2 shinies are different than what you would think. Like I'll explain, Spinarak is completely different. Its normal sprite and its shiny sprite is completely different colors. Like, he's not even green in this game. And Regice in Gen 3, I noticed something weird. Everyone pretty much knows Regice is having the same shiny sprite as its typical. You know, a shiny Regice and a Regice, it's hard to tell them apart in any new Pokemon game. But in Gen 3, it was actually pretty easy to tell. It had more of a lavenderish color to the regular sprite, when the shiny Regice was more of a light blue, what you would think of as like a normal today Regice. That was actually the shiny sprite in Gen 3. So little things like that, that you may not know to know the difference, especially in these older games. So, yeah, hey, it's just another thing to add to the surprise factor. Let's see here. So yeah, I'm thinking we'll get something soon, and especially because our encounter rates are pretty fast here. You know, things are popping up, popping out. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi. And that took 3 Mississippi to get them all pulled up. Probably an extra second and a half to get them off the screen. And so we are doing Harry Potter nicknames. For example, you know, Shiny Umbreon's Umbridge. Shiny Ho-Oh is Fox, the Dumbledore's Phoenix. Shiny Gyarados is Basilic. Shiny Dragonair, and I promise you it is shiny, Draco. Quagsire is Neville, and that's another perfect example of, you would think, if you're looking for like the shiny Dratini I was, that you would look for a purple, or excuse me, a pink sprite. And it ends up being like a lavender color, and it's like, what? And it shows that it's the shiny, because it's got the shiny symbol. Yep, Crumb. So we got a Harry Potter themed nickname going on here. So if we find Hoot Hoot, it's just going to be too easy to name this thing Hedwig. That's pretty much set in stone. If we find shiny Growlithe, I think, who was it, Nova, recommended some pretty good names. Like Fluffy, Padfoot, Fang, which was the name of the dog that Hagrid has. So all those are pretty good. On my Gen 3 shiny only playthrough of Pokemon Ruby, we found like 20 different shinies over there, and I streamed that for 2 months. We start off, we found a shiny Trico named Fred. And then my next shiny was a shiny Minun, and I named it Fran. So I thought, okay, let's stick with the theme of 4 letters, starts with F. And so, what was next? We found a shiny Torkoal, named it Faye. Found a shiny Coughing, named it Fart. Trying to remember the order of how we did it. I know we found a shiny Zigzagoon, named Finn, because we were teaching it Surf. That was pretty fitting. Shiny Kecleon, named Foot, because shiny Kecleon sprite, or just Kecleon in general, looks like he's pointing at his foot. So, found the shiny Kecleon. Then we found a shiny Tentacool and a shiny Wingull. The shiny Wingull was named Free. The shiny Tentacool was named Fury. Trying to figure out what else we got. We got a shiny Natu named Fozzie. Got a shiny Oddish named Fern. Got a shiny Zubat named Fang. That's why I thought of that, because the name Fang. Got a shiny Sphil named Flip. Got the shiny Groudon named Fiji. Got a shiny Rayquaza, but I can't think of what we named. What did we name shiny Rayquaza? Oh wow, I can't even remember. What is the name of my shiny Rayquaza? That's sad. But we found all three of the shiny Reggies. Rock, Reggie Steel, Reggie Ice. I think I named and I had saved some names for that playthrough just for that, like Fizz, Fuzz, and Fez. Fizz was Reggie Ice, Fuzz was Reggie Steel, and Fez was Reggie Rock. And then pretty much the only shiny legendary that I didn't get was Latios, but still trying to figure out a practical way to get that guy. Let's see. Alright, let's get this. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick 3-minute break. Be right back. Alright. Shiny time is all the time. Do a soft reset there, and like I said, it's smart to do a soft reset. Probably once every 30-45 minutes, just to make sure that you're not adding a whole bunch of save hours when you're going this speed. but essentially you still have a bunch. Let's see. Run from that. Alright. I'm still pretty firm on the... Well, that was a good roll for it too. The male Nidoran. I got a feeling that's going to be the shiny. Even though I think Hoot Hoot has the best percentage to pop up. I'm getting a lot of Nidoran, especially the male Nidoran. So, I really don't know what the encounter rate numbers are, but... No, the craziest thing ever, that's never happened to me, and probably never will happen, is to find two shinies, two different shinies at the same time. It's my dream scenario. I mean, it's in the world of possibilities, right? Yo, gotta go to sleep. Alright, Kuyo, I appreciate you popping in, man. Thank you so much. We'll have to play some more Fortnite later, man. At some point this week, maybe. I'll hop back in there with you. Till then, be good, Kuyo. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you popping in. And we'll be back at it Wednesday night. Wait, today is Wednesday night. Friday night. For Lapras. Or Friday Lapras hunt. Hopefully we can find it in that first 2 hours. If not, like I said, I'll have another shiny hunt ready for us. And then we'll do that. And then we'll come back to the Lapras on the following Friday. I'll give us like, you know, a 2 hour window to catch it. And hopefully we find it. Probably won't be using it for the playthrough. I thought I would be, but I've got I'm getting a lot of really good shinies, like to the point where I can't even keep everything on my team that I want to keep. Obviously Umbreon, that's my baby. I don't think I want to use shiny Ho-Oh on the Elite Four. I just feel like we got so many shinies that I feel like I shouldn't have to use a legendary, and that's a gimme, so we're not using him. Dragonair, yeah, I'm using a shiny Dragonite for show. Quagsire, probably not. Tyrogue, yeah, I do want to level him up. I've got a shiny Hypno as well in the computer. Shiny Hypno is actually pretty dangerous. And I've got a shiny Haunter as well. Got a shiny Sudowoodo, probably won't use him, and I got a shiny Raticate. Probably won't use Scabbers. But between the Hypno, the Haunter, the oh, I got a shiny Meganium too. So yeah, between Meganium, Hypno, Haunter, Umbreon, and now Tyrogue. Like, yeah, I'm getting a full team of like some of the best shinies, and not just shinies like Pokemon. So I'm building the shiny team that I want, you know, here and there. You know, who knows? We might find a shiny Growlithe and be like, yo, we gotta use this guy. Like I said, a shiny Nidoran, shiny, yeah, boy or girl would be a huge victory as well. That's why I kind of picked this patch of grass, because there is no bad shiny. There's no bad Pokemon. Even Stantler. I mean, you get a shiny Stantler, it's a flex. Speaking of which, I don't know what shiny Stantler looks like. It might be smart for me to pull that up actually real fast. Shiny Stantler Gen 2. Let's take a gander at what it looks like. Images from Gen 2 though. Oh wow, hardly anybody. Like, there's not a lot of images on it, but apparently he's green. Huh. Alright. So yeah, he'll stand out like a sore thumb. That's nice. I think my only concern here is how Nidoran the boy and the girl, they kind of swap just colors. So I don't want to kind of get too. I think I would notice. Pretty sure I would notice. I hope I would notice. But I've yet to have an issue of missing a shiny because I soft reset or just ran away from it or something like that. I've lost some shinies just because I was under leveled trying to take on a legendary and didn't have enough Pokeballs or Ultra Balls or just not a good enough team. I won Regirock. Shiny Regirock got away from me because he friggin'. What is this? Okay. But yeah, because we held in there so long that he ended up to struggle. I don't know if y'all know this, but if a Pokemon uses all of its PP and its the power points within its moves, and it can't use any other moves, it starts to struggle, which is an attack move, and it attacks itself. So eventually, yeah, that's how we lost it. And I think I lost Shiny Rayquaza. It actually came to me now how we lost it. Rayquaza knows Outrage. So the thing with Outrage is that it makes you confused. Like whoever uses it makes them confused. So what happened with Rayquaza the first time, found the shiny, got it down into the red, like to where it's like it had a little bit of health left. Just a little bit of health. And then what do you know, he uses Outrage, gets confused, and I immediately was like, oh, you gotta be friggin' kidding me. Because I know my luck, he's gonna hurt himself in his own confusion. And he did. And he was going like a freight train. He was going like yesterday. But you live and you learn. Oh, if anything, I mean, I wasn't even that upset about it. It was like, I had to make somewhat of great content, right? Because, I mean, you can find streams of people finding shinies. You won't find many PokeTubers that will find a shiny and actually, like, not throw a Master Ball. Cause, I mean, I had a Master Ball. I mean, I've lost a couple of shinies, and I'm not using a Master Ball on it. We'll go back to it. Unless I've always said it was like a really rare shiny, like a 2% encounter Chimecho at the summit of Mount Pyre. Like, you know, you only have a 2% chance to find a Chimecho. So if I find a shiny Chimecho, yeah, I would probably use a Master Ball. If it came down to it. If it just wouldn't stay in an Ultra Ball, I guess. I think that's why I have a Master Ball. Or if I come across like a shiny one of the legendary dogs, I don't have a good, like, I don't have a Haunter with me. Because, yeah, or if Haunter ain't in the first part of my party, he knows Mean Look. So if I can use Mean Look before he uses Roar, then, you know, he ain't gonna, oh, wait a minute. I don't think that's gonna work. Because, yeah, Mean Look keeps them in. So they can't flee, they can't teleport. But if the Pokemon uses Whirlwind or Roar, then that's a different story. It's pushing you out of battle. That's why I got the Laleep in Gen 3. It knows the Suction Cups ability. Which that was a hell of a shiny hunt too. Shiny Laleep. Ooh, we like that. 5 Growlithe there. Nice, nice. But yeah, with the Suction Cups ability, it pretty much grounds you to the battle. So, yeah, you ain't gotta worry about Roar or Whirlwind. And what got me thinking on that was I found a shiny Makahita. I wasn't even streaming. I was just in between streams, you know, one day, just trying to go through the game, advance a little bit to get to a different place. And I was in Victory Road trying to, you know, get to the Elite Four. And the second Pokemon I ran into in the Elite Four was a shiny Makahita. And immediately switch to another Pokemon to, like, you know, that would be closer to its level, so I wouldn't knock it completely out. I just knock it down a little bit. Immediately used Whirlwind on me and got away. I was like, you gotta be kidding. Let's see here. Alright, we're gonna keep it trucking. I'm actually gonna pick up the speed a little bit. Let me know what y'all think the shiny is gonna be. If it's gonna be a Nidoran, boy or girl, Growlithe, Hoot Hoot, or Stantler. Hedwig is pretty much written in stone for the shiny Hoot Hoot for our Harry Potter only themed nicknames. But who is it? Nova recommended Mooney, you know, Mad Eye Mooney for Nidoran. And I actually like that a lot because, you know, it takes a Moonstone to evolve Nidoran. So that's not a bad name. And recommended 3 different nicknames for a shiny Growlithe. Padfoot, Fluffy, you know, the name of the 3-headed dog in the first movie, or Fang, which is the name of the bloodhound that Hagrid has. So, and you know, Godric or Gryffindor wouldn't be too bad for Growlithe either. So I would have to make a poll and let y'all vote if we found a shiny Growlithe. Because we already got at least 4 different nicknames picked out. We'll have to come up with some other nicknames. Like I said, Hoot Hoot, written in stone. It's going to be a Hedwig because it's a Harry Potter themed nickname. And curious to know if y'all had any other nickname ideas for maybe a Nidoran or even Growlithe, Stantler. Prongs is probably the best one I've heard yet for Stantler. Or even James, you know. I think Harry Potter and James both had you know, James Potter, Harry's dad, both had a stag for their Patronus. Oh, that would be a good name for a shiny Stantler, Patronus, because that was Harry Potter's Patronus charm, was a Stantler, a stag. So ooh. Yeah, now Prongs has some competition for the nickname for Stantler. I like Patronus as well. So, anything other than Hoot Hoot, I'm going to make a poll, and I'm going to let y'all vote on what we'll nickname it. I'll give y'all some Harry Potter themed nicknames, because, you know, that's the theme. But we did that, I did that for the first time on the last stream, for the shiny Hoot Hoot. I mean, for the shiny, where is it? Oh, here it is. Yeah, I made a poll. It was what are we gonna name it? Fox, which is the name of Dumbledore's Phoenix, or Phoenix was an option as well. Someone had recommended the name Malfoy, so I put the Malfoy as an option in there. I think the 4th option was just something else, and it was close between Phoenix and Fox, but Fox won it out. So, and that was the one I was leaning toward it anyway, so I was happy about that. Let's see. But yeah, we're getting pretty fast encounters, so I mean, I'm expecting another shiny tonight on top of this shiny Tyrogue we've already found. And I'm going to be a little bit more careful in looking at Hoot Hoot. I remember I was first started shiny hunting here in Gen 2, I could have actually missed a shiny Hoot Hoot, because like I said, that had a really good chance to pop up. But I found a shiny Rattata, found another shiny Rattata, and then found a shiny Spinarak before I ever caught a shiny Hoot Hoot. No, it might have been because I was looking at the eyebrows you see here on the Hoot Hoot, how it's got these big black arrow eyebrows. I was thinking that color was going to change, but I looked at a Gen 2 Shining Sprite of Hoot Hoot. No, he's actually just more of a lighter color. Like where he's brown, he's more of a light brown. I don't know how visibly obvious it's going to be, but I know I was looking in the wrong spot. There's certain areas on the Pokemon I'll kind of look to make sure, you know, it's still that same color. Nidoran's kind of a little bit more of an interesting challenge here for me, just because, you know, there's two different ones and they could be the same swap colors, so try to be a little bit diligent in noticing which Nidoran's which popping up and what color it is. Nothing we can't handle. We'll get something soon enough. Obviously, I think Growlithe would be the coolest one here. Who doesn't love Growlithe? But the more I start thinking about a male Nidoran and a shiny Nidoking, kind of like it. Kind of like it a lot. I was doing some research yesterday on Pokerus. I don't know how much y'all know about Pokerus, but freaking Pokerus. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I mean, shiny Pokemon are cool. I mean, 1 in 8,000 odds. And still here lurking tired. Are you still on break from the shiny hunting the Charmander? I know. I think you're on 9,000. And big congrats on that too, by the way, man. Like I said, I know like you don't have the shiny Charmander to show for it yet, but you're 9,000 resets closer to having a shiny Charmander than I am. So big congrats, dude. Because you're getting there, man. You're getting there. Just gotta keep chopping wood. That tree's gonna fall. That reminds me of that one. What was it? I think it was maybe a National Geographic show or something. Maybe it was a YouTube video. I don't know. I was watching some kind of beaver and it was eating at this tree, and then it would stop. It would like listen, and then it would keep like chewing at the tree. And then you would see like it would have the most like violent reaction of just like, is it falling? And you could see like the beaver like look into space, like trying to listen to the tree. And then, you know, finally it ran away because it could hear the cracking of the tree like about to fall. Just kind of funny. Seeing a little beaver react. But yeah, keep chopping wood, that tree's gonna fall. And I hope you're having a good night as well, Jay. I found a shiny, so I'm pretty groovy over here. Cannot complain. It's been a pretty good stream. Like I said, as you know, all my streams have been horizontal, long form. And then another streamer informed me that, you know, streaming vertical not only is going to guarantee you more of a push, it still counts for your long form watch hours, which helps you get monetized and all that. Yeah, I typically end stream with 40, maybe 80 views, somewhere in that area is always a good average for me streaming the past 2-3 months. My record was 140, ending stream with 140 views. Well, my last stream I did vertical for the first time. I ended stream with 349 views and 11 new subscribers. So that was freaking massive for me. I was like, whoa. And so this stream is my second vertical stream ever. And quite frankly, we're over 200 already. So even if we didn't have the last stream, this would be the record right here. So yeah, in case you are wondering, vertical streaming is the way to go. I just feel like a lot of people are just not too familiar with it and just not taking advantage of it. Because I feel like whatever you're streaming, whatever game you're playing, you can put it in a vertical format. Look at me, I'm literally playing 6 freaking different games, and I got half more of my face than anything taking up the space. Streaming vertical can be done for anything. It's just I don't think a lot of people are familiar with it, and I'm doing this through my PC, and I'm not tech savvy. It took me a little while to get things figured out, but I think it's only been, what, not even 3, maybe 2 years since YouTube started doing vertical streams. And no, they get the push. They get the push. I think that's probably why a lot of people think like streaming on like the Tiki Tac or maybe IG or something like is so good. It's just because you're in a short stream, you know, and you're getting pushed like that. So yeah, I highly recommend it. I recommend just starting a channel. I wanted to start a YouTube channel for years and finally did. And it's been a really great idea. I mean, with up there's down, with yin there's yang. Yeah, sure. I enjoy, you know, the editing part of it, the content, and the creating content aspect of it. But you know, it becomes a job within itself when it's just like, you know, it's a hobby, but when you post things on a certain schedule and you want to stick to your schedule, you know, it's like playing a video game. You know, you want to take it somewhat serious, even if you're not really that serious about it. You know, I understand this is my hobby. This is what I do for fun. But it becomes a little bit of a job. You know, editing thumbnails, editing shorts, making long form videos too. I slack probably more on that than anything in my long form videos. I beat Pokemon Ruby, so I'm looking to make a long form video. I've got like, I don't know how long I want the video to be, but I've got 3 minutes so far. It just takes so much to get to edit to get 3 minutes worth of video. But it's about me beating Pokemon Ruby with shiny only Pokemon, kind of like taking you along through the journey of it. But yeah, there's just so much to do. Reminds me of being in college again, of just like feeling guilty of having like, just, you know, spending my downtime just like watching TV or something, just because I know there's always something I could be doing. If it's not helping us advance in this game, then it's making a thumbnail for the live, or it might be improving my live stream, making a long form video, making a short form video, or research. There's always something. So that's kind of the downside to it. I think that's why a lot of people quit, because they don't put themselves on a schedule that's feasible, that they can maintain for longevity. I heard your average YouTube channel only lasts 3 months. And it was like, after 3 months, I bought a PC and I cranked up the heat. I've been streaming the past 2-3 months, so I guess I'm coming up on 5 or 6 months as a tuber. And I've only been streaming for the past 2 or 3. But yeah, I really enjoy it. The 29th of this month, so it looks like here in about a week, I'll be 10 months sober from alcohol. And this has been a big help. Big shout out to the Pokemon community as well. So much love and respect you get from the Pokemon community, so much support. So big shout out there, and just playing Pokemon, making content for YouTube. It's actually been a really great outlet. It keeps you busy, like I said. Really keep you busy, in turn keep you focused on doing something somewhat productive versus spending a lot of money at the bar and giving the cute bartender way too much money on a tip. It's because I come from the industry. I mean, I mean, can be an ugly old man. I mean, I tip them just as well too, to be honest with you, because I come from the industry. It's part of my problem is I tip way too well. Like, even if like they did a horrible job, it's still like the principle for me that like you worked for me. Like you would have to really mess up things for me to not leave a tip. Like you would have to really go out of your way to be an ass. Like not just a casual attitude. Like, you know, I get attitude. Like I get that. But like, I guess where I draw a line, even as a server, I don't put up with disrespect. I put up with attitude all the time. I'm like, I'll brush that off in a heartbeat. But whenever you disrespect someone, you call them name, I think a pretty fine line on cussing too. If I determine that you're drunk and like you start cussing me, no, I'll shut that down. Like Negan said, I will shut that down. I have a tank top somewhere. I haven't seen it forever. I hope I still have it. That's a t-shirt. Oh, no, it's a tank top. Black tank top. And it has Negan from The Walking Dead. And he's holding Lucille. And it says, I will shut that shit down. Alright, let's see here. Alright, we're going to get a shiny something. But I don't know what. 3:30. So this is about the time. This is actually the exact time that we found the shiny Ho-Oh on the last stream. Because I remember it was almost 5.5 hours into the stream. But we haven't been going in this patch of grass 5.5 hours. It took us almost 4, I think, to find the shiny Ho-Oh. Or excuse me, the shiny Tyrogue from tonight. I do want to kind of go through and stats. It's my baby, shiny Umbreon. It's from the last stream, Fox. The Basculus. That was the gimme. That's my bamboozlement. I thought you would be pink. Shiny Quagsire. He's just surf, strength, flash, dig. I mean, he's my utility belt. And that's the newest addition to the team. That is Crumb. That is our shiny Tyrogue. And with his stats being defense higher than attack, that means he would evolve into a Hitmonchan. And I'm not mad about a shiny Hitmonchan, so someone's kind of asked me what do I want to level it into, because, you know, I could feed it protein or feed it, you know, iron, you know, beef up whichever stat I want and evolve it into whatever I want. If I want them to be the same and evolve it to a Hitmontop, I could do that too. I know that. But then some person tonight recommended in the chat, like, why don't you just evolve it and see what happens? I was like, you know, it's a great idea. Because I would be fine with that shiny Hitmonlee, shiny Hitmonchan, or a shiny Hitmontop. I'm a big believer in sometimes just letting the chips fall where they may. And as it seems, it looks like it would be a shiny Hitmonchan if its stats kind of stayed on par. So, kind of excited about that. Alright, let's see. No shiny there. There's a good neck crack there. You ever get like one of those real loud neck cracks? It might be just me, because I have scoliosis. Sometimes I get such a loud neck crack that I feel it echo in my head. It's that loud. It's a whole echo. And a really good neck puff. I'm not sure this is healthy, but you can taste it. Yeah, I probably got some medical issues I need to attend to. But I don't think I've ever been to a chiropractor. But yeah, they'll give you some of those neck cracks that like completely reset your equilibrium. And you will too. 'Cause I think I've seen like one of those shorts, some like do like a pop like on someone like through a chiropractor or something, and the dude asked them like if they can taste it. They said yeah. I was like, oh, okay, I'm not crazy. I'm not the only one. 'Cause sometimes if you do a really like loud neck pop, neck crack, yeah, I mean you can taste it. I don't know what I'm tasting, but you know, something. Let's see. I want to pick up the speed on this a little bit. I believe we're going to get a shiny pretty soon. I mean, we got pretty fast encounter rates here. If we have a straggler, I'm just leave it alone. But yeah, here in this patch of grass is not bad at all. If you're shiny hunt like in a cave or you're surfing on the water or something like that, your encounter rate's just not as fast. Like I don't know if it's Sprout Tower or what the name of it was, wherever we found the shiny Ghastly at. Those encounters took forever. I mean, even at this speed, we'd walk back and forth, and then finally a Pokemon would pop up. I mean, it'll take 10 seconds. As you see, this can take more like 3. And you got it. Majority, close to all your screens popped up after 3 seconds. Just like that. So, truly, with 6 screens, we're getting encounters every 4 seconds, you could say. I think that makes our odds like close to 2 hours to hit odds. I'm going pretty consistent with it. Like it's the first time tonight no one's like been active in the chat truly. So I've been able to dial in, clock in, lock in. Let's do. And we're not finding it, but we'll get it though. Nothing there. Alright. Everyone gets something somewhere. I'm looking. Looking for shinies in all the wrong places. Let's see. Nothing there. Alright. We'll keep trucking. So now I'm determined. The smart thing probably would have been for me to like end stream. Like after I found the shiny Tyrogue, you know, it was 4 hours. You know, call it a night. No, you know me. Nah, I feel like streaming a few more hours. Let's go back to shiny hunting. The record is finding 3 shinies and catching 3 shinies on a stream. It took way too long for the Tyrogue, so we're not gonna find 3 shinies on this stream, but I think we could find our second. I think that's feasible. You know what? I feel a shiny coming on, so I never do this, but I'm gonna hype up my own chat. Watch this. Ha ha ha. It's called Manifest Destiny. It's coming. I hope it's coming. Really wouldn't mind a green Stantler. I don't know why, but I feel like that's not even our realm of possibility. But that's gonna be. I might even be more excited about that than the shiny Growlithe if we find one. This is how cool the shiny Stantler looks. Nothing there. Like I said, we shouldn't have too much longer to go. This tree is gonna fall. Let's see. Yeah, see if I got a straggler like that. After 3 seconds, we're good. So yeah, I might actually do that little strategy where I don't wait on the straggler. I probably should. These encounter rates are pretty fast. Like I said, I'm kind of used to hunting like in a cave or on the water looking for tentacle. Tentacle took forever to find the shiny on Gen 3, but we found it. It's just the encounter rates are so slow. But in grass, especially the Safari Zone, in the Safari Zone, you can go doo-doo, and every screen's got a friggin' shiny on it. It's the fastest encounter rates. So let's see here. Run from that. Perfect. Alright, we'll get out of here. Run from that. We're gonna get this thing. I believe. I have the faith. Oh, he's not even in the grass. Silly. Alright, there we go. Boom, 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 boom. Alright, big bucks, no whammies. Oh, 4 whammies, 5 whammies, 6 whammies. What are the chances? What are the chances of getting a non-shiny? Probably about 8,191 and 8,192. It's fascinating to me when we do finally find the shiny to look at it and just be like, it's a 1 in 8,000 friggin' chance to find that thing. And there it is, just sitting there. Sometimes I like to go through, when we go like an hour and we haven't found a shiny yet, I like to go through and boost my morale by looking at the shinies we have already found, especially the one we've already found tonight. So, a little motivation booster right there. Bada bing, bada boo. Reminds me of kind of a morbid story here, but in 9/11, I heard the rescue dogs were getting discouraged. Like they were like, apparently the rescue dogs were like actually getting depressed because they couldn't find any live bodies. You know, I think the bodies they did find were, you know, obviously a corpse. So what they did was, some of the firefighters or police chiefs or whoever, they would go hide themselves in rubble, and in debris and stuff like that, and then let the dogs find them, just so it would boost the dogs' morale. So, you know, they get back out there with a positive energy, and, you know, to go and find survivors in the wreckage of 9/11. That was an interesting story. Kind of morbid. But it makes sense too, though. If you ever had a dog, you know, they got feelings. They're not too far off from people. Actually, I'll tell you, some of the best people I've ever met were German Shepherds. And it's fascinating to me, a dog's loyalty. It's absolutely unmatched. Like, not that you should ever be mean to your dog, but if you were ever, like, mean to your dog, you leave, come back home, that dog is so happy to see you. Thought he would never see you again. Even though you go to the store every day at the same time, you know, kind of thing. To your dog, I mean, they're fascinating to me. The loyalty is unmatched. Oh, a cat, like, you ain't gotta do anything wrong to a cat. He'll still just give you the cold shoulder. Because you fed him. I like cats. They're funny. They got personality. I feel like in social events, I'm more like a cat. Yeah, I'm not like more like a dog, you know. Like, I wouldn't go up and get pets by everybody. You know, I'm more like a cat. I go and hide. You know, you want to talk to me, you come to me. Right. That's normal, typical me. Here in about a week, I'll be 10 months sober from alcohol. I'm pretty much a huge social butterfly if I'm drinking. Let's see. Crowd, hoot hoot, Nidoran, boy and girl, and nothing. Alright, we got this, y'all. I'm gonna keep hanging in there like a hair in a biscuit. Let's see, looking good, but nothing. Let's run from that. Alright. Get out of that. Huh. Yeah, I mean, with this speed, I figured we might hit a shiny pretty quick, but no, our past 3 hunts have went over odds. Actually, our past couple of hunts. I can't remember the past hunt that we've done that probably went under odds. When in Gen 3, that was all we hit was under odds. I thought I was doing something illegal, finding shinies so quickly. I mean, we found a shiny Regice in 1 reset. Found a shiny Natu in like 15 minutes. Found a shiny Zubat in like 30 minutes one time. I mean, we found a bunch of shinies within like the first hour of hunting. Which is crazy. There's no RNG manipulation going on here, folks. This is just simply taking a cartridge, putting it in the GB flash, downloading it onto the PC, duplicating the ROM and the save files, altering the save files, connecting everything together with the PS5 controller, and just going to hunting. Oh, and we crank up the speed. So that's pretty much the method. Sometimes it works, sometimes it don't. Let's see here. Nothing there. Alright, we'll keep it trucking. Like an F-150. Like I said, the only thing tedious about this hunt truly is the Nidoran. Kind of one of those things. I can't really trust my peripherals once I get like accustomed to like what the normal sprites look like. So when I see a shiny sprite, I'm like, it's clear as day. With the Nidoran, I know they're going to be kind of flip-flopped on the colors. So because I know that, every time I see one, I'm like giving it an extra look. You get the double eye. You get both eyes, homie. Buy one, get one free. Alright. Yeah. A green shiny Stantler wouldn't be too bad. I can deal with those problems. And on the last stream, we finally got a fire type, a shiny Ho-Oh. Well, like I said, we've gotten so many shinies on this save file alone. I don't know if I feel right using a legendary in the Elite Four. I mean, I'm definitely using Umbreon. I'm using Meganium. Shiny Meganium is not in the party. Neither is Shiny Hypno, but I want to use Shiny Hypno, and probably I want to use my Shiny Haunter as well. Dudley and Dementor. I don't know if I want to use him. I'm already at the 4. Shiny Gyarados, no, that's a gimme. We can't use him. Shiny Dragonair, okay, yeah, we're using Shiny Dragonair or Shiny Dragonite. So one more. We're not using Quagsire. That's, I mean, you know, Surf, Strength, Flash, Dig. I mean, that's a utility belt. You know what I'm saying? You're not for Elite Four. This guy that we got tonight is only level 10. I mean, I wouldn't mind putting in the work. And whether it's a Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan, Hitmontop, whatever, just putting in that work. So yeah, that would probably be a full team, but you know, this Friday we're going to shiny hunt for Lapras. In case y'all didn't know, Lapras only appears on Friday. So instead of going in, changing the day of the week, no, I'm going to go on 30 minutes earlier this Friday. Instead of start the stream at 10:30 Eastern time like I typically do, I'm going to start at 10 o'clock. And that will give us 2 hours till midnight to find the shiny Lapras. If we don't find it, I'll have another shiny hunt set up and ready for us. But it won't be Lapras. We'll come back to that next Friday. That'll be kind of like a Friday thing. Do we find the Lapras this Friday? Our 2 hour window. Which, truly, if we do 6 screens at this speed, yeah, we should probably actually be able to find it. Unless we hit some crazy odds like we did with Ho-Oh. Nova was keeping encounter track. Said I hit just over 24,000 encounters. So 3 times over odds when we found the shiny Ho-Oh on the last stream. Which took 5.5 hours. So believe me, folks. 5.5 hours, I understand it's not a bad time to hunt for a shiny. It is a very decent time. But with the speed and the encounters, yeah, we got pretty unlucky. I know I say this pretty often, but I mean, I have so much respect and love for people that do soft resetting on consoles like this. That's just not me. I can't do that. Because I've lost shinies. I just couldn't catch. You know, shiny Regice, Regirock, got some issues there with them. I lost a shiny Rayquaza because I forgot that it knows Outrage and he confused himself. So things like that. It's like, if I spend hours and hours like shiny hunting for something. Oh, Jay, you're still up listening. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, the chat got a little quiet. That's okay, though. I think people just want me to dial in, lock in, clock in. I'm all about that life. It's actually ended up being one of my longer streams. You know, I've had some, like, you know, in recent history, you know, 3 or 4 hours. I think my average of it is lately is like 5.5 hours. But this one we're gonna push. I'm here in about 12 minutes. We'll be past 6 hours on the stream, and I kind of want to go closer to 7 because we've already put in enough work for this to find another shiny. So I think we can get another shiny, Jay. I believe you can get you a shiny too. But if you're taking a break, I understand. I know how it goes. That's soft resetting. Rough. And it's so smart to take a break. Like, it's hard for me to word it like this, but the more breaks you take, the more longevity you're going to have as far as like being able to last. I mean, if you spent like all day soft resetting, I promise, like you wouldn't want to soft reset the rest of the week. You know, and I'm the same way with things like that. So it is smart, you know, take good healthy breaks. Even if you feel like you could go a little bit more, if you've done, you know, your work for the night, you know, you put it in your shift. And you've been putting in some work. I need to be putting in some other work myself. I need to be hitting a gym. I ain't hit a gym in 6 years. But, hey, serving tables will get you somewhere up in there. I don't know how. I think it's because I'm stubborn. I don't want to make 2 trips. Kind of like, you know, when you're carrying groceries from the car and you're just like, I'm not making 2 trips, so you're trying to like freaking carry everything. Well, I like to take big parties. 15 tops or better. Like 18 people, love it. Bring them on. Bachelor party, love it. Those dudes about to tip. Bachelorette party, sometimes they get too drunk, they forget to tip. But that rarely happens. Not trying to brag, but I mean, it's very rare I serve a table and don't get a tip. Sometimes I can go months and that doesn't happen, but sometimes it happens, and it's just like, when it does happen, it's typically the same scenario. Some 19-year-old kid out on a date with a girl and realized he didn't have enough money to pay for a restaurant here in a tourist town, so you get nothing. You get nothing. I remember one time, some people they paid and then they ran out like really fast because I guess they you know, they didn't tip and they didn't want to be embarrassed or something, called out, so they left really fast. I mean, at least they paid. So I was like, okay, yeah, go ahead and run, Forrest, run. So I come back earlier. They left their friggin' vape. They left their jacket. And I don't think it was an emergency. Gauging off the people, I'm taking a pretty wild good guess there, I think. So let's see. All right. So I don't think I'm gonna wait on the straggler here. Yeah, we're pretty fast on this. All right, there we go. As fast as we're going, we're just not getting lucky, ain't we? But as I say, we just gotta get lucky one time. Oh, I gotta get in the grass to get lucky, huh? There we go. Let's see. Big bucks, big bucks. All whammies. Alright. We got this, folks. We got this. I'm cranking up the speed. This is pretty much the fastest I can go right here. Not that I've been going much slower, but... So I feel pretty confident now. I recognize the sprites, or even the Nidorans. That was pretty much the hardest one for me to kind of have confidence that I can look at these and differentiate the boy from the girl and the shiny from the non-shiny. It's easy to tell the non-shiny. I've seen a lot of these. I pretty much bring this up on just about every stream, but I would like to say, like, this is so much fun because it's a good mix of nostalgia and just seeing the night aesthetic here in Johto alone. But there's also this completely new factor that, well, it's a new factor that brings something completely new along with the nostalgia, because I remember seeing these sprites as a kid. Yeah, sure, we all remember seeing these sprites. I don't remember the shiny sprites. So finding the shiny is always that surprise of finding it in general and seeing it, seeing what it looks like and being surprised by what it looks like. And also the fact that when you're route hunting, you don't know what shiny it's going to be. So you get the surprise of what shiny it is, the surprise of finding the shiny, and the surprise of the color. Love it. Let's see here. We got a whole lot of nothing there. Let's go. I'll do a soft reset. Alright. Nothing there. Keep it trucking. I think one of the biggest surprise shinies I found was actually on this playthrough. That shiny Hypno. I didn't really know what to expect with shiny Hypno, because he's typically like, you know, yellow top, brown belly, or brown bottom. But now he's like all pink and purple. I was like, what? It was beautiful. There's like a big fat anteater. Umbrage. The old Umbreon, yeah. Alright. Looking good, looking good. Alright. We'll keep it trucking. Nothing yet. Yeah, I really don't want to end stream without finding another shiny. Yeah, like I said, I should have probably ended the stream like after finding the shiny Tyrogue after 4 hours. But you know me, stubborn. I want to be like, you know what, let's find another shiny. Force myself into a 7-hour stream. Why not? Got nothing better going on this particular Wednesday night. Yeah, I've been having fun with it. Let's see. No shiny there. No shiny anywhere. Alright, big bucks, no whammies. Stop. That was a pretty fun little game show. Seen something, I don't know if it was a Netflix documentary, but it was talking about this dude that used to watch that show, Whammy, you know, where I get that from. Big bucks, no whammies. Stop. And you stopped on a double whammy. There's some dude that watched that show, and he could tell when the prizes would actually hit and when the whammies would hit. He had some kind of algorithm figured out in his head. He watched so many episodes that he could tell that on a certain screen, like he knew when to stop it, because in his head he'd already done the math and he'd already like figured out the pattern that they used. So he applied, got on the show, started to win records amounts of money, and they finally like took him to court. And they're like, we realize you're too smart. We're suing you. I forget how it worked out. I think he ended up still like keeping some money. Yeah, the only thing he ever like truly got in trouble for it at the end of the day. I mean, they made a big stink about it. Another kind of halfway interesting, decent documentary I watched was the the flight of F500 or whatever, that Malaysian flight 517, whatever it was. That was a pretty good documentary. It was interesting. Definitely makes you think. The best documentary I've ever seen was The Alpinist. You cannot make a documentary any better than The Alpinist. If you ever get a chance to watch that, I've watched it on Netflix, but it's by far the best documentary. That's all I'm going to say about it. There's that one, Pepsi's Where's My Jet? It was halfway entertaining. Because apparently in the 80s or 90s there was some kind of thing on TV, I think it was late 90s, where if you get Pepsi points, you can pretty much cash those in, and it was the gimme there was the end of the commercial was like 1,000 Pepsi points, and like 1 million Pepsi points or 10 million, something ridiculous, and you would get a jet. Well, he actually did the math and was like, I could actually buy Pepsi get the Pepsi points cheaper than what I could actually buy this jet for. And like, you know, he thought it would cost him about $1 million to buy enough Pepsi, but he could turn around and sell this jet for $2 million. So when he actually like came up with 1 million Pepsi points, Pepsi was like, you know, that was a joke, right? Like we were kidding. After spending like $1 million friggin' bucks. And do you think it's possible to shiny hunt Gen 1? Oh yeah, actually, thank you for bringing that up. I'm part of ENCTR team. There's not a lot of us. There's about 5 of us, but I'm kind of the small dog in the group. Some really good PokeTubers in there. And speaking of which, Kanto is shiny hunting in Pokemon Blue. This is Pokemon Red, but yes, Gen 1. It is possible to shiny hunt. The and like I said, his name is Kanto XP. He's another member of he was in the chat earlier actually. But yeah, he has a Poke channel. He used to stream on Twitch a long time ago, and now he's kind of getting things started back up in a whole different kind of niche. And I think what he's doing is so cool. What you see I'm doing here is 6 screens. So in Pokemon Red, kind of explaining myself a little bit more here, or Pokemon Blue, he has 4 screens going, and he's shiny hunting for a Charmander in Gen 1. Now the way you do that, because I'm sure as you know, there is no shining sprite in Gen 1. But they are shiny, it's just in their stats. You're just not going to be able to know. And the way he knows is there's a website. It's Blue something. I forget. He said, yeah, but he didn't get it. Oh, yeah, you're right. Yeah, he ended up not getting the jet. I think they like try to like settle. Oh, and that was another thing. He actually got really screwed in that deal because they offered him like the 900,000, close to the $1 million that he had pretty much spent, and was like, he said no. He's like, no, I'm gonna keep trying to fight for the jet. And he, like you said, it went to that big court, and that judge lady sided with the company. And so, yeah, I don't know if he ended up getting anything out of all that. But so yeah. Anyway, you go through the stats. So he has he goes to a website, Kanto XP, and it's a very tedious process. Huge shout out to Kanto. I mean, he's the only PokeTuber I've done an actual collab short with, just because he let me know, he let me in on shiny hunting on Gen 1, because I thought that was such a cool niche, and it still is. I mean, there's not a lot of, as you admit, there's probably not a lot of people you can find on the internet shiny hunting on Gen 1, but Kanto does it Friday and Saturday nights. And he didn't go to court because he didn't get the jet. No, he went to court. Yeah, he went to Supreme Court. Nico Art. But is that a shiny? Hey, I need some confirmation here. Am I looking at a freaking shiny right now? Yeah. I'm like 100% sure that's a freaking shiny Growlithe. Let's go. Let's go. Ahmed. You brought the shiny luck. And so did Nico Art. Y'all brought some shiny luck. Let's go, y'all. Nice. The only problem, I don't know which form both is shiny. So the darker one, the one at the top right, that's the shiny, because the one on the left is not the shiny. Here, I can confirm it for you. Yeah, Jay, what's up, buddy? Let's see here. Yeah, and this is a really good shiny to get. Jay knows that we've been looking for a shiny Hoot forever, but we'll find the coolest shinies in the process, like a shiny Spinarak. Oh yeah, this is not like Tyrogue. I've actually got to catch this thing. Crap. Alright, here we go. So here's our shiny Umbreon. Oh yeah, for y'all just popping in, whether you're watching live or after the broadcast, I'll do a quick little recap of what we have. Now it's the shiny Eevee that I finally got to a shiny Umbreon. That's Umbridge. We do Harry Potter themed nicknames on this shiny only playthrough. That came from the last stream. That is our shiny Ho-Oh with Fox, named after Dumbledore's Phoenix. That was the gimme. Shiny Gyarados, Basilisk. That is, believe it or not, a shiny friggin' Dragonair. It's just not pink. Shiny Quagsire was a beautiful, bright pink shiny Wooper that took this sprite as a Quagsire. And that's what we also found tonight, was the shiny Tyrogue. We started off hunting him, and I did a poll we named, oh yeah, I guess I gotta make a poll right now so we can figure out a nickname. I might want to catch it first. But yeah, his defense is higher than his attack, so that's how it'll evolve into a Hitmonchan. If the attack was higher than the defense, it would evolve into a Hitmonlee. And if they're even, when it hits level 20, he'll evolve into a Hitmontop. But at this rate, he'll be a shiny Hitmonchan, and I'm not complaining. So what are we doing here? Pack. Actually, I'd say I don't have my Haunter for my mean look, so I can't like. Oh, crap! Does he know Roar? Yeah, I don't have. I can't swap out a Pokemon. Crap! He better just stay in this Ultra Ball. I ain't playing with this boy. I ain't playing with you, dog. Be a good boy. Stay in the Ultra Ball. I ain't playing with you. Yeah, I should have had it. I don't know what I was thinking. I should have went and picked up Haunter because he knows Mean Look. But that's the thing. Mean Look will just keep the Pokemon in there in case it tries to flee or teleport. But Roar and Whirlwind actually pushes your Pokemon out. So unless you got like suction cups, you're still screwed. I'm trying to think. I got a Pokemon that can put you to sleep, right? No, I took out Drowsy. Crap, because to get back in Mt Mortar, I needed something with like Waterfall, Strength, Flash. I just realized how ill prepared I am for this friggin' hunt. Wow. At least I went and bought some Ultra Balls. We're not using a Master Ball, which is this might be a friggin' good one for it. I'm telling you, if it uses Roar, I'm rage quitting. Alright, hey, I got Ultra Balls for days, cuz. Let's stay out here. No! 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 Well, folks. Ooh, yeah, it's in his. Yeah, I started to think about that. Oh my goodness! And I don't know how to counter that. I'm trying to have a chance for Lucky Egg. Good luck on that, Neo. Good luck on that. Sorry, yeah, I had my OBS closed out there. I wasn't looking at the. Whenever I find a shiny, I close out the OBS so I can't read the chat. Medusa method exists in Gen 2. Talking about like breeding the Pokemon to get like a 1 in 64 chance. Yep. I'll try to do it with Eevee, but I think I was messing it up. So one of the 3D color saturation, the shiny one? Yeah. Yeah, that was the shiny one. You remember when I talked about people shiny hunting in Safari Park? I've done a shiny hunt in the Safari Zone. And we found a shiny Natu in 15 minutes. This is Gen 3, like Pokemon Ruby. And then we found a shiny Gloom. It got away from me. It's Safari Zone, you know what I mean? You throw a treat, it might run away. But then I found a shiny Oddish, and we got that. So yeah, folks, we are past the 6-hour mark on the stream. And I cannot express to y'all how extremely disappointed I am right now. Thank y'all for being here and engaging in the chat. I hope y'all got a little thrill out of that. That sucks. That would be devastating. That's why I don't freaking soft reset on the consoles, because I'm not going to be able to mentally take that after I soft reset for months to look for a shiny Growlithe and just for him to roar away from me. Who knows? I may not be able to find another shiny Growlithe. Freaking sucks, dude. And we've got a shiny Sudowoodo, we've got a shiny Eradicate, shiny Hypno, shiny Haunter. I mean, more than what was just in the party. But you know, that's a really, as y'all know, yeah, damn is right, Ahmed. As you know, Growlithe would have been a really good shiny. But in this game, yeah, life goes on. Yeah, you're right, absolutely. Hey, the good times can't last, the bad times can't last either. But this lost my list forever. Anyway, I'm not going to beat myself up on it too much. We are going to be back Friday night. I don't know if y'all know this, but Lapras only appears in this game on Friday. So instead of going in trying to change up the day, I'm going to go a little earlier Friday. I typically stream 10:30 Eastern time. I'm going to go on at 10 o'clock. So I'll give us 2 hours before midnight to find the shiny Lapras. If not, I'll have something set up else ready for us and we'll tackle it on the next Friday. So I might start doing, you know, Friday Lapras stream. But anyway, folks, I think I'm going to call her quits for the night. But big thank you, Ahmed and Nico Art, for popping in and giving me the boost of shiny luck that I needed. You will forget it anyway. It's always fun. You always remember it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This one's going to hurt. I mean, I've lost shinies before, like shiny Rayquaza, shiny Regirock, but you know, I turn around, it's a static 100% encounter, you know. I don't know what our encounter rate for a Growlithe is. Probably 10-15%. Something I'll never find again. So anyway, glad y'all were here to enjoy my misery with me. Good night. Yes, good night, Ahmed. Y'all be good. Thank y'all for being in here, being great. Hope y'all have a good night. Peace, love, and happiness, y'all. I've lost shinies, but this is painful. Yes. That one hurt. So I hope y'all got a kick out of it. Anyway, hope y'all have a good night, y'all. See y'all next time.